sarvasham tadvamasyadilaksham ekam nityam vimalamajalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami. Next, we are going to invoke Paramashiva's presence by chanting the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Next, we are going to perform the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchavatam and Udani. Keep your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your right palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Swadha. Take another Udani of water into your right hand. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Swadha. Take another Udani of water into your hand. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Swadha. Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hand again. With index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Now clasp your right hand over the left. Place both hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and make a sankalpa. Set a conscious resolution what you are going to manifest as part of today's ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Hold this visualization as we hold the space to manifest a yogic body and a Vedic mind and chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityatam Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityatam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shapaditau Purnarokya Yukta Tudagatra Yogita Shirira Sityatam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now wash your right hand once more. Om Apa Upasprishya. And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside, out of harm's way. And let us safely enter into this ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Starting off with the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position and keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all 3 bandhas. The root lock, Mula Bandha, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it inwards. Uddiyana Bandha, contracting the abdominal muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest firmly while internally contracting your throat muscles. Again, all the 3 bandhas form Mahamudra Bandha. Now visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space and breathe In Samana Kumbhakam, inhale fully into your navel region and hold your breath. Visualize a flame being formed in your stomach rising upwards. And internally chant the first japa of the sequence, Soham. Visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular manner, cleansing your Vishuddhi chakra and activating Vak Shakti, the power of speech. As we enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana.
Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Parvatasana.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Sit in Padmasana, the lotus posture. Join your palms in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash in Parvatasana.
अथवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Adibhasana.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Join the soles of the feet together. Interlock your hands behind your back in Parasha Mudra. Gaze towards the tip of your nose as you lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपगथली सम्पुटठानो विष्टुपछेदो भूकरल्याभो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो. Nadibhavasana.
Now rise up and extend your arms out in front. Cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet as you place your forehead once more on the ground behind the heels. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूरवविधि परि आगाने नीचौ हो बीकहु निपनास्यु लगागी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. Kokilasana.
Now rise up. Bring your hands into Prana Mudra. Extend index and middle fingers and hold on to little and ring fingers with your thumbs. Then catch your big toes. Extend your legs forward and up straight. And then cross your legs into Padmasana and lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Netyasana.
Rise up. Now place one foot on top of the opposite knee and the other foot below the opposite knee. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in wide circles. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And every once in a while change the direction of the movement in Netyasana.
घोड़ा वामापादकी आशमाशिली सोज दश चरण को बारलौता परिकुल्फ समोज वामपादको महिलौ बहुरौ बुल्फजुजान तापरि घोड़ा दचिकी आशबारली ठान. Gajasana.
Now place your palms flat on the ground in front of you and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. And visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana, the elephant pose.
Nyujjam पादाग्रे भूमौ पृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानिञ्य. Vrikshasana.
Now from the same posture, alternate pushing one heel to the ground while lifting the other heel up again and again. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize yourself as a bear.
एकैकं पादमापुञ्ज्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति. Vaishasana.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the big toes if you can, otherwise you can stand on the tips of your toes. Bring your hands in front of your chest in Hridaya Mudra with index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Keep your elbows raised, put your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बन्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधो मुखः अथ वैश्याभक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Remember, Alimandi, we're going to perform it in various karanas of this sequence. Now bring your hands to the chest, elbows raised, then lift one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion and follow along with the respective hand gracefully again and again.
Balalingasana.
Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Raise one knee towards your chest and pull it close with both hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha or the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby in Balalingasana.
Ekam danu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Padabhidanasana.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with your hands interlocked in Parasha Mudra. Keep your knees together, stand straight, engage all the bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनं. Natarajasana.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside. Kick your leg back and up as you extend the other arm forward with the hand in Bindu Mudra with index finger and thumb together. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Balalingasana.
Now again, interlock your fingers from the outside in and pull the other knee up towards your chest with your hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गरं भवति. Padapीडनासana.
Now pull the foot back towards your buttocks with your hands in Padasha Mudra. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Parapidanasana on the other side.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्तेन पादपीडनमासनं. Natarajasana.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside, kick your leg back and up, lean forward with the other arm extended forward, hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Moving on to Ardharishta Karana from Alimandi. Bring your hands to the chest, elbows raised. Then step the right foot behind the left foot and swing your right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Then place your right hand over top of your nose, uncross your ankles, and step the left foot behind to repeat the movement on the other side. Moving on to the skeleton dance now. Visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold this visualization of being a skeleton and dance wildly. There's no muscles, no tissue, no skin holding you back, so move every bone of your body freely. Next up is Kati Chinna Karana from Arimandi. Cross your arms over top of your head with the palms facing back. Turn your body to one side and open up your arms over top of your head. Return to the center, cross your arms, open them up to both sides again and again as you follow along with your breath.
Tadasana.
Now rise up onto the tips of your big toes with your hands raised over top of your head, palms facing each other. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the bandhas, and visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa, Shivoham, in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धपूर्णौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रियाम्. उत्तानासना.
Now lean forward and down and place your hands flat on the ground. Engage Mahamudra Bandha If you cannot reach the ground with your hands, you can hold onto your shins or your knees and pull yourself down. Try to bring your forehead to the knees as you visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धपूनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपदिप्रिया Tarakshvasana.
Now walk your hands forward and step your feet back into a tall plank position. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति Bhujangasana.
Now lower your body down onto your chest. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders, palms facing down. Lift your head and chest by the strength of your lower back. Open up your mouth and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra, keeping the top of your feet flat on the mat. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यान्तदरान् धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवशी देहाग्निर्वर्धते नित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनं जागर्ति भुदगी देवी भुजङ्गासनसाधनात् Shashasana.
Now push your hands into the ground, lift your body back up into a plank position, and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose and lead the prana along your spine and hold the energy in the various energy centers along your spine in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितौ जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति प्रथासना.
Now step one foot forward in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot forward again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं तथासनं भवति वीरभद्रासना.
Now with one foot forward, rise up. Keep the back foot facing sideways. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे वीरभद्रासना.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot forward. Back toes facing sideways. Bend the front knee. Raise your arms up. Holding on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your third eye. And visualize yourself with 8 arms as Lord Veerabhadra. In Veerabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे वृक्षासना.
Now stand on one foot and raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Join your palms in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं दिधार्यतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः गव्रासना.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your palms in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you stand straight on one leg in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवते जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुभ्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः वृक्षासना.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Raise the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up over top of your head with the elbows straight. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and embody the strength, stability and groundedness of a tree in Vrikshasana, the tree pose.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधार्यतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Bhadrasana.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Feel the weight of huge wings on your back as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवते जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितम्. Trikonasana.
Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back, with your back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground and lean forward and down. Place one hand by the front foot, the other arm pointing up to the sky. Keep your shoulders aligned and gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च हरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Trikonasana.
Now rise up, rotate your feet, lean down towards the other side, bring the other hand to the foot, gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana, the triangle pose.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च हरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up and come back to Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands in front of your chest with the palms facing each other. Then raise one heel off the mat. Stomp the raised heel down, lift the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands in front of your chest again and again in Nikuttaka Karana.
Angushtasana.
Now squat down, raise your heels off the mat, and sit on raised heels with your perineum. Keep your knees off the ground and join the knees together. Bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं न्येयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा. Saurasana.
Now step one foot forward and keep your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, the boon fulfilling mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकं. Vidunanasana.
Now lean forward, hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra, and hold on to the back heel with the other hand. Balance in this position and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee.
गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र. Saurasana.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward. Keep your hands at the side of the body, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, with your fingertips barely touching the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकं. Vidunanasana.
Now lean forward and down. Catch the big toe of the front foot and the heel of the back foot. Balance and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसाद्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र. Brahmajuramkushasana.
Now step both feet in towards your body. Sit on raised heels and separate your knees. Place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms in Shambhavi Mudra with your eyes open wide, not blinking. Actually gaze inwards with your eyes open wide. Experience eternity as you visualize Swamiji in Brahmajuramkushasana.
दो भूफणा पानी होए वैसे एडी दो बुदानी वैसे कोरबकतल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली. Kapilasana.
Now drop your knees to the ground. Keep your toes tucked and sit on raised heels. Place your hands flat on your thighs And pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni, the founder of Mahanidvani Akara, our Akara, in Kapilasana.
उभई बकथली सम ठहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी कुकर होये वैसे एडी दो बूजोनी निवैसे भद्र गोरकासना.
Now, maintain your body in the same position. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Akara, in Bhadra Gorakasana.
दोवो बकतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राफे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार डिगी बैसे. सूर्यासना.
Now raise your knees off the ground and join the soles of your feet together. Keep the knees wide apart. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. Raise your arms up over top of your head and gaze up through the gap between the palms as if you're offering flowers to Lord Surya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
एडी दोवो बुता दरियाने फना पानी बैठक पुन निठाने गोड़ा जंगा अधर करी रहे आडे वाम इसी विधि कहे. मंडुकासना.
Now drop your knees to the ground. Place the top of the feet flat on the mat and sit in between your heels with your toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on your knees. Push your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Gaze towards your third eye and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a frog.
पाद तलौ पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशेते जानु युग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. उत्तानमण्डुकासना.
Maintain your legs in the same position. Bring your arms up and cross them behind your back, holding onto opposite shoulders. Push your elbows against your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your third eye. Push your tongue up in Manduki Mudra and visualize yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डुकासन मध्यस्थं कोट्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भ्येकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्. सिंहासना.
Now cross your feet and sit on the raised heel. Keep your knees slightly separate. Place your hands flat on top of the knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and stick your tongue out. Exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again. Roar like a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यपुल्भेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरम् हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च. भद्रासना.
Now, keep your knees wide apart and join the soles of the feet together behind your back with your toes pointing backwards. Cross your arms behind your back and hold on to opposite big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana as you return to buzzing like a bee on in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ तवृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. काकभुसन्ध्यासना.
Now place your feet flat on the ground and bring your arms in between the legs. Wrap your arms around your legs and behind your back. Try to interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra as you gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे बेसकोकठाने दोवो हाथपकं वीच आने तिनको मोडिनल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपछे काकसी करावे. कानिपोआसना.
Now place your palms flat on the ground and bring your knees on top of your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, lean forward, find balance, and then lift your feet off the mat. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in Kanipavasana.
आसन को गुण आशीर्षिता होगी तो आची होई. कपालियासना.
We're now going to enter into the first inverted posture of this sequence. Place your hands on the ground. Place your head on the mat. Form a triangle between your head and your hands. Set yourself up in front of a wall for support if needed, or ask a partner to assist you. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, and then lift your legs up straight into a headstand. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka in Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पबदो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा भुकरे. Parshvamayurasana.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a squatting position with your hands flat on the ground in front of you. Start breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale fully and hold your breath after each exhalation. As you twist your body to one side, align one knee and the respective hip with your elbows. Lean forward, find balance, lift your body off the mat and extend the legs out to the side. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock in Parshvamayurasana.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan, mayuram dandanamakam kuryan, mayuram parshvabhyam, mayura parshvanamakam. Parshvamayurasana.
Now rotate your body in the opposite direction. Again, lean one knee and the respective hip onto your elbows. Find balance, extend your legs out to the side as you gaze to your third eye while visualizing yourself as a beautiful peacock.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan, mayuram dandanamakam kuryan, mayuram parshvabhyam, mayura parshvanamakam. Bahiraganathasana.
Now walk your hands forward and step your feet back into a tall plank position. Step one foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward and down, lift your head and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
Asana ko gunapiti jayim. Bahiraganathasana.
Now step the front foot back, bring the other foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward, lift your head up, gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
Asana ko gunapiti jayim. Unmukha Bhidasana.
Now step your feet back and bring your elbows, bring your forearms down to the ground. Lift your head and gaze up towards your third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, try to touch your heels to the ground in Unmukha Pitasana.
Bhunistau januni hastau chadushpadamamanguham utthapitangriyubalakatistalamabhiruka. Vasishtasana.
Now rise back up onto your arms. Rotate your body. Lift one arm up straight to the sky. Keep your body straight as a plank. Your shoulders aligned. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Vasishtasana.
Now bring the raised hand down to the mat. Rotate your body in the opposite direction and lift the other arm up to the sky. Gaze upwards. Keep your core engaged, your body straight as a plank. Visualizing Sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Anjaniyasana.
Now come to a seated position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing upwards. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and internally chant the new japa Mahasadashivoham as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaniyasana.
दोबो करकी उबय हथेली कोरवारली मैले बेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे. Paschimottanasana.
Now lean forward and down and hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers, keeping a slight gap between your heels. Bring your forehead down towards your knees, engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Ugrasana.
Rise up, interlock your fingers around your neck. Slightly separate your knees as you lean forward and down and try to bring your head in between the knees. Keep your elbows outside the legs. Squeeze your core, engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas, and visualize Goddess Kali in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनं देहावसानहरणं पश्चिमोत्तानसंज्ञकं ययेत् तदासनं श्रेष्ठं प्रत्यहं धारयेत् सुधीः. Varichiyasana.
Now rise up and step one foot in towards your body with the heel firmly pressed against the perineum. Wrap the respective arm around the leg and interlock both hands behind your back as you lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the knee and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichiyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे Mahamudrasana.
Now rise up, drop the raised knee to the side with the heel firmly pressed against your perineum. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha or Tribandhas. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Internally, repeat the japa Mahasadashivoham in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः Varichiyasana.
Now rise up and exchange the position of your legs. Step the other foot in towards your body, heel against the perineum, knee raised. Wrap your arms around your back, interlock your fingers behind, and try to bring your forehead against the knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे Mahamudrasana.
Now drop the waist into the side. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze to your nose. Exhale and hold your breath as you engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः Bhadrasana.
Now rise up. Join the soles of the feet together in front of your body. Interlock your fingers around your toes and pull your heels against your perineum. Gaze up towards your third eye. Try to bring your knees to the mat. Push them down by the strength of your groin as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्फौ तवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चरम् Valipavasana.
Now slightly extend your feet away from the body. With your toes together, heels apart. Place your hands on the respective knees and lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Valipavasana.
पूरवचर चौकख्यो सोही वाही बिधि चौकी जे सोई यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे Donyasana.
Now bring your feet back in towards your body. Hold onto the soles of the feet with all 10 fingers. Then lean forward and down. Place your forehead and your elbows on the ground. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual reflection of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Asana.
दोगो पगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड़ के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकचलिया उपरदाशे बिडकी पवसना.
Rise up, extend your feet away from the body. With your heels together, toes apart. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down. Try to bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरव विधि परिपगदली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे सिद्ध समाधियासना.
Rise up, bring your feet back in towards your body. With your toes together and your heels apart, scoop your hands below the shins, palms facing up. Bring your face on the mat and your toes against your throat as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दोगो पगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे चिनकी पवसना.
Now rise up. Bring your feet against your perineum, heels together, toes apart. As you hold onto the soles of the feet, open them up like a book and push your legs down with your elbows. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोगुपका की एडी धरती मदिवा मेढ़ रगावे सर्पचोकासना.
Now with the soles of the feet firmly together, heels against your perineum, place your hands on the respective knees and gently push them down to the ground. Try to touch your knees to the mat. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Jarapata Chokasana.
दोगु पगदली संपुट धारे आबाने कैजारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोगु गोड़ा परिदाशे भैरवासना.
Now rotate your feet. Bring your toes to the mat and lift your heels off the ground with the soles of the feet together. Use the support of your hands. Then try to bring your knees down to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine firmly in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फौ सम्पीड्यजान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम् समानासना.
Relax. Now bring one heel against your perineum and the sole of the other foot against your chest with both hands. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Fully exhale and hold your breath in the Mooladhara Chakra in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमरो दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके. उपानासना.
Now lift the raised leg over top of the respective shoulder and keep your hands on the ground next to your body, extending the other leg forward and up. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत्तदण्डवक्त्रभोन्. समानासना.
Now bring the other heel against your perineum and lift the sole of the other foot against your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमरो दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके. अपानासना.
Now lift the leg over top of your shoulder, extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत्तदण्डवक्त्रभोन्. वोमखासना.
Now stick your knees in front of your body with your heels outside opposite hips. Interlock your hands on the top knee in Parashamudra. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and inhale through your teeth, making a hissing sound on the inhalation, exhaling through the nose. Internally chant the new japa, Om Nityanandoham, as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणवुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वेन योजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा. अनसूयासना.
Now hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोडो नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोडा संधि मिलावे भारी आडा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी. अनुसूयासना 2.
Now interlock your hands behind your back in Parashamudra and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over your knees and try to touch your nose to the mat. As you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
जीमना कोदा की संधि उपरिडा बागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आरवाई सुधा राशे. गर्भासना 2.
Now rise up, place the right foot flat on the mat with the left heel against your perineum. Place your hands on the respective knees, gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
दावो बकमोड़ी येडी बाहिला वल्भमूलद्वारनी सैदे. नारदासना.
Now sit on the heel, interlock your hands around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिजवाम वग्दली केरी भूपरिता हिलवा वेभेरी गोड़ा सुरोफनो है जोगी छिपाशिती राशे सोगी. मत्स्यपीठकासना.
Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh and raise the right knee. Wrap your arms around your legs. Hold on to the right big toe with your hand in Prana Mudra and hold on to the right shin with the left hand. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मज्जपीठकं योरि वामेन संबीज्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. वोमखासना.
Now, once more, stack your knees in front of the body with the other knee on top this time. Place your hands interlocked on the top knee. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and sit in the shape of the face of a cow in Gomukhasana, the cow face posture.
Sabve Dakshinabulphanto Prishtaparshvin Yojayetem Dakshine Pitata Sadyam Gomukham Yatham. Anasuyasana.
Now hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine, firmly in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोटो नीचो ठाने बाबू ताके ऊपर आने गोडा संधि मिलावे भारी आडा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी. Anusuyasana 2.
Hold the visualization as you interlock your hands behind your back, lean forward and down, and bring your chin over the knee, the nose to the mat. Gaze towards your nose in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमना कोदा की संधि उपरिटा बागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पकतल्यारो आरवाई सुधा राशे. Garvasana 2.
Now rise up. Place the sole of the right foot on the mat, the right knee raised against your chest. Bring the left heel against your perineum. Hands on the knees. Gaze forward towards your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
Davo bakamodi yedi bahila vilpamula dwarani saide. Naradasana.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Sit on the heel. Interlock your hands around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टि जवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलवा वेभेरी गोडा सुदो फनो है जोगी द चिपाशिती राशे सोगी. Matsya Pitakasana.
Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Hold on to the left big toe and shin. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Matsyavatara of Mahavishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मज्जपीठकं योरि वामेन संबीड्य मेढ्रातुपरि दक्षिणम्. Matsyendrasana.
Now extend your legs out in front. Then place the left foot on top of the right thigh and raise the right knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee and bring your left hand to your neck, the right hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye. As you place the right hand on the ground and visualize Sage Matsyenanatha, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि तत्क्षतानुपरिन्यसेत्. Ubasana.
Now extend the front hand down towards the foot with the elbow outside the raised knee. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra with index and middle finger and place the other hand on your respective ear. Twist your spine, gaze back and up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए. Matsyendrasana 2.
Now drop the hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Keep holding onto the front foot, twist your spine even more. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyenanatha.
वत्सेन्द्रपीठं दडर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डर पण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्. Matsyendrasana.
Now extend your legs out in front. Exchange the position of your feet. Place the right foot on the left thigh. Raise the left knee. Twist your right elbow outside the raised knee with a hand by the neck and the left hand on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyenanatha.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि तत्क्षतानुपरिन्यसेत्. Ubasana.
Now extend the front hand down towards the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra and place the other hand on your ear as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel. Keep hissing through your teeth in Shitkari Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए. Matsyendrasana 2.
Now place your hand from the ear to the ground behind you. Twist your spine even more. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyenanatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana 2.
वत्सेन्द्रपीठं दडर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डर पण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्. Padmasana.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Sit in the lotus posture. Place your hands flat on your knees, palms facing down. Gaze towards the tip of the nose. Roll your tongue up and stick it out of your mouth. Inhale through the rolled up tongue like a tube. Exhale through the nose in Shitali Kumbhaka. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the bandhas. Internally chant the new japa, Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham, as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva in Padmasana.
Asanam dvedham proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha urdhvorupaiche dhatte ubhe padatale yatha. Padmasana 2.
Now, maintain Padmasana, cross your arms in front of your body and hold on to the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Keep breathing in Shitali Kumbhaka in Padmasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पानी कृत्वा तु तादृशो. Kukkutasana.
Now bring your hands through your legs. Place your palms flat on the ground while sitting in Padmasana. Then straighten your arms, push your hands into the mat and lift your entire body off the ground. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करो निवेश्य भूमावासिष्ठे व्योमस्तः कुक्कुटासनः. बद्धकेट्यासना.
From Padmasana, now rise up onto your knees. Place your palms on the ground in front of you with your fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows against your navel. Lean forward, find balance, and then lift your entire body off the mat. Balance on your arms while visualizing Swamiji in Baddha Kikyasana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरत्वेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्थितर्खे मायूरमेतत्र वदन्ति पीठम् मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते. Payurasana.
Now extend your legs back. Bring your elbows against your navel, fingers pointing towards your knees. Lean forward, find balance, lift your legs off the ground straight as you visualize yourself as a beautiful peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम् भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्. Makarasana.
Now lay down on your stomach, relax. Interlock your hands around your neck and place your forehead on the mat. Rotate your feet so the toes are pointing outwards and your heels are touching the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana, the crocodile pose.
अध्यासशेदे हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. Salabhasana.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and lift your legs off the ground completely, including your knees, and hold while visualizing yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. पुष्प्रासना.
Now bend your knees, hold on to your feet, and pull them down to the ground outside your hips. Try to touch your heels to the mat as you visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठेटिदायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरासेवाढमुष्प्रञ्च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. धनुरासना.
Holding onto your feet firmly, kick your legs back and up, and lift your head and chest. Gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, in Dhanurasana, the bow pose.
प्रसाद्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्. बर्वासना.
Relax. Now come to a kneeling position. Sit in between your heels with the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees. Gaze up towards your third eye and catch your breath. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Internally chant the new japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. And visualize Swamiji in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोटी पावतो वैसे बहुरोचिपति करे कैसे पावन महिला बुल्पुत होवु कुलापाशितीला वेसोवु. गोहियासना.
Now get ready for another inverted posture. From the kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your hands in Parashva Mudra. Place your head on the ground and support it with your hands. Raise your hips, walk your feet forward, and then lift your legs off the ground. Keep your knees bent and pull your knees against your chest. Try to touch your chin with your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दोवो हाथ की कहुनी जोगी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई. Shirasasana.
From the same position, extend your legs up straight. Breathe calmly and deeply. Find your center. As you gaze through the nose, visualize Swamiji in Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं तद्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं दिदा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. Kodyasana.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a seated position. We're now going to enter a sequence of rapid exhalations through the nose. Pull your abdomen in and up and push the air out of your lungs again and again, like the bellows of a blacksmith, without actively inhaling. Don't worry, air will naturally flow back into your lungs in this pranayama, Vastika Kumbhaka. We're going to perform it throughout the next few asanas, so keep exhaling, exhaling, exhaling. Hold on to your calves and extend your legs up straight. Try to bring your forehead to the knees as you visualize Swamiji in Podyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोरा तरे काकसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण उभे आकाश दिशी करे. परिभाषना.
Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to your opposite shoulders. Keep your legs raised, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Parigasana.
उत्तान शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसाद्याय नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा. नौकासना.
Extend your arms out in front, parallel to the ground. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तान शयनं कोट्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टद्य हस्तो नितम्बं निधाय. रुद्रासना.
Now bring your hands towards your chest, scoop your hands below the feet and pull the soles of the feet against your chest. Gaze towards your nose and exhale rapidly as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगरली संपूट कटिहातस्य उपक उचाई पकाका अंगूठा दोबो लेबो परलिका नीतालवे. उन्मुख पीठासना.
Relax. You can now lay down on your back and breathe calmly. Place your feet flat on the mat. Keep your knees raised. Place your palms flat on the ground just behind your heels. Push your hips off the ground, contract the perineal floor, lock your throat and hold your breath firmly in Mocha Kumbhaka for a long time, forcing the prana into the Sushumna Nadi, the central nadi of your spinal cord. Feel the energy raising as you gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pithasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा छवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामके. शवासना.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of the hips with the palms facing up. Forcefully pull the awakened Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from the Muladhara Chakra at the root of your spine to the Swadhisthana, the Manipuraka, Anahata Chakra, to the Vishuddhi Chakra, the Anya Chakra, the third eye, all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra on the crown of your head. Pierce the Brahmarandha and leave your body behind. Completely unclutch from your physical body. Lay completely still without any movements of the body and mind as we enter into a small meditation. Visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. And circle your legs with your arms. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock it from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of KAILASA Nityananda Yoga.
The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
When you see all these mysterious things which is happening in your body, you will find a big factory is running inside. You cannot say factory. The word is too small. My industry, even that word is too small. You can say industry district. Here's some high-tech park. Mark is running. Maybe that's why we use white field. They create a white field here, big industry. After the high-tech park is running. And you see the stone, a big industrial estate is getting running. The estate is running. So many things are happening in the body. You just think about the mysteries which is happening in your body. You will see the glory, or you will be reminded the glory of the existence. This is called, our body is called in Vedanta Pindan. Pindan and Parashakti. The existence is called Brahman. Cosmic universe. The human body is called as a Pindan. What is happening in the universe? Everything happens in your body. It's so mysterious. It's so fantastic. When you try to look inside your body, when you try to have some friendship or look into your body, you will simply understand.
Pindanda and Brahmanda is one and the same. Brahmanda is macrocosm. Pindanda is the microcosm. Pindanda is the miniature of Brahmanda. That's all. That is why physics and science, physics and spirituality, they relate with each other so much.
Only when you experience it, then you understand a new dimension of your being. What you call as order, your body, mind and being, there is a wonderful chaos in it. The energy, wilderness in it. When you experience that there is an order in the chaos, the cosmos, macrocosm, you realize there is a chaos in the order, in the microcosm, Pindanda. Macrocosm is Brahmanda, microcosm, the body is Pindanda. This is microcosm, that is macrocosm. When you realize there is an order in the chaos of the macrocosm, you realize there is a chaos in the order of microcosm. You experience there is ultimate chaotic energy inside your being. You are not just a simple body. You are not just a microcosm. You are a macrocosm in miniature form. You are the miniature of macrocosm. You realize you have the ultimate, endless ocean of potential energy in you, just like universe. When you experience there is an order in the chaos, you experience there is a chaos in your order. You experience you are something beyond, you are something more than what you think. As of now, you think you know about everything about yourself. That is why you think you are very orderly. If you have just combed your hair, brushed your teeth, and washed your clothes, took bath, you feel you are very orderly. You are in order. You think everything of you is under your control. You are integrated. You are okay. You are just in order. You know your boundary. Always we feel we know our boundary. We know our limits. We know what we can do and what we can't do, who we are, and very order. When you experience the cosmic intelligence, the order in the chaos, you will realize there is something more than what you think as yourself. You will realize the chaos in the so-called your order. If the love happens to you in your being, it will be bliss. If it starts expressing through you, it will become compassion. The experience part of love is bliss. Expression part of love is compassion. When you realize the order in chaos, you will experience the experience part of love, bliss. If you realize the chaos in the order, you will express the expression part of love, compassion. Our body, human body, is the most intelligent system in the whole planet Earth. The amount of work which is happening inside, if you see, it is equivalent to the amount of work which is happening in the cosmos. That's why they say macrocosm and microcosm. Pindanta means the universe in miniature form. The simple experiment. If you close your eyes and remember your enemy. Enemy means person who gave you money and asking back. Who you gave money is not giving back. Just remember that person. Within 2-3 minutes, the BP will increase. BP will increase. And the pulse rate will change. Your whole temperature will be different. Means what? Your body responds to your thoughts. Your body responds to your thoughts. Same day, any scene or body which awakens fantasy, immediately the body temperature is different. Immediately your body is different. Please be very clear. Your body responds to your thoughts. If you are frightened, if you are suffering out of any fear, if you have the fear stroke, immediately you can see your body temperature is different. Your body continuously responds to your thoughts. It is pure intelligence.
You becoming the cosmos, cosmos becoming you. The Brahmanda entering into Pindanda. Bhagavan Uvacha Pashya me partha rupani sadasoda sahasrasaha nana vidani divyani nana varna kridini cha. Lord says, O Partha, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are of divine forms, diverse divine forms, of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan. And before that, he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, "O Arjuna, you cannot see my form by your ordinary eyes. You have to see only with the divya netra, means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you divyam dadami, dechakshu." He says, let me give you the divine eyes, then you will start seeing me, then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Viswarupa Darshana. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan. Krishna starts beautifully. He says, "O Arjuna, let you start seeing whatever exists, all the stavara, jangama, universe, everything which no ordinary man can see, which no ordinary person can see." He says, even rishis, munis, even they have not seen this. Even they don't know this. Next sloka. "Natu mam sakyase drashtum anenaiva svasakshusa divyam dadami te chakshu pashyame yogamaishwaram." "O Arjuna, you cannot see me with these ordinary eyes. Let me give you the divine eyes, jnana chakshu, divya chakshu. Only through that you can see my cosmic form. You can see my cosmic energy." First thing we should understand, can it be really seen? These three questions. Can it be seen? What is the qualification? What happens when you see? These three questions is the whole chapter. Can it be really seen? I tell you, it is possible. It is possible. There are so many enlightened masters who experienced this, who experienced this consciousness. Let me narrate an incident from my life. After 9 years of tapasya, meditation, long tapas, at one point I was totally frustrated. I started thinking, what is happening? Am I wasting my whole life just reading few books, following those few books, just reading some few books and following few books, of trying to practice those few books in my life? Is there really something called enlightenment? Or am I wasting my whole life? At one point the fear started coming. And I started thinking, the essence of whole life, the cream of the life is youth. I am gambling with my youth. I have just poured my youth into this tapasya. I have sacrificed my youth for this tapas. I started thinking, is it worth? Is the game worth? Suddenly, after a few days, I felt a deep depression. Whatever can be done is done. Because whatever I think as a spiritual sadhana, I started doing. I did not leave even a single inch, 1 inch. I tried my best, all possible things. I used to sit inside the firewall. I used to create a firewall, 6 feet diameter, and I will sit inside and chant continuously, do the japa, so that I will not fall asleep. And not 1 or 2, like this, hundreds of types of sadhana. I thought, whatever can be done by my effort, I think I am done. I finished. Still, if it is not happening, either there is no such thing as enlightenment, or I cannot achieve. But strongly the thought came, I think there is no such thing as enlightenment. Just these few people are cheating the whole humanity, just for their ego fulfillment. All these things I started thinking, really. I started thinking all these things. Then I started doubting the whole system. I lost faith on the whole system. I used to have a beautiful Ramakrishna's photo, which I worship every day. I used to worship every day that photo. He was the first inspiration for me. Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi. They were the inspiration. And when the trust is lost, I became so angry and so much depressed. I just took that photo, threw it such a way, the frame was completely broken. The glass frame, it broke. And it was lying. I was staying at the time in Omkareshwar. And I was having a japamala with which I used to do japa, which was my great friend. Practically hours together I will sit and do japa. And the japamala is supposed to be the object which is worshipped, or the maximum respect is given to that object. Almost like a life. And I used to respect that mala. And that depression, I just thought, let me throw all this nonsense. I just took that mala, that anger. I told, not only this mala, I am throwing this mantra which I used also, let both disappear. I threw that in Narmada river. Decided, no more meditation, no more spirituality, enough. All these things. I struggled so much. I think these fellows are doing a big game. All these so-called enlightened masters are doing big game. Whole thing is game. I just threw everything and decided to drop everything. I dropped everything. The 7th day, I joined in their game. The experience happened to me. The 7th day, the experience of enlightenment simply happened. The experience of cosmic consciousness simply happened. Never the experience left after that. We may think, is it possible really to experience these things? Please understand, I was also in your place. Just because I travelled in the same path, out of courtesy I tell you, honestly this can be experienced. Solid truth. I tell you, this is a promise. This can be experienced. I have no vested interest to convince you about this ideology. Please be very clear. I have no vested interest. Yes, except a simple courtesy. All I have is a simple courtesy. Some of your friend is driving little further in 101. You see the traffic. You just ring up and ask, is there traffic continuously? Can you tell something about how the road is? Will you not have a simple courtesy to tell you, no, there is no traffic, road is clear, only in that area I think little jam. Come, don't bother. Will you not have a basic courtesy to give you that much of guidance or understanding? Please understand, just with that same basic courtesy, I am telling you, it is possible to experience. Never think it is not for me. It is for everybody. It is possible to experience these things, this truth in our life. It is verily possible to experience the cosmic form in our life. Because unless you are sure of the possibility, listening all these things is a waste. Please be very clear. It is such a beautiful, intense thing. If you really don't believe that it is possible, or really if you feel it is not, one more story. If you believe that it is not going to be possible, or it is not possible, don't waste your time unnecessarily listening. It is just waste of time listening. Before listening to these great truths, I wanted you to understand it is possible. The first thing we need to know is it is possible. Only then whatever Krishna says will work on our being. See, when you go out, if you really experience this cosmic form and go out, it's really great. I'll be so happy. Or at least go out with a glimpse of it. Let there be a glimpse when you go out. For that glimpse to happen, if these words of Krishna has to work on you, means first thing you need to be convinced of the possibility. It is possible. It is not just words. Let me tell you openly, directly, I promise from my experience, it is possible. It is possible. First thing. Next thing, what is the qualification? What are the qualification? By giving this experience to Arjuna, Krishna proves there is no need for any qualification. Because Arjuna has no qualification. Neither he took the responsibility, nor he understood completely about the teachings of Krishna. All he did is only one thing. He is fortunate to be in the presence of Krishna. That's all. All you need also only one thing. You should be fortunate enough to be here without being caught in traffic jam. That's all. There are thousands of probabilities. You could have taken today off. Every day I am going and listening the same thing. He may change the words, he tells the same thing every day. Today let me rest. You could have thought. Or, alright, 1 hour driving there and sitting there and coming back, big work. Let me watch TV today. You could have. But and one more thing, there are so many other places to go, more funny. More, you could have had more fun. There are so many other choices. But among all the choices, you chose to be here. That is only qualification. Don't bother, there is no need for any other qualification. One more thing, by you being here continuously after listening these things so many days, automatically your unconscious has started accepting these ideas, these truths. Be very clear, if your unconscious or subconscious doesn't accept these words, you will not come next day. There are so many you will drop. You will not come next day. Somebody came and told me yesterday, Swamiji, nowadays the moment I get up from my bed, I am waiting when it will become 5:30. When it will become evening 5:30. If you are waiting, means all these words have already entered into your being. So trust you are ready. That's an important thing. Please understand. Trust you are ready for this experience. big problem. Many times, even if they are qualified, they don't trust they are qualified. That's a big problem. Because continuously, the so-called religious preachers have created so much of guilt in you. Continuously they blamed you. You are not qualified, you are doing this wrong, you are doing that wrong, you are doing this sin, you are doing that sin. Continuously you are blamed, disrespected. Because of that, you lost confidence about yourself. You lost faith on yourself. Now, if you after listening so many days, again you are here, that itself is a solid proof. Your unconscious has accepted all these ideas. Consciously you may fight. What he actually wants from us? Why is he sitting every day and talking? Consciously you will never be able to surrender. That struggle will be there always. That struggle will be there always. But you being here proves your unconscious has already started enjoying these ideas. You are fortunate to fall in tune with the great thoughts of Krishna. And especially if any of you, when you get up early morning, if you think, when it will become 5:30, let me go to temple. If you have that thought, be very clear, you have completely fallen in tune with these great thoughts. After these slokas, we will enter into a meditation. At least let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna to give us a glimpse what he gave it to Arjuna. Arjuna has no qualification. Whatever qualification necessary for experience, nothing. Arjuna has got nothing. When he can give it to Arjuna, why not to us? Why not to us? And surely we will enter into the meditation and hope to have at least a glimpse of what Arjuna had. The qualification, first, is it possible? The possibility. We understood it is possible. Next, the qualification. We understood by being here we are qualified. Over. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Bhagavan, what is the qualification for enlightenment? He says, are you alive? He said, yes, I am. That is the qualification. Enough, you can become enlightened. Nothing else is necessary. You exist, your existence is enough. That is enough qualification for your enlightenment. Be very clear about that. For other things, you need qualification. For the cosmic experience, nothing else needs to be done. And at the most, if you put something as qualification, the openness. And unless you have it, you will not come every day here. If you are coming every day and listening, please be very clear, whether you believe it or not, already you have openness. Because you can't believe you are growing, you struggle with yourself. Please be very clear, one more thing. I want you to understand one more thing. The moment you believe you have the qualification, you will start transforming yourself. So you never believe that. You never allow that belief that you have qualification to enter into your being. You always keep one step. No. This has to be corrected. Only then I am qualified. This has to be corrected. Only then I am qualified. Now I tell you, drop everything. You are qualified. By you very being here. By your very presence, you are qualified. Next thing, what happens when you experience? The third question. Here starts Arjuna, the Krishna's words. Nadumam chakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu Pashyame yogameshwaram. Arjuna, you cannot see me just with these ordinary eyes. You need divine eye, third eye, Divya Chakshu, to see my cosmic form. I am giving you the divine Chakshu, the divine eye. Let you see my cosmic form. What is this divine Chakshu? What is this divine eye? Let me tell you my experience. When I was 12, I started doing some meditation. I can't even call that as a meditation. It's like I was trying to play with the technique. A great master, Annamalai Swamigal, he is a disciple of Ramana Maharshi. At around the age of 10, he taught me, from where thoughts are coming, just start seeing. I should narrate that incident also. It's a small but nice incident. Once when I went to see him, he was talking to a group of seekers. And he was telling, I was taken by my parents to him. My parents are some relatives, they took me. Some elders. He was talking to them. We are not body. We are Atman. No suffering or pain touches us. When I heard that, I was surprised. How can it be? I came back to the house, I was thinking continuously. If my mother beats me, I feel the pain. In India, kids will be beaten. No 911. You can't call any 911. Kids will be nicely beaten. If you do any mischievous things, they will give you a nice blow. And they will have that stick also. They will blow nice. They will give you a nice blow. And I used to think, when my mother beats me, I have the pain. And especially in the village, they don't bother. In cities, it will be a little decent, but in villages, they will take a stick and you will have a good puja. How can this be true? He says, we don't suffer by pain. We don't suffer by suffering. Nothing touches us. I wanted to experiment. I went to the house and took a blade, knife, and cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Not only I had pain, they took me to the hospital, they put all the stitches, and still now the mark is there, big mark. And again my mother gave me the puja, usual puja. You idiot, what are you doing? From where did you get that knife? And I had pain and suffering both. And I started thinking, what happened? This Swami taught us no suffering, no pain. Here I came and experimented on me. See, experimenting on others is easy. Arjuna is an intelligent guy. After understanding all these things, he started killing others. He never experimented on himself. He never cut himself. That's very easy. But experimenting on yourself only needs intelligence. A little courage. And I had the pain, suffering both. After a few days, I told, please take me to that Swami. They took me to that Swami. I asked him, see, what have you taught me? You told that we will not have pain, we will not have suffering. I went and tested it on myself and I am having pain. Then he told, did I tell you to go and cut yourself? Then he made a beautiful statement. My dear boy, don't worry. I know now you have pain or suffering. He made such a profound statement. Still now I can say that one single statement has transformed my life. He said, you may have pain and suffering now. Don't worry. this attitude of analyzing the truth, this attitude of searching the truth, this courage of experimenting the truth will liberate you from all pains. Go ahead. This courage to experiment with what you are hearing, this courage to play with these ideas, I promise you will be liberated. And he told me, just do one small thing. Start searching from where your thoughts are coming. I was a small boy, and moreover I was irritated that time. Now I understand what he said. To tell you honestly, now I understand. I have so much of gratitude for him. But that time I was irritated, and I thought he is somehow avoiding me. Because he is not able to give right answer, he was somehow avoiding me. And I was thinking one more thing, now I can remember very clearly. There was some sweet and fruits around him. The devotees brought. I thought he will give me that little bit and console me. My eyes were on that sweets and fruits. I was thinking, he will give me some 1 or 2 pieces and console me. At least I can eat that. To tell you honestly, I neither understood what he said, nor convinced about what he said. Anyhow, he is telling me, anyhow, the elder respect, and you can't fight much. So, only that mood was there. And he told me, just do one thing. When thoughts come, see from where they are coming. I heard, I said all right and came away. After a few days, somehow I thought, why not try? Playfully I used to sit and try. After 10 minutes I will feel bored and get up and go away. I used to playfully do the technique, very casually. Not thinking something or expecting something. I never had that idea that will give me any glimpse or that will give me some experience. Very casually I used to do. This happened when I was 10. Around 2 years I was playing with that technique. I don't even know it's a technique. I don't even know anything. All I know is, he told me if I start doing that, I will go beyond pain. I will not have any pain, any suffering. That much only I know. Because he told me you will not have any pain, suffering. And how to understand that, do this technique, you will understand. That's all. Nothing else I know. I have no idea of God, Brahman, Jnana, Atma, nothing. Nothing. I was just playing with this technique. One day, at foothills of Himalayas, foothills of Arunachala, my native place, Arunachala, one evening, I was sitting and trying to do the same, that from where the thoughts are coming. From where the thoughts are coming. It is evening, with closed eyes I am sitting. I was just seeing from where that I is raising. I don't know, I have fallen into such a deep meditation. Suddenly, something opened. Something happened inside the being. I felt as if I am being pulled inside, sucked inside. And next moment, I felt it happened like a next moment, I felt like some doors opened inside me. Suddenly I was able to see complete 360 degree of this side and complete 360 degree of this side. And I know it is very difficult to understand what I am saying. All you people know is only 120 degree vision. 120 degree vision. 120 degree you can see. That also not completely. If you have to see intensely, you will be able to see only 30 degree. 30 to 45 degree you will be able to see intensely. In a broad way, 120 degree. That's all. And that also if you have specs. This is the vision, you know. And suddenly, I don't know how you will be able to understand. If you understand, understand. Otherwise, I can't do anything. Suddenly, for a single moment, in a single moment, I was able to see, and one more thing, I was sitting with closed eyes. I was able to see completely this side 360 degree and this side 360 degree. All four sides. The temple, the side, the temple behind me, and the hill in front of me, and the city in the side. Complete 360 degree. And not only that, this 360 also. The sky, the hill, and the rock on which I am sitting, and behind the temple which was behind me, whole thing. Of course, very difficult to comprehend. How can it happen? Or how it happened? All I can say is, I promise again, it is truth, it happened. That's all. No other way I can explain intellectually. Simply the whole thing I was able to see. And not only I was able to see, the next moment I was able to feel, not only I am seeing, it is me. Whatever I was seeing, whether the plants, or the hill, or the temple, or the city, whatever I was able to see, I felt the whole thing is just me. First, I was just pulled inside. Next moment, I was able to see complete this 360 degree and this 360 degree. And next step, I felt it is completely me. The whole thing is me. It was such an ecstatic experience, such an intense experience. It took more than at least 3-4 hours for me to open my eyes. After few hours only, I opened the eyes and I felt like I have the bliss fever. Same feverish mood, but blissful, not suffering. 3 days that mood continued. And after that, suddenly, the tremendous fear took over me. Tremendous fear that something wrong has happened to me. And I tell you exactly what happened in my mind. I thought there is some ghost sitting on that rock. That day evening, it was evening, the ghost caught hold of me. And now I escaped from the ghost. And I decided never to go to that place again. And I used to go towards that area only to my school. From house to school, if I have to go, I have to cross that area. Not exactly that rock, but that nearby area. I just started taking the other route, which is long route. I stopped going near that area because I thought there is some ghost. And if I go again, it will catch me. Because neither I know what is spiritual experience, nor I know what is cosmos, or I know Brahman or Tattva, Atma, nothing. One elderly sannyasini, she was there. I went and told her that this is what happened to me. She held my hand and saw my energy and told me, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. Don't worry, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. Of course, she encouraged me to do the meditation, but I never did for at least next 6 months. Next 6 months, I never did any meditation. I was afraid even to close my eyes. I thought that ghost will come and catch me. And one more thing, I never again went near that rock. After, I think next year, after day two, one of my classmate, I met him. He is my close friend. He used to we used to play together, and we used to go to the temple and all those things. And he is also little interested in that puja, meditation, all those things. So I took him to the temple and made him sit in one corner, and I started telling him, hey, few days ago I went and sat in that hill, something happened to me, and suddenly from that day I am able to see all the 360, all the front and back. I don't know what happened to me. That guy still is there, and actually he is now coming out with his reminiscences. What he felt first when I came and told him. Just next day I am a small 12-year-old boy, and I am catching one of my friend, and I am telling him, I am able to see all the side. I don't know what happened to me. And not only that, he said, fool, what are you talking? Something has happened to you. And I told him, no, if you try to keep some coin or anything behind my head, I'll tell you what is there. And I started telling him, you see that ant which is there, it is slowly coming up. There was a small tree. In the tree the ant is coming up. Am I right? And he put some coin or something. And he said, now which side I am showing? I said, head. He turned. Now you are showing tail. And he did something like these few things. When I told everything clearly, till then he was smiling and laughing. I told everything clearly. Well, the first thing he did is just moved a little bit that side. And then he told me, I am urgently feeling to go for one. I'll come back, be here. Within 1 minute I'll come back. I'll go to the one and come back. He ran, never came back. And I am sitting there. And he never came back. Now actually, he came to the ashram. He told one of our disciples, I am the first person who received energy darshan, but I missed it. I am the first person who received energy darshan, but I missed it. Because neither I know what is happening, I myself don't know what is happening. What was happening? Fellow got frightened and ran away. And I am shouting, hey, come here. Go to the rock, you will also experience this. If you want to know this, if you want to understand this, go to the rock. You will also see. And said, I neither want to go to that rock, nor I want to have all these things. Something has happened to you. I'll go and tell your mother, and they should take you to doctor. They should take you to doctor. He ran away. Anyhow, even though the fear was there, the fever of bliss, the whole body was boiling with joy and ecstasy. Once in a while, I used to have that small temptation. Even if it is ghost, what is there? I can go and sit, let it catch once more. It is really nice. It is really nice. After all, it is so blissful. But other side, fear. Usually the story which we hear, ghost will eat you and you will die. That side, fear, one side. That type of fear. The other side, it is so joyful, so blissful. Never I understood what exactly happened. At least for next 1 year. After that, again I had a great opportunity of meeting one more enlightened person. He gave me the whole clear explanation, and of course the seeking started after this experience. Only after this experience it has become intense. Of course, after that 9 years of long tapas, all the tapas is done only to have that experience again. And next time when it came back, I think body and mind was ready. It never left. It just stayed with the being. I think that vision of 360 degree is what Krishna says, Divya Chakshu, divine eye, Trinetra, the third eye, or Anya Chakra. With two eyes, you can see only 120 degree. When the third eye opens, not only this 360 and this 360 also. You will start experiencing the whole thing as you are. And just you feel the whole thing is you. That is what the cosmic consciousness. What Krishna calls us? Cosmic consciousness. I felt the whole thing was living. How? You see, how you feel this body is living. How you feel your hands are living. When somebody touches, when somebody hurts, you know it hurts. And how you feel it is living. Because you feel this is living, you are able to handle it. And you feel if anything is done to this. Same way, I just felt the whole thing is living. I could clearly experience the whole thing is living. Just like this body is alive. That is what? Expanding your body consciousness to the universal consciousness. What you feel with your body, feeling the same thing with the whole universe is what I call cosmic experience. How you feel with your body, same way feeling with the whole universe. The problem is, even with our body we don't feel alive. That's the problem. Even with our body we don't feel alive. All we need to do is feeling the same way with the universe, how you feel with the body. That experience only Krishna gives to Arjuna. Same way as I got frightened. First time when I had that experience, Arjuna also gets frightened. He is also totally shaken. Of course, you need a living master at that moment to guide and help. People ask me, who was with you, Swamiji, to take care, to guide you, to help you? And I always tell them, Arunachala. Arunachala is the living master. How? When you see, for an immature baby, you need an incubator. The premature baby, not immature. Immature baby, we are all immature babies. Premature baby. Premature baby. For premature baby to survive, you need to put that baby in the incubator. Incubator will supply everything for the baby to grow. Same way, for a person to become enlightened, Arunachala is incubator. Arunachala is the incubator. Just being there is enough. It just takes care. The energy takes care.
The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
नित्या परमस्पदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yes, Nityanam, all of you? Nityanam. So you just saw the ferociousness of Kalbhairava. Kalbhairava, if you whatever patterns that you're struggling with, whether you're having laziness, you're having boredom, you're having fear, worries in your life, whether somebody's opinion, you're concerned about somebody's opinion, you're too much bothered about somebody's opinion, all these tiredness, boredom, and everything, negative thought currents, Kalbhairava just with his ferociousness, ferociousness, he just burns away everything. So offer your gratitude. The moment you offer your gratitude to Kalabhairava, he just showers. So let us know if you are interested in offering gratitude to Kalabhairava. We'll be sending you the further details. Alright, so with this, as we have entered into a session which is Swamiji's Guru, how the Guru Paramashivoham Swamiji himself described, will be entering into the segment. And before that, let us know your experience, how you went through the session. If you have received any powerful clicks, powerful cognitions, understanding through the session, let us know. Yes, understand that moment you start sharing, wherever you're stuck in, whether it is fear, worry, Swami says very beautifully, all the depression that you have, the moment you start sharing, the moment you start causing others reality, depression will just wash away. So when the opportunity comes, especially now when we are asking to share and participate in various internalization exercise, without any hesitation, just jump in and start sharing, get involved totally. When you start getting involved totally, all the fears, worries, depressions that you are struggling with, going through, will just simply wash away. All right. So with this, we'll be entering into the segment how Swamiji's Guru, Param Guru, how Swamiji himself was groomed, and as we'll be going through the whole parampara, how Swamiji is the living incarnation of Paramashiva.
Yes. So in this session, you will learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's personal life, his education, his upbringing through 16 gurus, no less than 16 gurus Swamiji had. Did you know that the Ishvara Vibhuti Varana of the Kurma Purana records the happening of Nityananda that is to come in the future? It is true. And we'll get into that a little bit later. But let us just share with you now. Just give us a moment for the technical issues to be...
Yes. So this is the Guru Parampara.
Yeah, almost there.
Yes.
All right, so below are some darshan photographs of the Paramatvatars gurus. So Paramatvatar is Swamiji, Swamiji is the avatar, Paramavatar. His gurus that we will learn about in this session. So you can see below is Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, Isaki Swamigal, Ma Vibhutananda Puri,
Yogi Yogananda Puri, who is Yoga Guru, and then Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, whom we learned Bhakti, and all of them have showered and Swamiji with their presence.
Yes, so the avatar So let's talk about the reincarnation as it is described by the avatar himself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the living avatar. So the avatar of Paramashiva, he descended on planet Earth in the dawn of the year 1978. He whose name is so beautifully revealed in the Ishvara Vibhuti Varana of the Kurma Purana. So in this Ishvara...
Yes. So in the Mahadeva says, Ishwar Vacha, Nityananda Nirvikalpam Tadadham Parama Mama. Means, who is Nityananda? Nirvikalpam. That certainly is my ultimate space. So this is from the Purva Purana, the reference from the Purva Purana about the descent of the Swamiji as an avatar of Paramashiva on the planet Earth.
In preparation for the descent, so this is in Swamiji's own words, in preparation for the descent, I sent my gurus down to wake me up. Literally, my gurus birthed me, brought me from Kailasa, protected and groomed me, made me manifest. By the time I started knowing me, they already made me realize my identity. Never they allowed me to forget my identity as Paramashiva. Beautifully, they did the transition of macrocosm to microcosm.
In the Swamiji's own words, he says, all of them have contributed so much to me, stabilizing myself in the space of Advaita, the non-dualistic space, oneness. Arunagiri Yogeshwar supported me on a totally different level, the level of biomemory. Swamiji had his at least 10 months of experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwar, with Mahadeva himself. Then Yogi Yogananda Puri. He says, Yogi Yogananda Puri supported me in very core of the body, in the level of the physical completion with the body.
Vibhutananda Puri supported me in Vedanta, developing the Vedic mind. Each one of them supported me from a certain space. Animalai Swami gave me the Advaita Anubhuti, Advaitic experience. Because of their ability to command gratitude, their ability to command love, their ability to spend time with me, and with tremendous patience respond to me, the whole credit for my becoming an incarnation, my flowering as an incarnation, goes to my gurus and mentors. Again, in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's words.
Swami says, again, I tell you, my mentors and gurus were living examples of not giving up on people. Again and again and again. I look back. I look to them for more and more inspiration to not give up on people and to have more and more patience.
Swamiji continues, the amount of patience they showed me, the amount of time they spent on me, and waited for me to come to the context from where they were standing or teaching, the amount of chiseling they have done, the amount of friction they removed from me, the amount of completion they generated in me. Still, when my disciples bring some issue to me, I look back to them for how they resolved such issues and how they handled them.
Swamiji says further, when I lived with Yogananda Puri and Vibhutananda Puri, I really used to feel that there was not a single day when something extraordinary was happening in my life. Every day was an incident in my life. So I don't know what to tell and what to leave. Because they were showering something extraordinary every day. They kept me alive.
Yes, so let us talk about Shaktipada, establishing yourself in oneness. So when you connect with an avatar who is in the body, while both you and he are alive, you are in Shaktipada. Bhagavan Paramashiva describes Shaktipada in the Kularnava Tantra, Chaturdasha Ulasa, 14th chapter, where Paramashiva reveals to Devi the glory and secrets of the power of Diksha, initiation from the Guru who is Paramashiva incarnate. He also explains about Shaktipada.
Now this is a verse from Kailasa Tantra, Chaturdasha Ulasa, 14th chapter, The translation goes as, merely by remembrance on the part of the Guru, proficiency in the Vedas, and the disciple has his incompletion severed. This is highly intense initiation, released from the external activities. The disciple falls instantly. As per the Shaktivada, the descent of the Guru from the Guru, which is the entanglement in oneness with him. A divine state arises in the disciple and he becomes to know everything.
In the conscious energy, if the conscious energy intervenes at the depressing thought current and breaks it, that is what is called Shaktipada. Once again, if the conscious energy intervenes at the depressing thought current and breaks it, that is what is called Shaktipada. Understand, this is what is called the scent of grace, the principle of avatarana, the doctrine of the avatar. You can say, oh, every evening I was depressed for the last 4 years, so naturally tomorrow evening I'm going to be depressed. Or perhaps this is the same struggle I'm going through for the last 5 years, so in the next few years also, this is the way life is going to be.
So breaking this thought current is what is called as Shaktipada. Consciousness intervening in the form of God or Guru and breaking this thought current is Shaktipada. Introducing you to a magical lifestyle from the logical lifestyle is Shaktipada.
So let's move to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision for humanity in his own words. So Swamiji beautifully says, I am an embodiment of a principle. I am nothing but my vision for humanity. I am just my vision for humanity. I'm nothing more than my vision for humanity. I'm using this body to relate with you. I am my vision for humanity. When I say oneness with me, so Swamiji continues, when I say oneness with me, if you are integrated to my vision for humanity, if you feel this as you, that is what I call oneness with me. My vision is my integrity. My actions for humanity is my authenticity. My hope for humanity is my responsibility. Me happening for humanity is enriching.
So there are various initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to make Param Guru's teachings available to all of the humanity. So the Living Enlightenment book and its various versions authorized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is powerful superconscious based software for the modern day human beings. Will be displayed in the slide as you can see. See, these are the Living Enlightenment book available to all of us in various languages, various versions authorized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it's a powerful super conscious based software for the modern day human beings. Every thought current is rooted in Vedas and Agmas and have been translated into different languages.
So the initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to make the Paramaguru's teachings available to humanity include several sacred Hindu scriptures which have been translated from Sanskrit to English, along with the commentaries by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now the trained religious peacekeepers of KAILASA have organized and conducted several sessions on translating commentaries on the Vedic scriptures by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the world.
Further initiatives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reaches out to millions worldwide by overcoming the language barrier and wishing people in their own language in over 25 languages.
And as you can see, here is Ramana Maharshi, Swamiji's first love. Revered as an incarnation of Paramashiva himself, Ramana Maharshi is one of the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who foresaw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's happening before attaining the state of Mahasamadhi and leaving the body in 1950.
So predictions of the birth of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us have a quick look at these. So Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi, we just started displaying information on him. So Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi was among the greatest enlightened beings who carried the torch of Sanatana Hindu Dharma courageously into the 20th century. The 20th century was one of the darkest times in the history for humanity, but also for Hinduism itself, for Hinduism and planet Earth. Ramana Maharishi was born in 1879 and manifested the complete super-consciousness by the age of 16, which was incidentally the same age the avatar was when his gurus initiated him as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva.
So before Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi passed on, Raju Mudaliar, who is the biological grandfather of the SPH, went to receive the blessings of Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi in late 1940s. When he was young, orphan, working in a rice shop of Tiruvannamalai, Bhagwan blessed him ceremoniously and declared that the Lord Arunachala himself would come into his family.
Ramana Maharishi was a reviver of the field of self-inquiry in the modern-day Hindu practice, after it was taught in the Upanishads and several other great scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Ramana Maharishi says that at the age of 16, he initiated a process of self-inquiry, asking himself, what is it that dies? In one of his rare written comments on this process, Ramana Maharishi wrote, inquiring within, who is the seer? I saw the seer disappear, leaving that alone which stands forever.
So as we will see in the life of the Paramatar himself, these few definitive words became absolute powerful. Throughout the divine childhood of the life of the avatar, he was raised surrounded by direct disciples of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, such as Annamalai Swamigal, Tinnai Swami, and Sadhu Om Kanakambal, who themselves became strong pillars of enlightenment ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai.
So now let's have a look at Isaki Maha Munivar. So another one of Swamiji's gurus. So Isaki Maha Munivar, Paramaguru of the Paramaguru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Shortly after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born, Isaki Maha Munivar stopped all his public activity. So as soon as Swamiji was born, his guru Isaki Maha Munivar stopped all public activity and just concentrated on him.
About Isaki Mahamunivar, Swamiji himself says in his own words, I had the good fortune of living around him for 6 years. I have never seen him eating or drinking or sleeping, no regular activities. I have never seen him having regular sleep. He never used even clothes. He was continuously overflowing, bubbling with joy. He does not need anything from the outside world. He is just completely fulfilled. We call it in Sanskrit Atmodhitaha, completely fulfilled in himself. He was radiating, giving so much to the outer world, but never took anything from the outer world.
Once again, in Swamiji's own words, Isaki Swamigal were well-known, popular. Every day you will see thousands of people. After I was born in 1978, he took me to the temple, and after taking me to the temple, he declared he was withdrawing from public life. He lived another 13, 14 years after Swamiji was born, from 1978 till 1991, and the whole day of these 13, 14 years, he poured himself onto Swamiji.
As you can see, he's a Isaki Mahamunivar, trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Hindu science of Vedanta and Tantra. The picture, as you can see, is a lineage where the lineage starts with Paramashiva, then Isaki Swamigal, Mata Vibhutanandapuri, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So the whole science of Vedanta and Tantra was given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by Isaki Mahamunivar.
Yes. Next, let us look at Mata Vibhutananda Puri. So we had in the lineage Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also known as Kupamag. So there's a famous saying, that famous words that were spoken in relation to this. Father is going to come, so to prepare him, mother will come. So this is a code word that was given, and we'll get to that in a little moment. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, my guru Kupamag, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, her mother did not have a child for many years. Kupamag's mother went and begged Sheshadri Swamigal, I don't have a child, I am married for many years. In Indian society, they will make fun of you if you don't have a child. Sheshadri Swamigal is a great Mahapurusha. He was sitting on a dustbin in Tiruvannamalai, where they dump everything. He took that dust and put it in her hand, in Mata Vibhutananda Puri's mother's hand. The lady was so devoted, so dedicated, she just ate the whole thing. Later on, she told, when I started eating, I saw the whole thing turned into jaggery. Immediately, within 3 days, she conceived. The third day, the local doctors were saying to her, you are carrying. So she went back to Sheshadri Swamigal again, and who was sitting again on the same dustbin. She bowed down and said, doctor says I am carrying. Sheshadri Swamigal then said, Father is going to come, so to prepare him, mother will come. This is the code word. So Mata Vibhutananda Puri is the mother that came to prepare the father. The baby was born and was brought to him again. He was sitting again on the same dustbin. He received the baby in his hands and kept it on his lap. So in Tamil, dustbin means kupatoti, which is why the child itself, so Mata Vibhutananda Puri, was named Kupamag. So this is the story of how Mata Vibhutananda Puri got her name. And if you go to anyone who lived in Tiruvannamalai for at least 2 generations, so perhaps last 50 years, you will hear this story about some Siddha in their life. And also below, you have the lineage Ma Vibhutananda Puri, who trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Vedanta and Tantra. So again, the lineage we have from Paramashiva to Isaki Swamigal, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, and onto the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva.
Mata Vibhutananda Puri, Kupamag, was a born yogini. She decided, I don't want to have the physical cycle. And she turned the Kundalini to enlightenment. It is possible without any sickness, just out of conscious choice, postponing the physical maturity. Now, the next is Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yoga, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, Swamiji's Yoga Guru. He was just a boy of miracles. Swamiji says in his own words, he was just a body of miracles. He would sip cold water through his nose and spit out boiling hot water. He was a master in sounds, Shabda Tattva, Vaka Tattva. He would take a stone and create a sound like a stone being hit by a hammer, and the stone would split in 2 pieces. I have seen him lifting any size stones, any size rocks, that he would not even use both hands. As you can see, it's a Guru Parampara for the Hindu science of yoga. The lineage, the parampara itself starts with Paramashivoham himself. Then we have Patanjali Munivar, who is a well-known sage for Ashtanga Yoga. Then we have Yogi Yogananda Puri, Swamiji's Guru, who trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And at last you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now we move on to Yogi Ramsurat Kumar. So he said to Swamiji, you will pass the test of life, my boy. In Swamiji's own words, my mentor, Isaki Swami, he used to tell, if you are having 1 and 2, means urine and excrete, you are eating more than you need. It continues, I have never seen Isaki Swami going for 1, 2. Please understand, I lived with him 24 hours a day. It was the same with Yogi Ramsurat Kumar. I lived around him for more than 6 years. In India, you don't have a bathroom and all that in villages. Ramsurat Kumar especially Yogi, especially Yogi Ramsurat Kumar did not have a bathroom. He was just lying in the burial ground only, in the smashan. He had a house, but I don't think it had a bathroom. And 24 hours a day, I lived with him. So this is in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words.
Every word he uttered simply made realization happen in me. When he put a single word into me, I could see thousands of patterns getting completely bombarded. He would finish off thousands of patterns in one word. So these are the gurus, a few of them are listed here. We have gone through this, who have directly mentored, trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in various signs of Hinduism. Yes. So with this, let's enter into the power manifestation. Power manifestation is a unique science that Swamiji is giving to all of us to manifest the powers of Paramashivoham. It has never been available to publicly to anybody. It was only transferred to the disciples from the Guru. But Swamiji is making this science available to all of us.
All right, so requesting participants, let us prepare ourselves by having an eye band or perhaps any piece of cloth that you cannot see through, that is opaque in nature, so it doesn't allow you to see, and also that light doesn't come into your eyes either. Because if that happens, then your mind starts playing tricks. So as soon as there's some something that's exciting the eyes, some light, then your mind will start wandering. So that's why we say, for example, when we do the meditation, lock your eyeballs and close them mentally, put pressure on it to make sure that they are fully closed and the eyelids are fully black on the inside, so you don't have any light that comes into your eyes. So requesting participants, please put on your eye bands or any piece of cloth and let us get started. Let's get ready for this power manifestation. So we will have a couple of rounds of the power of third eye vision, where we will display an image for you, and with the blindfold on, so covering your 2 physical eyes, you will use your third eye to view the information, to view the image that we are displaying for you.
Yes. So before we enter, let's enter into the Sas Pramana, which means the scriptural science of manifesting the powers of third eye. So the Sas Pramana goes as Kapala Antarbano Yansya Tishtan Medita Lochanaha Kramena Manasodharyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The translation of this verse goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready to manifest the powers of third eye.
The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
There's another one small incident happened. I was traveling, I don't know which place, maybe around the area of Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. There was one small tree, and under the tree the 3 bricks which is used for construction is kept with turmeric powder applied on it and some puja being done. Usually in the evening time when I rest, I'll search for some brick for the head to keep the head and lie down. I saw that area, nobody was there, just the 3 bricks were there, and I do not know that it was being worshipped by some villager as a deity. And I just picked up that brick and put it for my head and lie down. And really, in 10 minutes, one village guy, elderly person, is running towards me. His house was maybe 1 mile away. He ran towards me, and when he came near me, he understood I am a sadhu. Because I was a sadhu, he did not beat me. He told, "Do you know, this is Shiva, I worship. He appeared in my dream and told that you are lying on him." Truth, really. Understand? So that's when he brought a small pillow. That's another beautiful thing. He brought a pillow. Lie down on this pillow and leave him there. Put that murti back. From 1 mile, he was lying down in his home. He says, "I had a dream. Shiva told me that one sadhu is lying on me. Take that." And he brought the pillow and told me to put the brick that side. We don't know who all are having connection to what all. Ordinary brick, which is used for construction, can create a telepathy power in him. Understand? I read an article. American Army is trying to develop telepathy power to use during the war times. They are doing some research and development to use this telepathy, sending message through the mind. Understand? Ordinary villager, just his love for a brick course. I'm afraid to use the word brick again now. He may get a... I don't think he is dead. Only that elderly lady was dead. I don't think he is dead because I never tried to trace him also. Anyhow, just simple love to the ordinary looking brick can create such a deep telepathy connection between him and Mahadeva. Then understand, between him and Shiva, this ordinary brick is acting like a cell phone. You can't imagine the way in which that guy ran towards me and the way in which he was shouting at me. Just because I am a sadhu, he left me. Otherwise, I would have had the puja. The puja from him. Just I want all of you to understand the power of love, the power of simple love. People who cannot experience, understand the space of being in love with the Master cannot understand the truth. That's why I always tell, we are not cult, we are a culture. Understand, there is a big difference between these two. There is a big difference between these two. When you are in deeply love, you will see the uniqueness of the truth, and everything will become alive, reality to you, and you will see every step you take in your life feels ecstatic, feels joyful. I cannot imagine from 1 mile somebody running with a pillow saying that you are sleeping on my God. Understand the strong telepathy connection. Here the sutra which Shiva says, look lovingly at some object. Do not go to another object. Here in the middle of the object, let the blessing happen to you. You see, you do not even have to choose a deity. You can choose anything with which you feel connected. If it is Coca-Cola bottle, okay. But the problem is, with Coca-Cola bottle you will have only lust, not love. When you see that bottle, you will think only what I can get out of it. Understand? Looking with love and looking with lust are two different things. When you see a beautiful man or woman, when you look, you only look what I can get out of that person. Then it is looking with lust, not with love. Love means what I can add to that person. What way I can be of some help to that person. If you decide or think of adding something, then it's looking with love. The moment you see and you start calculating what I can get out of that person, it is looking with lust. Understand? Looking with love, looking with lust, two different things. Here Mahadeva says, not only two different things, diametrically opposite. Diametrically opposite. Here Mahadeva says, look lovingly at some object. If you use the divine objects, it is lot more easy, because the possibility of lust is less. Possibility of love is more. From the young age you are taught to look with a love and respect. So it is easy to connect. It is easy to relate. Have any one deity or the photograph of the God or Guru. Try to look with a deep love without moving to the other object. Understand? That is the main. That is the basic thing. Do not move to the other object. The moment you start jumping to the other object, you are tired of this object. The love has disappeared. Understand? As long as love is there, that object is unique, not number. Not number. For example, if you are just a worker, maybe a clerk or a attendant, just a clerk in the office, if you die, nothing will stop. Somebody else will come, replace you, the job will continue, life will continue. You are just an utility, number, figure, that's all. But if somebody is in love with the same clerk, if the clerk dies, that person will never be again the same. Wherever you are just a number, even if you die, that mechanism will not suffer. Wherever you are in love with some object or person or somebody is in love with you, you become unique. Naturally, your death cannot be replaced. That person will never be the same again. Love makes things unique. Love makes things unique. The other day, we were having an energizing ceremony here in the temple. All the Swamis, all of us are sitting and before preparing for the ceremony. One disciple, she asked me, Swamiji, every day you are seeing us, all our mistakes, confusions, are you not bored by us? It was a very honest question. Because they know if sometime I tell them, do some new mistake, I will be entertained. Not the same mistakes. Because even to commit new mistakes, you need intelligence. She was asking that, don't you feel bored? I told, just because of my very love, I feel everybody is unique. Understand, I do not look upon the devotees or disciples as number. It is unique. That is why with so much of patience, I continue to work with everybody. If it is just a number, forget about it. Next person will do the work. Over. Devotees or disciples are not number for me. Because of my love for them, they are unique. Everybody is unique. Of course, I never miss anybody just because of complete fulfillment. But otherwise, everybody adds something. Everybody is welcomed, is expected, is needed, is wanted, is required to be here. Every individual is unique. Same way, when you are in love with the Master, he is needed, he is unique. When that love is not there, one more Swami, we can go to the other Ananda. What is there? If you just type only Nityananda, at least 200,000 websites are opening. Just Nityananda. If you type Swami Nityananda, I don't know how many million websites will open. And if he is not, then some other Swami, that's all. If you are a number, you can be replaced. If the love, element of love comes to play between you and the other person, you are no more a number. You are unique being, irreplaceable. Unique being. Love adds life even to the person. With love, the person is a spirit, life. Without love, the person is reduced to a thing, utility. Without love, when you look at somebody, a beautiful man or woman, and planning for what I can get out of that person, you are reducing him to a thing, not as a being, as a spirit. Only when you look at that person with a love, he is a spirit, he is a living being. When that love is not there, he is a thing. That is why whenever people look at you with a lustful eyes, you feel repulsive. It looks ugly. You just cover yourself. You just hide yourself. You want to move out of that place. Whenever somebody looks at you with a deep love, you just feel like being around that person continuously. Even if you get only one glimpse, one eye contact with him, you will be waiting for it. You will be just waiting for that one contact. Just waiting for that one glimpse, one look. It's a love which adds value to the uniqueness. Let me first express from the angle of Patanjali. Patanjali talks about love here for the sake of samyama. Please understand, he gives us as technique. He says, do samyama on these great qualities and excel in them. Through this, he approves the expression of love and he instructs all the yogis to excel in love. He makes this as a technique, a powerful expression of the consciousness in you. When it penetrates your blocking low mood logic and expresses itself in spite of your logic, it is called love. Understand? Inside you, there is an intense super consciousness constantly waiting to break through your body and express itself. But your secured low mood logic, which goes on saying, no, 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 you will be exploited, you will be exploited, you will be exploited. If you are so open, so alive, whoever goes around you will exploit you. Physically, mentally, economically. Men have a fear women will exploit economically if they are too loving. Women feel if they are too loving, men will exploit them physically. Both of them feel if they are too loving, others will exploit them emotionally. So always the fear, if you are loving, you will be exploited. Very dangerous. So there is a certain logic in you which completely bans you from flowing. I want all of you to know, your life is like a river. Only two ways of life exists. One, the river which is embanked, the river which is dammed. Embanked means don't completely stop, use it properly, only tell the river where it should not go. That's all. Making the rules minimum so that the flow of life also is useful for you. It is like a making embankment for Kaveri or Ganga. There is another one way of life, completely blocking it. Stop. From now onwards, we will tell, dictate, direct whatever you should do.
when the consciousness expresses in you, love is like embankment guiding you, your flow. The insecure logic which is against the love is like a dam. Build the dam, that's it. Then exploit as you want. All the fellows are afraid of bank, but they don't understand they are caught in the dam. The life flow in you is like a river. If you are afraid of love, you are afraid of the embankment happening around you. True, embankment also does some restrictions. But the fear of love, the secured logic which denies love, which goes on talking and creating ideas against love in you, is a dam. It just completely stops the life force. Not just the shining in the eyes, even the shining in the skin changes when you stop the flow of love in you. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I am not talking about only romantic love which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damn for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem. If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see then everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. When you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. Not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interests and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong. But that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just excel, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. The word, very beautiful word, balani, maitriyadishu balani, means strength. The strength has a three different definition. One, you will have that quality. Second, you will be able to transmit that quality to others. Third, you know how to have that quality as a strength for you. He is not saying doing samyama on love will make you weak. No. I have seen many people claiming their weakness as love. No. Love will be out of strength. And it will make you creative, alive. Balani, Patanjali uses the word strength, friendliness and love. When you contemplate on it, do samyama on it, when it starts expressing, it will be a strength, because you will be in love with you and the whole. Second, you will be able to transmit it. Third, you just know how to use that as a strength, power. Can love also become a meditation? Only love can become meditation. Without the component of love, any technique you do will be dry, dull. You will not be able to continue more than few days. I have seen people doing this technique, that technique, but not more than few days. Only with a deep love, even a technique become meditation. Please understand, technique is not meditation. Technique becomes meditation when the love is added. When the love is added, anything you do is meditation. When you are floating in love, you are in meditation. Real meditation will awaken love in you. The real love will awaken meditation in you. There are two different names. When your soul, with its pure energy, flows through your senses to the outer world, it can be called as love. The same energy, when it flows inward, it can be called as meditation. Whether it is love or meditation, from same source, same energy, same purity. Love should become meditation. Meditation should become love. Please understand, from my own experience I can say, the time I spent with Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the physical form, maybe, I don't know, around 9 months, from summer vacation to the end of the year, around
April, March, April, that time to end of the year. In India, April is the time the summer vacation starts usually, the end of the year, around 9 months I can say. The time I spent with him physically, having his darshan, being around him, I can say, still I remember very clearly the experience of love in me. That was the first and I can say in a way last experience. I experienced love in such a beautiful way towards a person, towards a being. Then it became a different experience, kind of a radiating and connecting with the whole world. But the kind of love I experienced with him, I used to continuously feel what I can do to him, what I can give him. But I am a small boy, it will feel very silly. What can I give to a God himself, an incarnation, an avatara Purusha? At that time I do not know all these big words, this avatara Purusha, God and all that. I know that he is a sadhu. From my idea, any sadhu means he is an enlightened or avatara Purusha. That's all. These big words I do not know, but I know sadhu means God. That's the way I felt. And it was such an intense connection, experience. Still I remember, in the night I will be sitting with the alarm clock and changing the time, pushing the time fast so that early morning again I can rush to the temple to see him, to have his darshan. But of course, me changing the alarm clock won't push the time. That intense love, and night only when the watchman is about to close the temple, when they go around the temple and vacating everybody, I'll come out of the temple. Whole day practically I'll be sitting with him. I've never bothered about food or water. Whenever I was around him, I never even remembered about food or water. Just sitting, talking or walking with him, going around that area. Nothing particular. Not that he will be teaching me in a very systematic way, nothing like that. Sitting and chatting casually. And still I remember, when I had his darshan, it is not that the other things have been taken away from my sight. I was able to see everything very clearly. It was physical darshan. So just sitting, chatting, you don't know how time passes. I continuously used to feel what I can give, whatever I get in my hand, whether it is a little money in the house or some clothes or some sweets, anything I am given in the house. The first thing I will pack it and keep it for him and bring it to him. He will laugh. Of course, sometimes he will eat also, he will enjoy. And there is a beautiful story in saint named Kannappar. It's a very beautiful story. That saint, he sees a Shivalinga in a place called Kalahasti in Andhra Pradesh, and he just falls in love with the deity. He is just in love with the deity, with Shiva. And the story says Shiva wanted to test his devotion, and in that Shivalinga the eye was carved. From that eye the blood started oozing out. This Kannappar tried all the herbal medicines and everything to heal the eyes, nothing worked out. He is a hunter, so he knows only one method, eye for eye will heal the eye. So he just removes his own eye and replaces it in the place of Shiva's eye. The story says the first eye bleeding stopped, and immediately within few minutes the next eye started bleeding, and he is not bothered. He was ready to give even the second eye. But before taking his second eye, he suddenly remembered, if I take my second eye, I will become blind. How will I find out where to fix the eye? Where the Shiva's eye is there. So he puts his leg on the second eye of Shiva as a mark. Then he removes his second eye to fix on the Shiva's eye. At that moment, Shiva appears and gives darshan and gives him enlightenment, and Shiva Padavi, Shiva Sayujya, we call it, means becoming one with Shiva. Very beautiful story. The love became meditation. That love for Shiva, whole day he was living in meditation. That is why he just feels, what can I give, what can I give, what can I give? I can understand that Kannappar's feeling, because I went through that same feeling with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such a strong experience. The deep love simply becomes meditation, and real meditation just becomes love in you. Love, energy, meditation, compassion, all these are same ingredient with different names. Different names: intelligence, energy, love, compassion, meditation. All these things are just different words for the same experience. Try to go and sit in front of any one deity which you really love, or any other object which you really feel loving. Sit in front of it. Look very deeply, lovingly. Just become look. Let your consciousness be completely centered on your eyes. Let your hand, leg, body, everything lose its very existence. Let you forget about all those things. Let everything disappear. Let you just become eyes. Look deeply with a deep love for few minutes without jumping into the other object. If you jump to other object, come back. Get back. And just sit with a deep love, completely in a relaxed way. You will see a very deep silence, very deep bliss, very deep blessing starts coming out of your system. You need to understand one more thing. All techniques can lead only to peace. When the peace settles inside your system, bliss will explode. Do not expect the bliss which is being expressed or shown in my body language. Meditation will lead you only to peace. And when the peace settles inside your system, when your nerves are cleaned, when your nervous system is cleaned by the peace, the settling peace, the bliss will explode. You will start expressing the bliss which is expressed in the master's body language. Try this meditation technique with any one deity with a deep love and silence. Let the blessing happen to you. Let the blessing happen to everyone.
Siddha, master, is a person who doesn't have perishable identity because of it has eternal identity. Understand? His identity is made out of material which is imperishable.
There is no perishable component in the identity he created for himself. There's a huge water body. Breeze flows over the water body. Small waves are happening. Or some drawings or figures appear on the water. In that figure there is no perishable component. That figure, the source, cause, effect, everything is just water. When the breeze flows, again that same wave will happen. When the breeze stops, the wave will settle down into the water. Same way, whenever a strong devoted samyama is the breeze. Water is the pure consciousness. Whenever the strong devoted samyama from a disciple happens over the conscious water, master's forms appear and blesses you, graces you, and again it relaxes back into the same water. There is no perishable component. Please understand. There is no perishable component in the system. Because there is no perishable component, it is eternal identity. Siddha is a being whose all 7 sariras does not have any perishable component. Means any engram is perishable component. When all the engrams have disappeared, that body has become such a pure liquid, it creates different shapes, shades, waves, visuals, based on the breeze flowing over it. The lake has no interest to take some shape. The flow of the breeze decides the shape. Master is a being happening without any perishable component. He is just a beautiful rhythmic play. The pure non-perishable experience happening in the source. That is the reason any siddha happened in the planet Earth is available forever for anybody to connect with or have the benefit of his presence and energy. Understand? Any siddha, any master happened in the planet Earth is available eternally for anybody to relate or connect with, experience his presence, knowledge or initiation. The word mystic and word enlightened master, avatar, there is no much difference. It is just reference, different reference. Please understand? There is a big difference between difference and reference. Here, the word enlightened master, avatar, Bhagavan, mystic, God, Atma, Paramatma, all this, between all these words, there is no difference, but they are all different references. Mystic is the word usually used for creators. please understand, person who uses energies which are beyond five senses and creates is a mystic. For example, materialization. If somebody uses the powers which is beyond the senses, beyond five senses, those energies, using that energies and creating something which is beyond five senses. For example, when I materialize a diamond or certain object, there is no normal human power is used. The powers known to the five senses are not used. The powers which is beyond five senses are used. Anybody who uses the powers beyond five senses and creates something is a mystic. Don't mistake. Person who creates is a mystic. A mystic constantly creates. Even in you, when the transformed you is created, you become a mystic. Mystic is a person who is constantly creating so many new things, continuously using the extraordinary powers. Actually, anybody who creates, contributes to society will be a mystic. Otherwise, you are a mistake. In society only there are two kinds of human beings. One who is a mystic, another one who is a mistake. Mystic is a person who goes on, creates, using mystical energy. Enlightened master is a person who constantly showers enlightenment on others. Avatar is a person who is direct descendants, directly appeared from superconsciousness, radiates all the sadgunas, all the auspicious qualities. Bhagavan is a being who radiates all the qualities, including giving enlightenment. God is the formless energy. Atma is the energy, formless energy reflecting on the form. Paramatma is the formless energy in its original existence and all its reflections put together. I have defined all the technical terms. As I said, there are no differences between all these terms. They are only different references. This whole Vedanta Sampradaya, the only requirement is a proper guru. Beautifully Vedanta Sampradaya describes how to catch the right guru. Peel all the things which are common. For example, if I have an organization, somebody else is also having organization. There are so many spiritual organizations. Remove that part from my glory. If I have body, then many of you also have body. Remove that part from my glory. If I have amazing orating power, many of them are having. Remove that part from my glory. So go on peeling. Finally, at some point, your logic will not be able to peel further, but still you will feel he is something more than all these things. When your logic feels, I cannot peel further, I have peeled everything, even after all these things are removed, he has something more than all these things put together. When you feel this understanding with somebody, he is your guru. If that does not happen, if you feel, no, after I peel 3-4 things, he is not worthy, then forget about him. He is not worthy of being your guru. you are not worthy of being his disciple. The Guru-disciple relationship is sacred, should be started after thorough study and research and should never be ended. Should be started after thorough research and should never be ended. I tell you, ending the Guru-disciple relationship in your life is a worst crime you will do to yourself, worst punishment you are imposing upon yourself, worst conspiracy against yourself. One more thing I want to tell you, change of Guru is perfectly all right, nothing wrong. For example, you go to one Guru, after some time you grow out of him or you get more matured, you feel connected to some other Guru, that is perfect, nothing wrong. At some point if you feel you have grown out of me, please carry on with your life. If you are feeling connected to somebody, great. But dropping from the Guru and not having some other Guru is the crime. It means you did not drop from this earlier Guru because you are advancing. You dropped because you have fallen.
Somebody asks Bhagavan to Nisargadatta Maharaj, Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, then how are you moving your body? You cannot even move your body without having karma. Understand? You need to have some karma, only then you can even move your hand or you can talk. He is asking Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, but how you are talking? How you are working? He said, I am not doing anything. The disciple says, no, you are not understanding my question. How you are talking to me, even that is a work. How you are talking to me if there is no karma? Bhagavan says, I am not misunderstanding, you are misunderstanding. I am telling you, I am not talking to you. Very difficult to talk to these guys. I understand many times what my disciples go through. Nisargadatta Maharaj says, no, I am not talking. Disciple was really confused because he is talking and he is saying, I am not talking. And another one big problem, we have to believe they are talking the truth. We can't say, why are you lying? No. That is another one difficulty. Disciple was completely confused. He asked, Bhagavan, please explain. You are talking and you say you are not talking. And then Maharaj says beautifully, understand, because there is a movement in you, you think there is a movement in me. You can never understand talking can happen without any movement in the inner space. That is why you think when the sound comes out of my mouth also there is same kind of a movements in my inner space. Maharaj says, in you never had a time or a moment where your body or your mouth can move without your being moving. In me, I have experienced my body or mouth or even mind, anything can move, but inside me, my inner space, nothing moves. Understand? Having such a strong, clear peace inside you, even your thoughts cannot disturb. That is enlightenment. I wanted all of you to understand, do not think enlightened masters don't have thoughts. I can say the space is so big, it is negligible part. In normal mind, if you have 10-acre mind, all 10-acre is jumping like a zoo. With an enlightened being, they have 1,000,000 acre, only 10-acre is zoo. In 1,000,000 acre, can you consider 10-acre being a zoo is something disturbing? Some movement? No. It is negligible. Practically, which is not there. It just no more. It is not there. That is why Ramana Maharshi says, for normal persons, I am body. For enlightened being, I am also the body. It's not that the idea that I am body disappears, it just expands. I am also the body. This is also part. So I have nowhere to go. It's a very important thing. Judging the masters based on their movement, physical movement, is the worst thing can happen to a disciple. Because he will judge master's action from his idea. If he does that particular action, what logic will go through in his head? He thinks that same logic is going through in his head. Especially the people who live around few days or few years or who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I always tell people, these people who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. What do they know? Nothing. First of all, they don't know themselves. And they think they know me. They think with their logic, the logic with which their head functions, with the same logic my head is also functioning. If the same logic, with the same logic, if my head is also functioning, then why I am sitting here and why you are sitting there? No. There is no logic which you can understand logically with which master's system functions. There is no logic with which you can understand logically the master's system's function. But slowly, you see, same way only he walks, same way he talks, same way he eats, same way he laughs, sometimes much more than us, and almost looks same. You start thinking the inner space, inner programming is also same. That is where you miss. That is where you miss. Inner programming is not same. That is where Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He says, what you understand by the word talking is not happening in me. Just I am reflecting the movements which is happening in you. Whatever you want to see, you are seeing it in this body. Like a mirror reflecting. People come and ask me, Swamiji, many times I feel you are talking exactly to me, directly to me. It is not the public discourse. You know you are talking only to me. They ask me, how do you read? Did you read my mind? And are you answering all the questions which I am having? Did you read my mind? I tell them, first thing, I never do that job because I respect your privacy. Second thing, who want to waste time with all the nonsense which goes on in their head? Neither I am interested nor I am willing to read somebody's mind. What exactly happens, the presence of the master is so intense. Any mind which comes and sits in front of it, just by the very presence heat, your questions are answered. That's all. Whatever questions you carry, just the answer comes out without even me logically reading and answering. Many times I ask people to talk so that they will understand what their problem is, not for me to solve. Because the master's mind, enlightened mind, does not work with the logic with which your mind is working. If you think the enlightened master's logic work in the same way your mind is working, you miss the whole truth. You miss even the master. You will not be able to understand the truth. You will not be able to raise yourself to his level. You will bring him to your level.
Living around the master, catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. 3 different dimensions. Just this basic 2-3 truths. 1, all scriptures, all literature, all method of teachings can only inspire you, cannot give experience. Understand, it's the first law. All books, all DVDs, when I say all, capital letter ALL, including mine, books, cassettes, DVDs, everything can only create inspiration in you, but cannot give experience. Experience can be transmitted. It's like, you see, experience is like a lamp. Only from a burning lamp light you can pick up, catch. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Same way, the Jivan Mukti is transmitted only from a living body to living body. Living body to living body. If that body has to catch Jivan Mukti, it has to catch from a same material source which is living enlightenment. Please understand, I am describing very clearly the need of the master. If that body made out of muscles and the mind made out of thoughts, if it needs to catch living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti fire, it has to catch it only from another one body which is living enlightenment of the same frequency, means like a same flesh and bones. Only from that you can catch. Be very clear, Mahavatar Baba cannot give you living enlightenment. Please understand, I am making a very strong statement, but truth. He cannot give you Jivan Mukti. He can only give you inspiration, experience, some glimpse. But if he wants to give Jivan Mukti, he has to guide you to a person who is in the physical body. In the physical body. Ramakrishna, or Ramana Maharshi, or Mahavatar Baba, or Osho, or J. Krishnamurti, anybody. They are all still in the cosmic plane. Why, you know? With whoever they committed when they are in the physical body. For example, if you are there, if you were when Ramakrishna was there, and you had directly connection with him, and he blessed you, he passed away, still you are here, then he will be there to take care of you. But no new addition is possible after the body is left. No new addition is possible. Now, Mahavatar Baba, all of you I think understand what I am saying. All of you understand what I am saying clearly? Now, if you are seeker, starting to pray to Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, they can guide you to a living master. That's all. They themselves will not be able to give, because it has to be transmitted from this plane, from flesh and bone. That is why the need of living master again and again and again comes back. Understand? That is why no huge organization is able to own spirituality than a living master. Seekers are around me. The reason is, it can be transmitted only from flesh to flesh. The person who is living Jivan Mukti through his muscle memory and muscles. See, I will be living Jivan Mukti without muscles after I leave the body.
I'll be living in Jivan Mukti, that is not a problem. But because there is no muscles, I will not be able to transmit it to the person who is with muscles. If I initiate you now and give you the assurance, only then I can handle you even if I leave the body. So if you had assurance from Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi or Osho, somebody, when they are in the flesh, then you don't need to go to new master. It may not be needed. But even then usually they guide to a living master, because living around the master is not only living enlightenment, it's a joy. It's an ecstasy. It's a way of life. For that reason they guide. Understand thoroughly. Otherwise, if you have not had connection with them physically, when they were in the body, even they can't do anything. Mahavatar Baba will not be able to give you enlightenment or the spiritual experience. He can only guide you. That is the reason why still that living master's necessary is not replaced at all. It's not replaced. Still, the necessity for living master is there when the whole thing started by Shiva millions of years ago. The only thing which is not yet outdated, which can never be outdated, is necessity of a living master. See, the only difference between you and me is not enlightenment, because you also carry that, I also carry that. In our 7 layers, see, you are having 7 body, I have 7 body. The last 2 body, the cosmic layer and the nirvanic layer, the last 2 layer are one and the same for you and me. Even now, please understand, even now, the cosmic layer and nirvanic layer is same for you and same for me. There is no difference in that. But this physical, these layers, these 5 layers, that is where the difference starts. So all you need is not enlightenment, but the body language of enlightenment. Please understand. I think all of you catch what I am saying. See, this first 2 layer, this nirvanic body and cosmic body. In this, in that 2 layers, you are one and the, both of us are same. Only these layers, these outside layers, like a physical, oh God, it's not right. Only these outside layers, like a physical, mental, and physical, pranic, mental, subtle, these outside layers, only there we differ. It means what? You don't need enlightenment, you need enlightened body language. You understand what I am saying? You already have enlightenment, you don't need it. See, the inside, the pure consciousness is there. You can't create that. But the walls, the layers, they all are like a, what to say, covering the original light inside. So now those layers should become like a glass house. Instead of wall, it should become glass. See, in me, so consciousness is same. I have 7 layer glasses around me. You have 7 layer walls around you, that's all. Because of that walls, that light is not radiating. Because I have a 7 layer glass, it is not only radiating, it's just shining. So all we need to do, change your walls into glass. So all you need is enlightened body language, not enlightenment itself. Understand, I am breaking one of the important part. You don't need enlightenment, you need enlightened body language. I don't know whether you are understanding the key difference, the key shift. All you need is see how an enlightened master lives and live the same way, that's all. See how an enlightened, that's why the Bhagavata says, Leela Dhyana is the ultimate than any Nirvikalpa Dhyana. If you need enlightenment, you need to unclutch and be in Nirvikalpa state. But you don't need enlightenment. You actually need an enlightened body language. then all you need to do is not to unclutch and try to achieve that pure inner space. All you need is meditate on the person who is radiating enlightenment and do the same thing in you. Understand the importance of the Lila Dhyana. Lila Dhyana means seeing the place of a living master and constantly being soaked in it. Nirvikalpa Dhyana means continuously unclutching and settling into that silence. Now you understand the difference between the two. You can continuously unclutch and merge into that silence also, no problem. But I don't know how many years it will take and how long it will take and what all will be the side effect and time, these, that. And actually you don't need to. You don't need to. Instead, meditating on the Leelas. So naturally when you meditate on Leelas of the Master, you don't need to do anything else. Automatically that body language will start expressing in you. The NSP, I got a few letters, devotees are telling, after 2-3 days we feel like I am talking like you, Swamiji. I feel my face is like you. When I close my eyes and I feel you are me. And sometimes when I see your photograph, I feel it is my photograph. My photograph. How many of you had like this glimpse at least sometime? Once in a while. Raise your hand, let's see. So that whole started happening in you. Means that Lila Dhyana Dwara, that initiation of Lila Dhyana started happening in you. Understand? If this happens, then you are done. If that same feeling starts staying inside you without your effort, you are done, that's all. I think now you understand living around the Master, what it does inside you. What it does inside you. Catching the Master, missing the Master, abusing the Master. Oh God. Is catch that fire and having that strong vidarka, catching that living enlightenment fire and start living. So catching the Master. Missing the Master is unable to catch that fire, but understanding that Master is of compassion, only I am not able to catch it. He is missing the Master. Abusing the Master is no, he is not giving. Understand? The three major thing. See, catching the Master means you understand. Straight away relating, having vidarka, experiencing, catching the fire and start living it. Living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. This is catching the Master. Missing the Master means understanding that you are responsible and you have to catch it. Trying to alter inside you is missing the Master. Abusing the Master means trying to alter the Master. Trying to correct the Master. Understand? Trying to judge him. See, first thing, if you catch the Master, that is the ultimate best. Even if you miss the Master, don't worry, you will come back again. But never ever do that abusing the Master. Gone, once for all. Understand? It's like in Cinefield, if you produce a movie and did not pay the artists, they will complain and your file will be closed. You will not be able to do any movies further. Any movie you try to do, this file will be there. No artist will come to act in your movie. Same way, if you abuse the Master once, please understand, I am not threatening you or anything. Consciously it gets recorded into your system. To anybody your file goes, they will say wait.
Living with the Master is just living with a dynamic, dynamite diamond. When a dynamic diamond is made to work on any stone,
other than the diamond part in the stone will be completely removed. See, the quality of diamond is, when it is dynamic and made to work on any object, all other particles in that object except its very strength, diamond, it will all be removed. That's the way the diamonds are polished. Only the diamonds are used to polish the diamond. It's like any stone has some component of diamond in it and some component of ordinary carbon in it. When the moving dynamic diamond is made to work on that object, all other particles except the diamond component, carbon or anything, is burnt away. Same way, when you live with the master, everything other than the master component in you, everything other than the cosmos in you, everything other than the enlightenment in you is burnt away. This is the greatest fortunate thing and unfortunate thing. If you identify yourself with enlightenment, the highest reality, this is the most fortunate thing. You don't need to do anything, just be around, hang around, that's all. Enlightenment simply happens. But if you identify yourself with the perishing components, the carbon component or the non-diamond component, this is the most torturous suffering. Very beautifully, George Gurdjieff, one of the greatest revolutionary master of modern days, he says, only if you associate yourself with me, be around me. If you think you are separate, I am separate, then this is not the place for you. Because constantly you will feel threatened by me. If you are blissful around the master, be very clear, you are enlightened. That's a very beautiful Nityananda Zen koan written by Bhaktananda. No. Every day when he was in prison with me, he will write something and show me. If you are living with the master and still he is not driving you crazy, up in the wall, either he is not enlightened. There is a very beautiful koan, you put it in a very nice way, or you are not living with him. As long as you think you are a separate entity other than your higher reality, he will be driving you crazy. Constantly shaking the very roots on which you build your foundation. But fortunately, if you identify with him, with your higher reality, this is the most fortunate thing can happen in the planet Earth, because without any effort, the ultimate will just happen in you. The ultimate will just happen in you without any effort. Nothing needs to be done, just hanging around. But you will see his simple movements, his simple words, his just look will be shaking the very foundation on which you are building you, or the false you. Anything you do, he will be constantly on his job. How he will create situations, how he will create people, how he will create happenings around you, you do not know. You can't imagine. Just the person who is walking next to you will exactly hit you where you are holding you. Don't think he is hitting you. I am hitting you. When you are around the master, please understand, when you live around the master, including a mosquito bites you, after taking permission from him about the time, the intensity of the bite, and the place where you are needed to be bitten. I am very clearly telling you, please understand. If you are inside his Sangha, you are under a controlled condition where your ego is constantly operated. Whatever is not you but you hold on to it as you is removed from you. I can say, living around the master without resisting is living enlightenment process. The definition of living enlightenment process. All you need is whatever you think as your intellect, your efficiency, your energy, just cooperate with that, that's all. If he asks you to sit and unclench, how much you can, just do that, nothing more. See, if you fall into unconscious, means if your mind drifts away somewhere, or if you fall asleep, it's not under your control, then don't worry about it, don't have guilt. But as long as you are aware, as long as you have backbone to sit, as long as you have awareness to unclench, do it, that's all. Nothing more. If he asks you to chant the Mahamantra, as long as your energy is there in the throat, as long as you can hum, do it, that's all. Nothing more. See, when you feel you can't do anymore, just your body falls, either falling asleep or your mind has drifted away somewhere, then nothing can be done. It's not under your control. So you are not asked to do things which is beyond your control. No. Just do things which are under your control. That's enough. Beyond your control is not under your control, it is under his control. Whether it is handling your anger, handling your hunger, handling your fear, handling your greed, or handling your life, anything, as much as you can, with the clear intention of as much as you can. That's all. Nothing else. Nothing more. As long as you identify yourself with the higher reality, living around the master is the ultimate celebration and liberation. But when you identify yourself with the lower realities, other than the master, the big problem is the intellect starts developing a very logical principles to go against the master. How to find out whether I am with the right guru or wrong guru? A right guru will go on pushing you continuously to move forward. Will never give you the feeling you are done. I tell you, the real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. The real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. Now that is where the real peace happens. Understand? What you think as real peace is the tamasic tiredness, chronic fatigue. That is why when life comes in front of you, you just jump into some cave. Wanted to have a cozy cave. No. Even your cave is inside my Himalayas, understand? Even if you catch a cave, you do not understand, I am the walls of the cave. A real master will go on be pushing you. As I said, the samadhi happens to a person whose non-mechanical parts of the brain is alive, awakened. The mind which asks you for vacation, for rest, for peace, for tiredness, has to be blown away. It should explode to peace, peace, peace. Only then peace happens. A real master will go on be pushing you, will not encourage that fatigue, tiredness. He will never run a resort. He will run only a commune. Maybe after his death, his disciples will change the name into resort. He himself will never run a resort. Person who asks for the peace of the resort out of fatigue, tiredness, wanted rest, will never be allowed in the presence of a living master. The mind which asks once in a while, I think I need rest. I think I need a break. Yes, you need. Not from the situation. You need break in the root. You need to be broken. The mind which asks for the break need to be broken. That is the break it needs. A real master is a person goes on pushing you. Ability to receive the suffering as prasadam, poison as nectar. What you think as poison, not the real poison. What you think as poison, the ability to receive what you think as poison and stand with it. Is what I call tapas. To surrender to a living master fully is almost impossible for me. What is the best way to attain enlightenment for a seeker who cannot surrender completely? It's a wonderful question. It's like you are asking, achieving enlightenment is almost impossible for me. What is the way you give for me to achieve enlightenment? Actually, there are some possibilities. You can surrender to a deity. You can surrender to the master who left the body. Understand, masters who left the body don't think they are dead as you think. The dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think. Dead masters are not dead as you think. They are still available. Their presence does not have body. You can still connect with them. The only problem is, takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time. I always tell people, directly sitting in front of you, clearly in English I am making statement which you can understand. With this itself you are not able to catch the thread and catch the message. Somebody is sitting somewhere in some consciousness, some space. How do you think you are going to connect with him telepathically? And even if you get some message, how are you going to find out how much is your mixture and how much is from him? And how are you going to classify? How are you going to understand? And you think even if you start following, getting some message, you will have the courage to complete it. In between, if there is some problem, what you will think? Who knows, maybe my own imagination. Who knows from where message came? My own imagination. This kind of difficulties, that is the reason We always say the living master is lot more easy. Forget about forget about the dead masters. Even with the living master, in few days, you will, if you try to remember my words, it will not be exactly as I uttered. It will be as you wanted. So even with the living master, again and again, you need to correct your notes. You need to update your notes. You need to clear your notes. You need to update your understanding. Even with the living master, it becomes such a big task. So what? With the masters who left the body, it becomes too difficult. Of course, that is at least second choice. Living master is the first choice. The second choice is masters who left the body, trying to connect with them. And the third choice, some deity whom you don't even know whether they existed or not. That is the third choice. Of course, last choice, try to connect or surrender to anything, even to a hill or a river or ocean or a small stone. The very surrender will raise you to the deeper and higher frequencies. When you say Nama, let the eye and mind be relaxed. Let the eye and mind be surrendered. That itself will raise you to the higher states of consciousness, higher frequencies. But whatever is said and done, it will all take its own time, and only second or third choices. With living masters, straight away he will work. I have always seen the karma which they will exhaust or the clarity which they will get after years suddenly happens. The whole being opens up just in 1 or 2 days of working with the master. Even 1 or 2 days, so many things will open up, so many things will be cleaned, so much of purification will start happening. That's the reason so much of emphasis on the living master in the Vedic tradition.
When you enter into me, you disappear into something beyond you. That's what we call black hole. Black hole means all these planets, everything disappearing into something which is beyond your comprehension, beyond your understanding. So when you disappear into something which is beyond your comprehension, that is black hole. I made another one statement. When I enter into you, it is Big Bang. Means, what is Big Bang? Whatever you see appearing from something which you can't understand is Big Bang. Understand? When I enter into you, it is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. When you enter into me, it is Videha Mukti, enlightenment beyond body. So Big Bang means what? Initiation. I'm me entering into you, you experiencing new you. At some day, suddenly you will feel even the trace of your old identity is not there in you. 2 questions I'll answer. Does every guru go through religious persecution? First thing I want you to know. Do not go to a guru who has not gone through religious persecution. I tell you, any guru who is an authentic enlightened master will have a unique integrity and strength which cannot be tolerated by collective negativity of an ignorance and the collective unconsciousness. They will try to persecute him. See, an unconscious man who possesses even 10 rupee he has, who is greedy of money,
cannot even understand, I am not attached to this gold Rudraksha or this golden throne. He cannot understand. See, when a man comes out and does so much good, the collective negativity cannot tolerate. It will persecute. Understand? If somebody is not persecuted, he has compromised with enlightenment. He doesn't have that integrity, that strength. So I tell you, don't go to a guru who is not persecuted. Persecution is being persecuted is one of the basic scale to find out whether somebody is a real guru or not. That's the truth. That is the truth. Gurus go through religious persecution because of the honest, truthful contribution they give it to the world.
I can only give this one scale, maybe this can guide you. That technique or that person, after you come in contact with that person, initial introduction or initial exposure, does it add intelligence, awareness and bliss to you? If these three quality, even one quality increases in you, go behind that person. Surely you will be helped. Or in these three, if you are not growing in these three, forget about him, even if he brings fortune and wealth in your life.
Please understand, I am your father, mother, friend, beloved, and something more. I am father and mother of your possibility. I am father and mother of what will happen out of you. I am friend and beloved of your possibility. Please understand, I am not father and mother of you. I am father and mother of your possibility. I cannot reject your love. It is so beautiful, even though mixed with a lot of ignorance and innocence. When a cub brings grass to the lion, lion cannot eat the grass. It will be laughing inside, but it cannot reject the grass because it is mixed with the possibility of you. I am your father and mother. I cannot reject your love. Same way, I cannot accept it. If I accept your love, you will accept you as you are now, which is not the right thing. You will not look up and grow into your possibility. Understand? So I need to accept your love, but I need to constantly remind you, you need to become your possibility. I am beloved of your possibility, not you. Whenever you expand towards your possibility, you will always see me just taking you to my heart as a mother, father, friend, beloved, and more. Whenever you try to shrink me to your level, see, first of all, there is no you and me. Once you become Ashramite, there is only one thing. The relationship between you and me lives through you. If the relationship is flowering, you are joyful. If that relationship is shrinking, you are in pain. I tell you, there is no you actually. Of course, long before there is no me, I have disappeared. The moment you become Ashramite, you are also disappearing. So there is no you and me. Then what is living in you? The relationship between you and me is only living in you. If the relationship is flowering, you are happy. If it is not flowering, you are suffering. But there is no separate you. Whenever you raise to the level of your possibility, the relationship becomes very sweet and beautiful. Whenever you go down, shrink from your possibility, relationship becomes bitter. Understand that bitterness goes to your core. Whether my love or my anger goes to your core. A smile or staring goes to your core. My smile can make your very being flower, your root flower. When I stare,
your very gut will shiver. Try your best to avoid, what is there? It's okay, it is usual. My staring will never be usual. My love will never be usual. It is alive, living. You might have had 10,000 hugs, but 10,001 hug will be new and fresh and alive. I might have stared at you 1,00,000 times, but 1,00,001 staring will be fresh, alive and shivering, frightening. Understand, I have to do a job of neither rejecting you nor accepting you. Human being cannot do this job. Either he falls in love or hates. That's all. Here, I have to completely keep you in my heart and just cutting and doing the surgery, removing the cancer, removing the tumor. I cannot reject your love and I cannot accept it. Hot love always turns into anger. Your love is too hot. The hot feeling of security always turns as a deep insecurity. Means the hot fear. If I have all this, only then it is security. Security with legs always will become handicapped. Love which is hot will always become hatred. Love should have tremendous coolness, like Ganga flowing. In some Puranas they say Ganga is one more wife of Shiva. No. Shiva made Sati into Ganga and keeping it. Sati is too hot. Dakshayani is too hot. He makes her like Ganga. Then you can always be Ardhangini, part of Shiva. Whether you are in a male body or female body, understand, once you are ashramite, nothing else lives in you except the relationship between me and you. When that is flowering, you are flowering. When that is shrinking, you are shrinking. That's it. Because you don't have any other source. Not only you don't have any other source to enlighten you or entrain you. In the ashram, you don't even have any other source to entertain you. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
Yes,
Nityanandam. And we apologize for the technical issues that we have been experiencing. Hopefully we're out of it. So let us now continue with the program as it is.
Yes. So we just had the revelation by Swamiji and who is Guru. And Swamiji very briefly described how his Guru takes care of you in so much various aspects of your life, even you even don't know. So who is Guru? One of the biggest suffering humanity has created for itself is whenever something is showered, you ask, am I qualified? The only pattern that stops Paramashiva showering on you is you thinking, am I qualified? If he is showering on me, is he expecting something from me? Is he planning to achieve something through me? Is he looking for something from me? This is when the whole thing collapses. Look in. Identify all the blind spots you have related to this patterns. Any blind spots that you have will be entering into this internalization exercise. Understanding that, first of all, understanding that one of the biggest suffering that humanity has created for itself is whenever something is showered, you ask, am I qualified? And the only pattern that stops Parameshwar shouting on you is you thinking, am I qualified? If he is shouting on me, is he expecting something from me?
Yes, unfortunately, in this society, in this world that we have been brought up, society has told us that nothing comes free, nothing is free. So if someone gives you something, something is expected back. So through this social conditioning, we have become blinded to these. If somebody does indeed shower, we expect, even if it's the divine, we still have that cognition that, hey, someone is giving, I must give something back. Someone is giving, they must expect something back. This is, see, rules, these rules do not apply to the divine. Rules are made by humans. Rules are made by society. So have a look inside and identify related blind spots related to this very thing. Have you looked in and said, hey, someone is showering, what do they want from me? So let us take a few minutes. So we'll be displaying this slide. Take a few minutes and pen down. Have a pen and paper ready and start writing down these blind spots related to this very thing. That is, break out of this social conditioning. All right, you can relax now. And just take a moment and share with us, have you identified these blind spots? Have you said to yourself, have you started asking, am I qualified? If he's showering on me, is he expecting something from me? So understand, this is when we're speaking about Paramashiva, we're talking about being in oneness with Paramashiva. We're talking about being one with Paramashiva. When Paramashiva is showering on you, are you asking these questions? Are you still hindered by this social conditioning? Take a moment and share with us, what are some of these blind spots that you have identified for yourself? Yes, so aggressive participants, please take a moment and share with us, what are some of these blind spots that you have identified within yourself?
Yes. So, see, it's important to realize and understand. See, happening of Guru itself is the rarest happening in your life. And when you are present, when the incarnation himself is available for us and you getting connected, that's the rarest happening. So having any blind spots is dangerous. So moment we write down and complete with it, it's important to understand and identify the blind spot. You have anything related to this? So
see, it's important to understand, even if we take even the example of this very program. So this program used to be a paid program. People used to pay $21,000 to do this very program. $21,000, that's a lot of money. So naturally, some people will have incompletions. Even with this, will have some thoughts. Hey, why is Swamiji giving this program free all of a sudden? What is he getting back in return? See, the divine has a totally different space, a totally different agenda, not to get anything from you. So you must understand, Swamiji doesn't need anything from you. Swamiji doesn't want anything from you. Swamiji doesn't have any wants, any needs. So why is he doing this? Are you asking yourself, why is he doing, what does he want from me? See, Swamiji has his mission to bring super conscious breakthrough to humanity. And the best way to do that is through this program. This is one of the ways that Swamiji is one of the initiatives that Swamiji has taken to bring this super conscious breakthrough to humanity. And so he's giving this program for free. But this is just an example. So this is an example where people might be thinking, hey, why is he giving it for free? It used to be $21,000. The $21,000 program, people used to pay to take part in this program. And we used to have thousands of participants seeing the benefit of this very program. But what other situations in your life are you asking, hey, what does he want in return? Am I qualified for this? So please just take a moment and dig deep and let us know.
meanwhile, we also get ready for the power manifestation. And we have one sharing from class here. Still, I can't imagine to experience a state of oneness. And I don't know what is hindering me. One thing is that hindering me now is aging, but I don't know what to do about that. Swamiji shared he was meditating so many years and that he has so many gurus, and also he mentioned how important it is to be physically in the space of Guru. And that's also what I think, and that I need to be in the space of the Master.
Yes, so see, being in the space of the Master, Swamiji beautifully said, actually, I think is one of the revelations that we had yesterday. Being actually even with the, I think the story with the chakra and the padukas, see, it doesn't matter how close you are. So distance doesn't matter, but being in the breathing space, in the mind of the guru, this is what matters.
The story of that Shankha and Chakra and Paduka that Maharaj is speaking. I think yesterday or day before yesterday, somebody was talking about like Paduka is always under the feet of the master, but Shankha and Chakra is at near the shoulders, above, at the level of the head. But it is Paduka who is worshipped, not the Shankha and Chakra.
Yes, so the Paduka only spends half the time with the master. The other half he spends, the Paduka spends outside, outside the door at the front door. So it's not the closeness of physical closeness that matters.
Yes. All right.
So in terms of aging, so there's a couple of things here. So you mentioned in terms that you think one of the things hindering you is aging. Aging is a fear that you have. You have a fear of aging, a fear of death. So ultimately, Swamiji says that all fears boil down to the fear of death. So from the fear of death, it develops and it turns into other sorts of fears, including fear of aging. So that cannot be it, because if you're afraid of aging, then you would want to be closer to Swamiji for the afterlife, for whatever comes after. So that is just something that is playing on your mind. That is just an incompletion. So have a look inside and see, in terms of this oneness. So to experience this state of oneness, just ask yourself, look inside, say, okay, I want oneness. And of course, assuming that you do want oneness, I want oneness. What is stopping me? Have a look inside. Ask yourself this, and the answer will come up. Dig through, and anything that comes up, complete with it. So aging, if it is indeed something that is playing on this, although this is only a fear, so I'm just going to use this as an example, then complete with the fear of aging, complete with the fear of death. And again, come back to the state of oneness, to experience the state of oneness.
Yes. All right, yeah. Thank you for sharing. So with this, we'll be moving on to the power manifestation.
Yes. So today being day 21, we have all different types of power manifestations that we've experienced during this Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Right now, we will have the power of third eye vision, so seeing pictures blindfolded. So once again, requesting participants, please put on your eye bands. And if you don't have an eye band, any piece of cloth that is opaque in nature would do. Anything that covers your eye such that you cannot see through. So just take a moment and put on your eye bands. Let us now sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us unclutch. So let us unclutch from any impossibilities of experience oneness, any fears related to aging. Let us unclutch from any worries about what might come. Let us unclutch from any disturbance of the mind, any disturbance that is external, so noise, TV, whatever it might be. Let us just unclutch again and again. Just use unclutch as a mantra. Every time a thought, a disturbance comes up, just unclutch. Be a witness, but don't get involved. Don't get entangled. Just let it go away by itself. Don't worry, your thoughts will still be there after this vow manifestation. Just for these next few minutes, let us unclutch. Let us now move our awareness to our inner space, the Ananda Kanda, which is just below the heart center, around the region of the solar plexus. And let us invoke Swamiji. Let us visualize your favorite murti or your favorite image of Swamiji, the one that you feel most connected to. Just bring that image, that murti, and put it in your inner space, in your Ananda Kanda. Just take a moment and feel Swamiji's love, compassion, His infinite grace radiating from that image, murti, that you have in your inner space, and showering you with all of that love, compassion. To visualize all of this love that Swamiji is radiating, is showering upon you. Washing away all your doubts, all fears, all worries, taking on the responsibilities. Let us take a moment and feel now Swamiji's energy flowing throughout your entire body. This super conscious energy, this healing energy reaching out to every corner of your body. Feel this energy in every single one of the trillions of cells that you have in your body. Consciously push this energy to reach every single one of your cells. Every cell feeling alive and rejuvenated and energized. Now let us bring our awareness back to the Ananda Kanda, your inner space. And just imagine yourself and Swamiji. It is just you and Swamiji in your Ananda Kanda. Your energies intertwine, your space intertwines. You are one with Swamiji. Just take a moment and feel this space of oneness with Swamiji. You are Swamiji. You are in oneness with Swamiji. Just take a moment and feel all this space of oneness in your inner space. Now from this space of oneness, let's move our attention to the third eye. Just gently look through your third eye, the Anya chakra, just between the eyebrows. Gently look through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, feel this connection, an energetic cord, energetic connection to Swamiji's third eye. Know that you can manifest anything through this connection. Now, from this space of oneness with Swamiji, and from the powerful cognition that you can manifest anything, everything, there is nothing that's impossible. Everything is possible through this connection to Swamiji. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. And let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eyelids and open your eyes. And with this deep surrender and deep gratitude to Swamiji, let us share what was revealed to you. Take a moment and share. And also we'd like to welcome the new participants who have joined us, Ma Karuna, Nityananda, Ma DC Bang, who has joined us, Nityananda, and welcome. Yes, Ma Jing Wang, and we have joined by Wang Shibin. Yes, Nityananda.
I'm actually waiting.
Yes.
So, Nityananda, and welcome.
Okay, we have one sharing from Claudia. She says, I saw trees, sand, grass, sky, animals, maybe a lion. All right, thank you for sharing.
Very much for sharing. So also requesting Ma Ning, could please also share what was revealed to you in your third eye, Ma. And don't be afraid.
You understand? Whenever you start manifesting, only then you will be able to manifest this power. When you start sharing, when you take first step, you are able to move ahead, the deeper revelation starts happening in you.
Sima, your first reaction was to have fear, to have self-doubt. So please make sure you remove this self-doubt. So the powers manifest from the space of oneness. Self-doubt gets in the way. It's a pattern that gets in the way. So requesting you, Ma, please make sure that you don't have self-doubt. Do not engage the mind. See, as soon as you engage the mind, it will put blockers in your way. So no self-doubt, just whatever it is that you saw. No judgments either. No fear. So there's no competition. We're not comparing one person to another person. So it's important to understand this is just for you. So whatever is revealed to you, just simply share without giving it a second thought. So again, no self-doubt, no judgment, no reservations. Just write it down. Just write it down. This marking shares a lot of white color. Yes, thank you very much for sharing them.
Yes. All right. So with this, let's move on to the verification. We'll be projecting the image we had shown before so that we can verify. All right. So this is the image that was being shown. So as you can see, it's a image where chariot is there, and it's actually Lord Krishna in the he's a charioteer, and the person sitting inside the chariot is Arjuna with the horses in front. It's representing the battlefield where Krishna and Arjuna were in the Kurukshetra war, ready to fight battle. But before just the battle begin, there was a huge depression that Arjuna was going through. He had a lot of confusions, depressions, and Lord Krishna came up and he delivered the truth, the song of God to Arjuna, what we call what is called as known as today as Bhagavad Gita.
So yes, let's just have a look through the sharings. We have Klaus Iyer that says, I saw trees, sand, grass, sky, animals, and maybe a lion. So we definitely have, you can see perhaps shrubs or perhaps a tree on the left-hand side. We do see some earth. I'm not sure that it is sand. We have a lot of grass. We can definitely see the sky with clouds, especially on the right-hand side. And animals, we do have the horses and a lion. I don't know, there might be a lion, an image of the lion on the chariot itself. But otherwise, I don't see a lion, but everything else is there. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Aya, and congratulations.
Maning shares a lot of white color. Actually, I have my mind is in a struggle. I am Buddhist. I like Swamiji's teachings, but I always remind myself that Hinduism, not Buddhism. So understand, Ma, this even Buddha was from Mahanirvana Akhada. He got enlightened, and the Vipassana technique that he has been delivering is from the Shiva Sutras. From the Shiva Sutras, that whole technique that Buddha was delivering was from the Shiva Sutras. If you heard of Swamiji actually talking about this, you will know that. So it has become a different sect of it, but still it's rooted in Hinduism.
Yes, so Swamiji says has said many times, Buddhism is just another branch of Hinduism. So Hinduism is not one religion. Hinduism is thousands of religions. Every sampradaya has its own, is a religion in its own. So Buddhism, just just like that, it is just another branch of Hinduism. So there's actually no struggle to be had there, because there is no what's the word? No competing between one and the other. See, there's so many different ways. Swamiji says there are so many different ways to reach enlightenment. Buddhism is just another one way. Buddhism is just one religion, one way to reach enlightenment. And Buddha has turned so many people towards enlightenment. Has had so many sannyasis, so many enlightened sannyasis. it's exactly the same way. It's just another part of Hinduism. So again, Mark, there needs to be no struggle because it is all the same. Yes. It all falls under the same. In Hinduism, there are so many things that are allowed, depending on your path. See, as Swamiji says, it's not just that as many masters, that as many paths, but it's as many disciples, as many paths. Every individual has their own path towards enlightenment.
And the name Buddha and Buddhist itself, Buddha itself is the one who has risen above the intellect. He is the Buddha, and Buddha is not the term. The term itself has existed in Hinduism from a long time. There has been many Buddhas, but the Buddha that we know has taken the revolution at the next level, and he, as Swamiji says, maximum disciples, people who got enlightened through Buddha, it was from Buddha actually. So yes, and so Buddha is not the new name for us. It's the one of the titles. Those who have reached that level is called a Buddha. Yes. All right. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you all for. Yes.
And yes, just in terms of the sharing about the image, there is a lot of white. So you can see there's white in the sky, there's the clouds, and there's the horses that. So just bring the slide back up. There were the horses that were white as well. So there's yes, very much white in the entire image. Even you can see in the background there are buildings that are white. So white is very much the theme there, Mark. Yes, you got this spot. Thank you, Mark, and congratulations.
All right. So with this, we'll be entering into the next session, which is going to be on the lion and cub story. So this story was actually first told by Vivekananda. So Swamiji tells about this story. So, and Swamiji himself reveals this story about it. Very beautifully, Swamiji describes this image, this story of lion and cub. How a cub was born when the lioness was actually jumping and was born, and the lioness died, and how he got with the ships and forgot that he was actually from the lion. He was lion. So
this lion and cub story is one of our favorites as well, because it's all about the guru-disciple relationship. It is how guru takes you from darkness to light. It is from not understanding who you really are. It brings you through. It helps you understand your true nature. So let us all sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine, and let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the lion and cub story.
After a few years, again he starts thinking, he starts analyzing, what is going on? I am just living the same life, eating, moving around, and just normal life. I feel something seriously is missing. I am missing something. I found whatever a person can get, best things, but inside me some emptiness, something is empty. I don't feel fulfilled. What is happening to me? He started searching. The seeking starts. Maybe he's around the age of 40. He's around the age of 40. Then suddenly one day, lion attacks the sheep again, attacks the flock again. When the lion attacked the flock, all the sheep ran away. This lion sheep, neither lion nor sheep, the lion sheep, it neither felt like running away, nor it had the courage to stand and face. Because the guy who is trying to attack, he looks so graceful. Something is different. He has never seen a being or a beast like this. So slowly, somehow, unconsciously, this lion sheep feels attracted towards lion. Because of that attraction, neither he ran away, nor he had the courage to stand, because he thinks he is a sheep. So he slowly walks, looking at the lion, he walks. He is walking behind, but looking at the lion. His face is towards the lion, but he is slowly walking. Lion straight away comes near him and catches him. This fellow starts blurting, "Oh, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Lion says, "Fool, I have not come to kill you. You are a lion. Why are you shouting? Why are you blurting? Why are you thinking that I am going to kill you? You are a lion." He said, "Lion?" Then the sheep lion started thinking that this lion is trying to cheat and take him to the forest. So he got frightened. No, leave me. Don't tell me all these things. Leave me. Lion said, "Fool, you are a lion. Why don't you understand?" He said, No, I am sheep. And somehow he escaped and ran away. Even though he escaped and ran away, he is not able to forget the lion. He is not able to forget the lion. After 1 week, again, he started feeling like meeting the lion. 1 week, that fear will be there. Once you have the first experience, there will be little fear after the first experience. And after a week, the fear slowly subsided. This guy started thinking again, I think I should meet that lion once more. One part of the mind is saying, no, I am afraid, he may kill me. The other part of being is saying, no, it was a bliss, such a bliss, so beautiful, so graceful. I think we should meet him. Please be very clear. Unless you have enlightenment within yourself, you will not feel attracted towards an enlightened person. If you feel attached, if you feel connected, if you feel that you are in tune with an enlightened person, be very clear, you have enlightenment within you already. If you don't have that already within you, you will not even feel connected. If you have not grown, if you have not become mature to that level, you will not even feel connected. So there are millions of people in this city. Why only few hundred are sitting here? And not only that, there are thousands of people who have come and gone. Why only few hundred are sitting regularly? The moment you feel attracted towards this teaching, be very clear, the enlightenment which is in you has started expressing, started opening. That's the reason the lion sheep, or sheep lion, feels or remembers the lion. Then it thinks, I think I should go and see the lion. But how to see? You don't know. Lion never sends flyer. Here I am doing program. You can meet me there. How to see? But he waits. This sheep lion always comes near the forest. He comes to the boundary of the forest, the boundary of the meadow and the forest. He waits there every day. Can I catch the glimpse of the lion? After 2-3 months, again, once more the lion appears. But the moment this sheep lion sees the lion, again he is caught in the fear. He is waiting more than 3-4 months to see the lion, but the moment he saw him, again the fear came up. This time, the lion came near and asked, how are you? The sheep lion said, he started blurting again. I said, no, I'm. He is not able to answer, but he is not running away. Earlier he ran away. This time he is not running away, but he is not able to answer. The lion said, don't worry, if you are afraid, I will go away. I am not going to kill you. Because you are a lion. I won't eat you. I can't eat you. So I won't kill you. And I have no use because of you. I have no use because of you. There is no need for me to be here if you are afraid. If you are not afraid, I will stay here and spend few minutes with you. Otherwise I am going. When the lion started walking back, the sheep lion shouted, no, 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 please be here, please be here. Please spend few minutes with me. Then the sheep lion says, don't come very close, you can stand little distance, but talk. I want to spend some time with you, but not very close, at some distance. Please be there, at 10 feet distance. And I will stand here, but please spend some time with me. The sheep lion, neither he is able to forget the lion, nor he wants to go near. This is the next phase. Neither he is able to live near, nor he wants to escape. So around 15 feet distance, he stands and talks. But again and again, the lion is saying, you are lion, fool, you are thinking you are a sheep, and you are living with the other, your friends. They are not your friends. They are not your life. This is not the way you are supposed to live. This guy starts thinking. Slowly the doubt, maybe this lion is trying to take me inside the forest and eat. That doubt has disappeared. Now, the sheep lion understood. Lion is not saying all these things because lion has got some benefit. No, lion has no benefit because of me. It has no benefit by me. I have nothing to offer to him. And he is not going to have any benefit from me. Only when that confidence comes, only when that happens in disciple's mind, he starts trusting the words of the master. That is why in the Vedic system, spiritual knowledge is always free. We believed spiritual knowledge is free unless you understand, no way I am going to contribute to the master. No way master is missing me. I am not going to add anything to him which he is not having. Only when you understand that, you will start trusting his words. The trust between the master and disciple will happen only when disciple understands, I have nothing to add in his being. He has got enough of everything. He is overflowing. He is sharing because he is overflowing. He is not giving anything to take something from me. He is just overflowing. It is his very being.
You can never teach just through verbal language. All communication happens more than 90% only through body language. You can never learn through verbal language. It is always body language which teaches. I have seen people, how many video discourses they may see, DVDs they may see, but they don't understand unless they come and sit in front. When they come and sit in front, one discourse is enough to transform them. If they sit and watch the TV, the DVD, the recorded discourses, how many they may watch, but never the transformation happens. Transformation never happens. For transformation, the direct touch is necessary. Master is the person who can give the direct touch, who can radiate the presence, who can teach through body language. It is not even teaching, it's like awakening. He just awakens you by his presence, by his space. He creates such a wonderful space in which automatically you are awakened. Beautiful story from Vivekananda, a great enlightened master. Let me narrate that story. That will give you an idea how master awakens the disciple just by his presence. There was a lioness in a forest. It was pregnant, about to give birth. One day it was searching for food. It was going around the forest, trying to catch some animal. It saw the sheep of flock and jumped when it was trying to attack. It just gave birth to a lion and died there itself because the jumping is too much. It was not able to manage or maintain. Gave birth to a lion and died. The cub was left orphan. Nobody was there to attend. These goats, they somehow felt very friendly with this cub and they took this cub. Cub started growing with these goats. They started drinking the goat's milk and started eating the grass, almost living like a goat. And actually, one more thing. The way in which you are brought up, that is the way you will have an idea about yourself. And don't think we are human beings just by birth. You walk with two legs because you are taught and you are brought up in that way. Otherwise, naturally, we will be still animals. This cub was brought up just among the goats. And it really felt it is a goat. It used to eat the grass and drink the goat's milk and play with the goats, live like a goat and create sound just like a goat. After a few years, one day, one lion was again attacking that same group and it saw a cub along with the goats. And it just attacked that cub, brought the cub out of the group. Cub started shouting, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I won't kill you, you are not a goat. Cub said, don't tell me all these things. Don't kill me, just give me that assurance that you will not kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I will not kill you. It just left. The cub ran and his cub escaped and ran. Next day again, lion attacked the same group. Again it attacked the same cub and brought it out. Again the cub started shouting, crying, oh, don't kill me, leave me. Lion said, don't you understand? I am not catching you to kill you. Understand, you are not a goat, you are a lion. Again the cub started crying, no, I am lion, I am goat only. Don't kill me. Anyhow, lion tried its best to convince the cub. Cub is not ready to get convinced. Lion left the cub. All right, go. Third day, slowly the cub started feeling somehow connected with the lion. It started remembering the lion again and again. Why should he catch me? Twice he caught me. He could have killed me. He's not killing, or he's not ready to eat me. Why he should again and again catch me? And again he's advising me I am a lion. Why should you do that? He started contemplating on the lion. Something of that lion, some quality of that lion started attracting him. In the heart, without his knowledge, unconsciously, he started contemplating on the lion. Third day, when the flock crossed that area, the cub stood and watched whether the lion is coming or not. Fourth day, the cub started waiting in that same area to have a glimpse of lion. Now lion appeared again, came near the cub. This time it doesn't have to catch the cub. Cub just stood. Cub started trusting the lion. Just stood. Lion said, "How are you? How you are doing?" After a few words, lion called the cub, "Why don't you come and spend some time with me?" The moment cub heard this word, got frightened. You can see and spend few minutes, but he is not courageous enough to go with the lion. Again the cub escaped. After a few days, again the cub saw the lion. Now he has got some courage. And not only that, slowly he has developed a little bit attachment towards the lion. This time he brought a little bit of grass to the lion to offer. "Sir, why don't you eat this?" Lion also has to act as if it is a goat. It has to show to the cub that he is not somebody superior, he is not somebody away, he is not somebody different. So he acted as if he is eating the grass. Now slowly the cub has started trusting the lion. Now lion started acting. Instead of telling the cub that you are the lion, lion started acting as if it is goat, so that the trust can happen between the cub and lion. Slowly, cub started trusting the lion. One day cub was ready to go with lion to the nearby river, a picnic. Lion took the cub, both of them went near the river. When they were standing near the water, suddenly lion grabbed the face of the cub, head of the cub, neck, and said, look at the river." Cub said, "Yes, I am seeing." "What you are seeing?" Cub said, "Our faces." "Do you see my face?" "Yes." "I am a lion." "Yes." "Do you see your face?" "Yes, I am seeing." "You are also a lion." Again, the fear came up. Cub said, No, leave me, started shouting. Now it is too much. The lion had little meat. He just took the meat, forcibly put inside the mouth of a cub. Cub slowly started chewing. The taste of the blood. When the cub started tasting the blood, slowly he started feeling, yes, I could eat the meat. I am not just a goat. If I am a goat, how can I eat the meat? The first experience that I am the lion started happening. Of course, again the cub is not ready to be convinced. After a few minutes, just out of the old habit, he vomited the meat, again started shouting, No, don't try to brainwash me. Don't try to teach me. I am goat. He started running. After a few days, again somehow lion managed. The cub brought him to the river. This time he decided he has to realize, he has to experience. This time when he brought the cub, it showed him very clearly, look at your face, look at my face in the river. Both are one and the same. And eat this fresh meat. He gave him the fresh meat to eat, to taste, and naturally, taste of the blood made the cub to realize it is not a goat, it is lion. And he removed him. He removed the cub, left him in the forest. He didn't let him to stay with the goats. When he has to live in the forest, naturally, he has to search for his food. He has to hunt. He has to go around. He started hunting. He experienced completely who he is and started living as a lion. Beautiful story. I don't know how Vivekananda came up with this story. This is exactly the same thing happens between you and the master. Exactly same thing.
Are the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. In the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identity. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let it be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The first step to learn love is go through identity crisis. You should be completely in the crisis of not knowing what your identity is. Literally going through acid wash. All the ideas you carry will be broken to pieces, including the idea about you. It's like only after going through the surgery, you can be out of tumor. Only after going through the identity crisis, you know what is being and loving and life itself. The best place to go through the surgery is hospital. Best place to go through the identity crisis is Jnanapeetham. You can go through the surgery on your own also in the house. You can just cut and try to take the tumor. But you don't know whether you will be alive after that. Same way, if you try to go through this identity crisis outer world on your own, you don't know whether you will stand up after that or not. Identity crisis is a basic requirement for you to flower as a new being. Yatra, spiritual pilgrimage, is such an important dimension for every spiritual seeker. getting out of the place you are living, where your identity is living, where people perceive in their own way about you, first gives you the freedom to be out of your identity. When you go to these high energy centers like Kailash, not only your old identity is removed, the possibility for the growth of new consciousness happens. Especially with an enlightened being, he will properly use that situation and create identity crisis in you and clear your old identity and create complete new inner space. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. And without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara Your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Swamiji, can you please elaborate on what a seeker undergoes during an identity crisis? He undergoes everything other than clarity. Anything negative above the sky and below the sky and under the earth, he goes through. How does one react to such a crisis? Usually, you react in a very foolish way. See, when you get disease, that is the time you need to have more trust and closeness to your doctor, obedience to your doctor. But because you got sick, you say, out there, such a good doctor is for me. I have such a best family doctor. Still I have fallen sick. I don't trust him. I will not go to him. I will dump him. I will curse him. You escape from him. You don't trust him. You doubt him and you just completely move away from him. What will happen? Death. That is what usually people do when they have identity crisis. They say, what is the use of this great master incarnation in my life? All my life I was with him, I served him, I am his disciple, still he is not helping. You create your own theories, theologies and interpretations for my words. Suddenly, from your eyes, all my grace disappears. Till yesterday, what a grace, what a power, what an energy. Suddenly you say, he's not a handsome guy. And who wants to see him? Suddenly, everything looks like a pain. And even if he helps, who knows whether I will be able to retain that help and stay in that state itself. Your foolishness does everything, all asanas, Sarasasana, Chakrasana, Surya Namaskar, everything your foolishness does, other than finding solution. When you have identity crisis, that is the time you need to have more trust on the master. You need to be more close to him. You need to be available to him. You need to do what he says. It is unfortunate how much ever you tell human beings, only during the identity crisis, they get bumped out of this whole enlightenment machinery. Master's mission is enlightenment machine. But when you go through the identity crisis, you get bumped out. It's like the car assembly line, just before engine being put, the car gets bumped out. What is the use? Just before the engine's installation, the car gets bumped out. Maybe it can be used as a bullock cart, not as a car. If a car gets bumped out in the assembly line before the engine being fixed, the only reason it can be used is, only way it can be used is as a bullock cart, not as a car. Many times, only when you go through the identity crisis, you escape, you get bumped out very foolishly. You are asking, can such a crisis bring about laziness and boredom? What laziness and boredom? It will bring destruction. It's like you are asking, if I drink poison and don't take medicines, will I have boils on my skin? Will I have any ulcer in my stomach? What ulcer? You are going to have cancer. Come on. Boredom and laziness is very small problem. Please understand. Till you become one with the cosmic identity, your identity will be constantly going through a crisis. How can a straw which is floating on the ocean be safe, comfortable, settled? No. Till it disappears into the ocean, it cannot be settled. Identity crisis is a two-word. Identity itself is the meaning of identity crisis. You don't need to use two-word, identity crisis. If you just use the word identity, that's enough. Identity will have crisis, that's all. That is the truth. As long as you have identity, it will have crisis. Normally in the society, when you have identity crisis, you always have escaping routes, exit routes. TV, in TV itself, 200 channel. Only in India, 676 channels are there. Anyhow, hundreds of channels. If not, then pay-per-view, movies, on-demand shows and programs. If nothing is working, then internet. There is so much escape route, exit route is there for you. That is why you manage the identity crisis. Like, you don't allow yourself to be same spot, you just move, check, and try to relax. There also again, a wave attacks you. And again, it's like a straw being pushed and pulled by the waves in the ocean. Slowly that straw goes and hides itself near a boat, small boat. So for 5 minutes, no waves attacks the straw. But after a few minutes, the boat moves. Then again the straw is pulled and pushed this side and that side by the waves. Again this fellow goes and hides behind another one small boat. These boats behind which you hide is this entertainment programs. All the methods you use to change your mood, whether it is alcohol, smoking, TV, newspaper, knowing about others, peeping into others' bedroom. No, really. The sickness of peeping into others' bedroom, I don't know when human beings will lose that. You can peep into any number of people's bedroom and entertain yourself, engage yourself, but the identity crisis is not going to leave you. The moment that boat moves, again the waves are going to attack you. Till the straw disappears into the ocean, identity crisis is not going to be solved. So I tell you, identity crisis brings not just laziness and boredom, it brings destruction. Identity crisis, not handled properly, is equivalent to drinking poison. How does the seeker get past this stage in his spiritual seeking? The only way, you should strongly decide, only during all my confusion and difficult moments, I will not leave the Master. During the most difficult, confusing, identity crisis moments is the time I should be with him. I should be around him. I should not be disconnected.
take this decision strongly. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not, you are trying to fight for which is not, against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. The neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. In Shiva Purana, there is a beautiful story called Udal. Udal means the Devi knows her whole life is Shiva's. But even then, she tries to get the attention of Shiva by small fights. She just tries to fight with Shiva to get his attention. At least with Krishna, I can imagine he will give you attention if you fight in a small way. And he is that kind of a guy who is interested in keeping all the relationships alive. So he will bend for you. Even if you fight, he will say, okay, don't worry, no, I did not mean that, I meant this. He will give a different interpretation for his words and all these things, pacifying, everything can go on. Shiva, I get lost. Either you are here or you are not here, get out, that's it. She tries to have this small fight. I can describe exactly the same way I felt my individual identity has already realized it lost its base. It can no more claim any insecurity arguments it presents in front of me for any of my actions. It cannot present any argument about greed or fear to me and justify its independent existence. Please understand, your individual consciousness, what do you think as you? It gives all types of justification for its individual existence. If you remove all those justifications, it loses its base and simply dissolves into the cosmos. My individual identity has already realized it has no argument to justify its independent existence. So the basic connection has happened, but still it wants to get little. It's like you know you have to do this work, but you just want to get attention from Swamiji. Can you tell me how to do? This all will work with Krishna, not with Shiva. He just says, get out and get lost. Either you do it on your own or
nothing can be done. I tell you, if you want the further purification of your biomemory, these great clicks to settle down in you, the only way is leaving it. Actually, Krishna gives a solid truth and experience in Sankhya Yoga itself. After this, it took at least few hours for Arjuna to completely get convinced and start fighting. I can say the Sankhya Yoga is like a first experience. If Krishna kept quiet, in half an hour Arjuna would have burnt all his biomemory and stood up and fought. After the Sankhya Yoga, Krishna need not speak at all. But Krishna is the type of guy who will always try to, no. That is why he is attending all the attention need questions of Arjuna. I tell you honestly, after Sankhya Yoga, this second chapter, nothing to speak. If I have to describe the scene, Arjuna was in terrible depression. He is not even able to raise his head. And Krishna putting his hand on the Arjuna's shoulders, lifting his chin with the other hand, teaches Sankhya Yoga. The moment Sankhya Yoga is over, Arjuna, wow, the extraordinary light has happened in his eyes and he is ready. But he just does not want to accept the victory of Krishna. See, if Arjuna comes out just like that in depression, from depression, and says, wow, come on, let's fight. Now it's victory for Krishna. That is too much. He heard everything and whole thing is clear. But now he just covers the light in his eyes, takes the edge of Krishna's cloth. No, Krishna. Whatever you are saying seems right. But you are telling something about bhakti now. What is that? When you spoke about yoga, you said yogi is the best guy. And you say, do bhakti to me. What is all about this? Fool, here we are talking about fight. It is all about waging war. After the Sankhya Yoga, it is all about the melted golden part of you. Means it's like you have your individual identity standing with 100 logic away from the cosmic truth, and almost 80 logic has lost its base and you have fallen into the cosmic truth. But that remaining 20 legs, it can't help you to stand, but it can help you to fight. The whole problem for a spiritual seeker is that 20 legs. Now anyhow, it's like visualize this. There's a huge part where gold is getting melted. There is another one small part in which the gold is there. Because of this heat, that part gold also is getting melted. That part has 100 legs. When this gold has melted, 80 legs have fallen and that part has fallen into this. Means that gold has become part of this practically. But that gold is trying to use the remaining 20 legs as hands to swim and jump, go out. this 20% is the real suffering. But I can tell you from my experience that 20% has its own sweetness also. It's like love fights. And you simply know nothing can be done. You are already done. But you have that small fight. You always love to have that small fight. Overflowing, feeling life is a too big blessing. Is what Krishna is trying to make Arjuna understand. See, I tell you one more thing. Even if you don't realize that consciousness is imperishable, you are imperishable. I wanted to break an important truth. Even if you don't become enlightened, if you don't realize you are imperishable, you are going to dissolve into that only. It is like a gold. When it is put in the mercury, it will melt. There is a huge mercury part, which is a cosmic intelligence, cosmos. 2 gold coins are there. 1 gold coin feels, it knows the truth. The moment it falls into the mercury, it will dissolve into the mercury, it will become one with the mercury. This coin only is enlightened gold. And this other gold, it does not understand any of this, and it feels deeply insecure. If I fall into this mercury, what will happen? I will disappear into this, I will die, and my identity will be lost. This is unenlightened gold coin. Whether enlightened gold coin or unenlightened gold coin, both are going to disappear into mercury. Your idea about this hanging decoration cloth is 1 nadi. Your idea about this bed, 1 nadi. Your idea about your friend, 1 nadi. Your idea about your spouse, 1 nadi. Your idea about your favorite food, 1 nadi. Like that 72,000 nadi you have in your conscious play. See, it's like that light reflects on me, and that reflection reflects. The reflection reflects is the nadis. And that reflection on this body is individual self. The body is the mirror. The reflection is the individual soul. And that reflection also will be reflecting. Like a light, it will be radiating. That is what is nadi. Some nadis are spent in your attachment, some nadis are spent in your detachment, some nadis are spent in your fear. That's what is engrams. That is the engrams. Too many nadis, if they are entertained outside, then naturally more suffering, whether to live or to leave. Even while living, more suffering, or to leave, more suffering. But at least if 10,000 nadi is centered, yes. See, this is what, just a simple example. This is superconscious, this light is superconsciousness. Sun, this is the body, and here is a reflection of that light. You are able to see that light reflection? Not now, okay? See, this is what is depression. This is the expression. And now this reflection is falling on all of you guys. Are you able to see? This reflection is falling. This is what is 72,000 nadi. Now I have 10 nadi for this light. Means on 10 people it is reflecting. On how many information it is reflecting, that many nadis are extravert. You understand what I am saying? See, now this reflection, this is body, this is individual soul, that is cosmos, the superconsciousness. This reflection is falling on 10 people now. So this reflection, individual souls, 10 nadi is extravert. Means caught. In the 10, he may like 2, he may hate 2, he may be detached about 2. So the more nadis are functioning towards outside, more suffering for living or leaving.
more nadis are looking at the source. For example, now I am turning. See, now he is enlightened. Now he is dead. Understand? Now he is dead. This is what is death. This is enlightenment. This is worldly life. And this is depression. Means little deflected. Depression. That's all. Whole life is this much only. See, now there's a reflection. That reflection may be reflecting here for 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter. In the 2 by 2, when it goes out only 70,000 nerve. In the 2 by 2, I keep it in such a way, 1 by 1 reflects on you, 1 by 1 reflects on itself, to the source. That is what I call, even if 10,000 nadi gets centered on the source of, from who is seeing, from where it is reflecting, that is choiceless awareness. That's all is required, nothing else. I see, if you can change priority itself, then you don't even need to center 10,000 nadis. Just 2,000-3,000 nadi is enough. See, when I say 10,000 nadi, I wanted to equate to the time of day. I was telling you, see, modern day youth, at least 1 hour to 2 hours in your life, spend contemplating on the source from where you came. Means telling them to add only at least 1 or 2 hours for spirituality. As a time related only, I said 10,000. But if you think attitude of life itself you are interested in shifting, you don't need 10,000. Just 2,000 is enough. If your attitude itself is centered on who is reflecting, then while you are driving the car, you will be thinking about that only. Naturally, in your car only my music or my discourse will be getting played. You see, if you go through the attitudinal shift, you don't need 2 hours. You don't need 2 hours. You just casually in your day, in your time, whenever you feel like happening, that is enough for you. That itself will make you the choiceless awareness centered. Now this reflection. Let me see. The reflection. You guys are able to see? Reflection. That soul, the superconsciousness, God, individual soul, body, on which it is reflected, it's a world. For this soul, it's a world. And sometime that reflection is such, the world and the reflection of God, both is seen in this. That is what is Guru. I don't know whether you are able to catch. No, if somebody else is holding this mirror, if in the reflection I am also seen. So I am telling that reflection, look back to your source. That's what I am saying. The person who is telling you to look at the source is source. If I am telling you to look at the source, I am telling you to look at me. Because I am the source, you see. So understand, when I say look at the source, because I realized I am the source, I am telling you to look at the source. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be
just like that burnt. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burnt. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burnt. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough.
Yes, Nitin, all of you. So this was the lion and cover story by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Understanding that we are all cub and Swamiji is the lion who is making us understand, realize that we are the lion. And step by step, he's guiding us, transforming us, waiting us with patience for us to evolve, to raise to that super consciousness. So with this, let's understand, we'll be entering into internalization exercise, understanding the physics of guru-disciple relationship.
Yes. So in this exercise, we will have a look inside. We'll discover 25 blind spots where inspiration was injected into us by the Guru, by Swamiji, either directly or indirectly, but we did not act out to make it into reality. So let us do this. We can start this now. We'll display the slide. So let us look inside and discover 25 incidents, 25 times when the Guru has infused inspiration into ourselves, but we did not take advantage of it. We did not act it out, so it was lost. So requesting everyone, please gather a pen and paper and let us start this exercise.
Now, tell the master precisely what you want, where you are stuck, whatever you know. Don't bother about what response he is going to give. Whatever you know, open it up. You can sit in front of Swamiji's Atmurti or picture and share with Swamiji more and more. Nurturing of powerful cognitions matures the guru-disciple relationship. Let's continue.
Yes, you can relax now. So now take a moment and actually let us move directly into the power manifestation. So today we have all the different power manifestations that we have gone through during the 21-day program. And today's, this session's power manifestation will be on consciousness over matter. So consciousness over matter is where you will require a coconut. So
as you see, it's a coconut that we both acharyas are having. We'll be playing with the coconut, manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. So as you can see, through consciousness, we'll be moving the matter, which is the coconut.
Yes, so requesting all participants, if you have a coconut, it is ideal to grab a coconut. If you don't have a coconut, any round fruit will do. So whether you have an apple, an orange, anything like that.
Yes.
So please, whatever you have in your house, any fruit, any round fruit, or perhaps a coconut is best. But if you don't have a coconut, any round fruit that you might have will be very good for this round of power manifestation. And we'll be doing performing the power manifestation along with you.
Yes.
So this is something that you can very much see, and it's something. See, when the coconut moves off your hand, so it just rolls off your hand. It's something that you can see, you can feel. So it's one of those powers that is very much tangible. See, with some of the powers, you might have doubts. Am I really seeing? Am I really getting the right information? But with this one, you know exactly what is happening. You can see it with your eyes. See, we usually believe 50% of what we see and none of what we hear, even less of what we see in our third eye. So let us now get into this power manifestation. It is very much tangible, it's very exciting because you see the results happening right this moment.
And when it moves from your hand, you know that it is moving because it is manifesting. It's moving, manifesting through you. Yes, you know that consciousness has got power over the matter, as the name suggests. The consciousness over matter. When it moves, you feel the moment it starts to roll down, you know that it is manifesting through you. And Paramashiva, so as it is also the power of third eye. When you see that it is moving, rolling through your hands, you know that yes, it is how the consciousness can manifest over the matter through the matter. And this is how Swami says again and again. One example Swamiji gives of his own life, his beautiful experience of Swami Onoda, where he was with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and just Arunagiri uttered Swami Onoda, and that moment he gave the command to the air, and air started moving. Both of them started laughing, and in the laughter, he's giving command to the air, and the air is moving. So this was one of the beautiful incidents that Swamiji had shared very vividly. So now we'll be entering into the Sas Pramana, the scripture reference, then we'll be manifesting this power. So the scripture reference for manifesting the consciousness over matter is, so this is taken from Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Dharana 97, Sutra 120. The verse goes as, Vachid Vastuni Vinyasya Sanay Drishti Nivartayet Tajjana Chita Sahitam Devi Sunyalayo Bhavet. Now the translation of this verse goes as, understand the translation. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having one's eyes fixed on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thoughts and impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all inclusiveness and infinity. So as Pramana itself gives a technique to move into the state of all inclusiveness, all infinity, and how to manifest. So let's enter into this power.
So once again, requesting participants, if you have a coconut,
Yes.
Get a coconut. If you don't have a coconut, any round fruit will do.
Yes, mom is showing the coconut.
Yes, thank you, Ma. And once you have it, if you could let us know that you're ready. So just give us a thumbs up, and or perhaps just a signal with a hand, just to let us know that we're ready to continue to move on. So requesting all participants, please gather whatever you might have. So any round fruit will do. All right. So the key with this one. So first of all, for the coconut and also with the fruits, make sure that the round part is on your palm, so then you can easily roll. Because if you have it this way, it will stop. It will not be able to roll. Yeah. So this is the first thing to understand. Make sure that it is the round part that can roll is this way, and the end is pointing this way and this way. Yeah. Then second of all, make sure you have your hand straight. Very important. Make sure you have your hand absolutely straight. Because if you have it to one side, something like that, that's cheating. That's not going to get you anywhere. So make sure it is straight. It is very important that the hand is as straight as possible. Now it might, depending on how long it takes for the power to manifest, you might get the hand might get a little bit heavy. So you might want to perhaps put it down on a table that you have in front of you, or a chair, whatever you have in front of you. If it starts getting tight, so you can hold it like that, depending on how heavy. So if you get a really heavy coconut, depends on how heavy it is. If your hand starts getting tired, then just place it, keeping it straight still, just place it on the table in front of you. Okay?
And also requesting, we have a few persons whose cameras are off and they're not available in the camera. So we have Carolina, we have Lisi Wang, we have Anshu Weeping, and also Ma Kali Wang, who was not available in camera. Please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera as we are manifesting the powers of Paramashivoham, of consciousness over matter. And also requesting all the participants on YouTube. You can also start to manifest this power authentically as we are going along with us. You can also participate.
All right, so let us start once again with keeping the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You don't have to close your eyes. You can keep your eyes open for this power manifestation. And let us just move our gaze, move our awareness to our inner space at the Ananda Kanda region, just below the heart center. So the heart center is in the middle of the chest. Just below that, we have the Ananda Kanda region. It is just around the solar plexus area. It's not the same area, but it's around the solar plexus area. And let us visualize our favorite image, our favorite murti of Swamiji in our inner space. Whichever murti, whichever image of Swamiji you connect most with, just visualize that in your inner space. The inner space is your own private space with Swamiji, with the divine. So it's just you and Swamiji in your inner space. Just take a moment and feel the love, the compassion, and the infinite grace that Swamiji is showering upon you. Feel the super conscious energy that Swamiji is radiating, just flowing throughout your entire body, every part of your body, reaching out to every cell in your body. Every cell is being awakened, rejuvenated, healed. This super conscious energy that Swamiji is radiating. Feel your energy and Swamiji's energy just intertwining. You cannot tell where one starts and the other ends. Just feel all that superconscious energy just flowing through your body. Know that you are in oneness with Swamiji. You are Swamiji. Just take a moment and feel this space of oneness. Just feel at home in this space. In the space of oneness with Swamiji. Nothing else exists. Just you and Swamiji in oneness, in your inner space. Now let us move our gaze gently to the third eye, just between the eyebrows. And through our third eye, let us gently look into Swamiji's third eye, thus creating a cord of energy, a connection to Swamiji's third eye. And know that all superpowers, all powers of Paramashiva are available to you through this connection to Swamiji's third eye. Just feel the energy building up in your third eye. As your third eye is awakened, activated, and energized by Swamiji. Don't strain, don't concentrate on it, just lightly gaze into your third eye. Let the energy do its work. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness, and with a powerful cognition that you are Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of consciousness of the matter. Let us roll the coconut out of our hand, the fruit out of our hand. Let's begin. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Yes, continue chanting Mahavakya. And yes, Mamiri is manifesting. And let us know if you are also manifesting. You can give a thumbs up if you are having the fruit or the coconut. Yes, thank you, Mamiri. So yes, that is the power of consciousness over matter. And another thing, see, there's these things called mirror neurons that are in our brains. And the moment we see someone manifesting a power, especially because this is very much a visual one, we start manifesting the same power. So it has happened in the past. So, for example, when I was first practicing this power, I was on a Zoom call with a friend across a few countries away, and he was having troubles manifesting this power. But because he saw I was manifesting the power, then he realized it must be possible. I must be able to do it as well. So had a cognition shift, and straight away he started manifesting as well. So this is also a very good power to manifest, to practice in groups, because of these mirror neurons. You see someone doing it, you realize you have the power of cognition, you break through your patterns, your impossibilities, and you start manifesting straight away. Yes, and this is happens through the power of quantum entanglement. Swamiji talks about this. Even his mirror neurons get mirrored to you. Even the distance might be so large, the change happening at this moment at here is reflected at any distance. At the same time, opposite effect happens there. The quantum entanglement happens. This is what, when even during darshan, when Swamiji gives darshan, the mirror neurons get reflected into your brain, and your conscious energy raises to that superconscious energy as Swamiji gives darshan. That's why it's having the Nayan Diksha of Swamiji is very important. That's why not only you coming for the darshan, but inviting your friends and families, relatives, whomever you can get anybody for the darshan, inviting everybody for the darshan, because the moment they are in the superconscious energy, all the problems that they are facing, whether it is fear, worries, any kind of issues, the moment their frequency raises to their superconscious level, the problems suddenly just reduces. So today also we'll be having darshan. So of course you are invited, and invite your friends, families as well to come for the darshan to get benefited with the Nayana Diksha. This is what is Nayana Diksha. All right. So thank you all of you. Again, we'll be having different powers as well throughout as the day goes on. So take part in the power manifestation. This is the way your cognitive shift happens the moment you start manifesting the powers. All right, so with this, we'll be moving on to the next session. And the next session will be on, Swamiji will be repeating on Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his intimate moments with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Swamiji has spent at least 10 months with the Mahadeva himself. Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Mahadeva himself, Shiva himself. So in this revelation by Swamiji, as there are many incidents, as before we're discussing about his incidents of Swami Onora, where the moment
he said, and Swamiji started laughing, and with his laughter, he just gave the command to move the air, and the air started moving around him. And this is how the very early examples of where how Swamiji started manifesting the power. And today, now, not only he is manifesting the power, but many of us, he himself is giving the powers to all of us, the signs to all of us, so that we start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So, having understanding and listening to Swamiji's story about his gurus, his intimacy with the guru, your chemistry, your physics, your connection with Swamiji improves, it deepens the connection. So that's why, as we are going through, with deep gratitude and surrender, let's listen to this revelation of Swamiji.
Some of you might have heard this incident happened in my life, my experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, a great incarnation, Shiva himself, a great avatar Purusha, Shiva himself. I'll describe only few things, few parts of that incident, how the Asambranyada Samadhi happened in me when I connected with him, I had his darshan and experienced him. Maybe around the age of 11, during summer vacation, I was playing inside the temple, backside. If you have visited Arunachala temple, you may be able to relate with the place where I am saying. Backside the temple, on small 4-pillared mandapam, 4-pillared hall, one young sadhu came out of that mandapam. That mandapam had a small kind of a opening, or I was thinking it was an opening. It was a small cave. One sadhu came out. I saw this sadhu. He was very bright, shining, maybe 30 to 35, and well built, young sannyasi. It was immediate click. A strong connection, very strong connection. I just know I belong to him, or he belongs to me. Very strong connection. I can say that falling in love or raising in love, whatever word you want to use, you can use. Very strong connection. Sometimes when you see people, suddenly you fall in love. And you know, you may bring all kinds of reasoning. No, I am already married. I am this, I am that. You can bring all kinds of your logic. No, see the age difference. And you can bring all conditionings. But you are in love, nothing can be done. You may keep distance because of all these conditionings. The social conditioning, and you have to behave as yourself. And there are so many restrictions. There are so many, the morality or social conditioning, whatever you call it. But heart doesn't bother about which country you belong to, which race you belong to, what is your morality, what is your discipline, decency. Heart doesn't care for all those things. Maybe your action or your logic cares for all these things. Heart doesn't care, it just falls in love, that's all. Just such a strong falling in love. Every day, I'll come and sit there with him. Morning till evening, he'll be talking, sitting. Sometimes I wonder what I used to talk. If I recall, there was nothing much, just sitting and chatting only. And you don't know why you are sitting together, but sitting together was such a pleasant, joyful experience. I was sitting together. It's like spending time together. He was also very happy with me. And he will eat whatever I bring. He will bring some fruits or something for me to eat. He will be talking.
some experiences, these, that. I can say that Mundaka Upanishad, I did not complete that story. That story says that when the small bird, like this, traveling this way, this way, this way, this way, suddenly it really had a bitter experience, one strong bitter experience. It decides no more eating fruits. It just shuts its mouth. Without opening its mouth, it just travels towards the bigger bird. When it goes near the bigger bird, nearer and nearer, suddenly it realizes it is losing its individuality. It is losing its individuality. After a few minutes, it feels it is just a shadow of that bird. Actually, when you are really deeply in love with somebody, you can experience, when you touch that body, you won't feel it is a two-person. You just know it is your own extension. Your extension is in that body. You are just extension of your extension is that body. That small bird feels its very extension is that big bird, golden bird. After a few minutes he feels it is not even his own extension. That bird's extension is he. And after a few seconds he feels there is no extension, he is just a shadow. After a few seconds, there is not even a shadow, only that golden bird exists. It was only illusion that I was an individual. The different levels of feeling connection. In Vaishnava tradition, they explain Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, the 4 states of liberation. Please understand, 4 states of liberation. In Vaishnava tradition they explain. First, when the bird feels, I am connected to him, I belong to him, it is Salokya Mukti, living in his loka, living in his frequency. When he feels, no, he is my very extension, it is Samibhya Mukti, the liberation which happens just by his nearness. When he says, when the bird experiences, no, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am just his shadow, I am not an individual identity, then it's called Sarubhya Mukti, his own form, Sarubhya Mukti. When the small bird realizes, I never existed, it's only he who was existing, it was just an illusion that I existed, it's called Sayujya Mukti. I can say it was a strong feeling connection, just like how that bird felt, very own extension. I felt with that sadhu, that my very own extension. It was almost like Samibhya Mukti. First when I met him, then it slowly developed into Sarubhya Mukti, that same Rupa. I used to play with him, go wherever he calls. Sometime he will take me to the temple inside, sometime he will take me to the hill, sometime here, there, he will take me to different places. Understand? It was such a strong feeling connection. What Ramakrishna experienced with Kali, that Sambranyada Samadhi, I have started experiencing that. Even when I am not physically around him, even when I go back to the house, late night I will go back to the house because they will close the temple. By the time they close the temple, they will vacate everybody. They will vacate everybody. And when I go back to the house also, I will be sitting in the house and waiting when it will become again morning 4 o'clock, so that I can rush to the temple to see him.
Devotion is such, even once if your core is touched, it cannot go. It cannot leave you. It just transforms. It pulls you back.
Ramakrishna says very beautifully, in the Vrindavan, Bangi Bihari's temple, every evening they throw rice mixed with a little abin to the peacocks so that they will eat and start dancing. So Ramakrishna says, once that peacocks which eats little abin will never miss the next day timing, will be there sharp at that time because of the taste. Same way the devotion, once you taste it, once you experience it, you will be there. Next day morning again, 7:30. It is so sacred. I have experienced it with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. The very idea you and the object of your devotion is separate will disappear. You just do not know what to give, how to give, what to do. Still I remember when early morning I get up to go and see him, I look around all over the house and I always used to feel, I used to read in the Ramayana that Ravana took the whole house in which Sita was when he kidnapped Sita. Actually in Tamil there is another version of Ramayana, Kamba Ramayana. A great poet saint Kamba wrote that. When he wrote, he did not translate some parts as it is in Valmiki. Valmiki says, just Ravana physically handled Sita, took her and put her in his flight and took it away, kidnapped. But somehow Kambar was not happy with that idea. So he says that he lifted the whole house in which Sita was staying, put it in his flight and kidnapped. So early morning when I wake up and get ready to go and meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that is the way I will feel. Somehow I can take this whole house and give it to him. I even planned one day, I took a chalk piece and marked my parents' portion of the house and wanted to go and ask Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi will do all kinds of this weightlifting and everything. He's a amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill, which has rolled and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupati Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch, there is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling, I started shouting, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened, what is happening? Stop, stop, stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. was the first object responded to my movement. I actually wanted to ask him, can you lift this house and bring it and give it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara? He was laughing. He asked me, why did you put a mark? I said, I should take only my parents' portion, not anybody else's. Anyhow, early morning before going to the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I'll have my one dhoti. Whatever I can look around and get, take it. I'll put everything and pack it. And it'll all be very silly. It will not be directly useful for him at all. But whatever I feel as useful in my life, all these wooden box, cardboard box, I make small temples with that only. I'll take all that. And he will laugh at me. One day I wanted to stitch a shirt for him. I remember. I took a measurement with a rope to stitch a shirt. He was laughing. Actually, I called him, you come to the tailor shop and give the measurement, I want to stitch a shirt for you. He said, no, I will not come to tailor shop and all, you yourself take a measurement and give it to tailor. We had one family friend tailor. He's a very good person. I said, no, he's a very good person. He will stitch and give you the right measurement and everything. Somehow that Arunagiri Yogeshwara said, no, I don't want to come, you take it and give the measurement. But finally it never got materialized. Never, because this tailor will ask, no, I want this measurement, get it. Next day I will bring that measurement. Then he will tell, no, I want this measurement also, bring it. Finally till the end we were not able to take all the measurements at all. I was never able to give all the measurements. So it never got materialized. But I used to feel, whole day I'll feel, what can I take it to him? What I can get? You just do not know what to do. What way you can please him? What pleases him? What satisfies him? What fulfills him? You just do not know. Devotion is the sacred sentiment which makes you feel, how can I please him? You know very clearly you can't fulfill him. He is already fulfilled. But how can I please him? What I can do to please? How can I pour myself on him? That intense mood is what I call devotion. Imbibe. Just be soaked in this one sacred sentiment. How can I please him? To whichever object or deity or God or Guru you are devoted, again and again soaking yourself in that sacred sentiment of how can I shower me on him and please him. Again and again, soak yourself, fill yourself.
in this one sacred sentiment, you will melt in devotion. Entanglement means two persons falling in tune with same thought. Entrainment means two persons falling in tune with the same idea. Enlightenment means two persons uniting beyond ideas. When you unclutch, you are in entangle with me. You are in entanglement with me. This again opens a huge door. Then is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Do not receive healing from ordinary Reiki healers, this healers, that healers. No. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. And feeling connection has its own physiology. When you have feeling connection, your physiology is different. Feeling connection itself has its own physiology. One more thing you need to know. All the doctors, even allopathy doctors, need to raise their energy level high. Otherwise, when you treat the patient, when the patient feels respectful, feeling connection with you, you are going to entangle yourself with the patient. If you don't raise your energy to a higher level, you are going to get the patient's disease to you. Understand, entanglement can be negative also. If you are not energetic enough to protect yourself, if you do not have a direct protection of an enlightened being or higher frequency, if you don't have higher entanglement, only lower entanglements in your life, you are bound to fall sick. In the grown-up countries, they are suffering because they are not able to dispose the garbage. One city collects from the whole city and dumps it to another one village. That village collects and dumps it to another one village. They collect it and dump it in another one city. Same way only the so-called grown-up societies are suffering, unable to dump the inner garbage. The housewife collects everything and dumps on the husband. Husband collects everything and dumps on the psychiatric doctor. Psychiatric doctor collects and dumps everything on another one, his psychiatric doctor. His psychiatric doctor do not know where to go and dump. The dumping garbage has become a big problem for the humanity in grown-up countries. Not only external, internal also. In India, fortunately, we know how to reduce the garbage into ashes without any side effect or after effect, without leaving anything. affecting the environment, method of dumping the inner garbage without creating any societal, environmental pollution, side effect and after effect is deity worship. Each deity energized, which went through the prana pratishtha process, is in entanglement with higher consciousness. That is what I prove when I materialize. See, when a devotee can receive vibhuti or kumkum and materialize, same thing, the deity also receives vibhuti, kumkum and materializes. How? When somebody's kundalini is awakened, when somebody is initiated as a healer, is in entanglement with me, same way the deity is also in entanglement with me. Once the prana pratishtha is done, that deity is continuously in entanglement with that super consciousness. Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Sri Ramachandra and the consciousness Sri Ramachandra experienced, which is Shiva himself. Because Ramanatha Swami installed, Rama installed that Ramanatha Swami in Rameshwaram. Now the Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Rama and Rama's pure inner consciousness. Same way there is a deity called Krishneshwar in Dwarka, installed and worshipped by Krishna. That deity is in entanglement with Krishna and the Krishna's inner space, which is Shiva himself. Same way in Tiruvannamalai, there is a temple called Adi Annamalai. Please understand, the main Arunachaleshwara temple is Jiva Samadhi of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. But the Adi Annamalai temple is the deity installed by Arunagiri Yogeshwara for his own personal worship when he was in the body. Understand? That Adi Annamalai temple, small temple in the forest. Now it has become a small village. And the Shivalinga in the temple is in entanglement with Arunagiri Yogeshwara and of course Shiva himself. Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Shiva himself, came in the physical form. So each deity is in entanglement with the consciousness which has installed it. That is why I am telling you, deity worship is one of the greatest garbage removing system, inner garbage removing system created by our ancient rishis. The whole Western countries, so-called developed countries, are suffering with unable to do the garbage removal. They are spending billions of dollars in the inner garbage removal, creating huge psychiatrists, psychoanalysts, and psychiatrists and psychoanalysts for psychiatrists and psychoanalysts. This therapy, that therapy. 32.4%, 75 million Americans are suffering from clinically provable mental disorder every year. Please understand, who needs clinical attention. I'm not even talking about the borderline personalities. You know borderline personality means? They will look almost all right till you touch one of their wrong engram. Just one engram. When they come You did not smile, or you smiled at somebody else and said Nityanandam, over. I am not even talking about borderline personalities, people who need direct clinical attention, medical attention. 75 million. See, the garbage disposal problem. In the Vedic tradition, we know how to burn the garbage and make it as a manure. All our temples, we burn your garbage, internal garbage, and transform you, make the whole garbage into manure and give it back to you. Means you go to temples only when you have a problem or to feel little stress free? No. When you finish your business accounts, go to temple and offer your gratitude. When you finish some of your life related decisions, go to temple and offer the gratitude. If you have finished building the house, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. If you got married, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. Any major events in your life, connect it with the temple. Even entertainment, entrainment, enlightenment, everything should happen with entanglement. I am creating a new word, entemplement. Life should become entemplement, because that is the easiest way of clearing the inner garbage. Patanjali is one of the greatest inner scientists. Man who demonstrated the science of enlightenment. Even after he left the body, he did not deteriorate or die or show any symbols of death. It was just living, alive, radiating the presence. The disciples don't know what to do. So they just kept his body and built a room around him. He is the only master whose body is not buried with sand or salt or bay leaf. Usually masters' bodies are buried, filling the ash, bay leaves, salt. His body is not buried at all. His body is just kept, and a big stone room is built. It's a huge room, stone room, sealed room, where he is sitting inside. Still you can listen the breathing sound. Again, the big problem is you will think that I am promoting some fantasy. Still you can experience his breathing sound. At least I have experienced. And whoever went and put their ears, don't think, usually if you put your ears on any wall, you will hear a kind of a sound. It will not be like that. Put your ears on this wall and listen. This sound will be different. And go and put your ears on that wall is samadhi. A very systematic, clear breathing sound. How you will feel your breathing, that way you can feel. He is living there. His Jiva Samadhi is there. He became one with Nataraja. That is why the Nataraja's Murti is installed there. And he loved to wear the sacred beads, Rudraksha. So that whole hall is decorated with Rudraksha. They made a Rudraksha Mantapa in his memory. And Nataraja. He did not want his own Murti to be installed, but the disciples put his Murti also in the side. But as a main deity, he became a Nataraja. So he became one with that. Chidakasa, Chitampara, Nataraja.
So his Nataraja's Murti is there, and side his Murti is also there, his form. The form with which he operated in the body, that body is also there. If you are helped by yoga in any form, you are indebted to him. Anybody wants to experience his presence should go there. You should not miss the opportunity of going to Rameshwaram. Even if you are not able to go this time, you need to go back. Sometime when you come back again, don't miss, mark it as a point to go to Rameshwaram and see his physical presence. We have some of the great masters' physical body retained as it is, mummified. Not the mummifying of the Egyptian way of mummifying is totally different. They are able to only maintain the body. Our guys are able to maintain the body as the center of the cosmic or conscious functions. When the Vedic tradition way of mummifying happens, not only body doesn't get spoiled and it stays, it continues to be the center of their conscious operations. The cognition is taken, buddhi works, the works, responses happen, they continue to be the center of their conscious activities. That is why your prayers are fulfilled in their presence. If you pray to a mummy, your prayers will not be answered. Because the physical part is retained, but not the response part. Here, the response part is retained. The pure cognition, the and buddhi is retained. And same way, Srirangam, still Ramanujas, Udayavar, Ramanujas, Acharya's body is there as it is. You can see the nails growing, the hand lines, the palm lines, the eyebrow hairs, all that you can see even now. And not only that, you can feel his presence. You can offer any prayers, you will see the response. You can talk to him. I am telling you from my experience, because I have been helped, I am telling you this. Many times I told, the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Samadhi is there. He is in Jiva Samadhi. Jiva Samadhi means he is residing there. Shiva himself came down as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He is residing there. When we went this time, I just wanted to let the world know that really is there, is Jiva Samadhi is there. All I said is, if he is really sitting here in Jiva Samadhi, let few of his hair come, get materialized in our devotee's hand, so that we can do the DNA test and prove it is 2000-year-old DNA and he is alive sitting there in Jiva Samadhi. We got 6 hair. It is there. And we are now sending it for DNA test. Now we are sending it for DNA test. We will prove it. It is 2000-year-old, at least 2000-year-old. So through that way, at least my one statement is proved. Somebody 2000-year-old is sitting down in Jiva Samadhi. Of course, we can't compare because there is no record of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's DNA.
But at least this we can prove. Anyhow, when you live in the body, if you arrive to the sensitivity where the buddhi and the functions in awareness and sensitivity, even after you leave the body, that will continue to be there with you, radiate through your body and through you. That is why when you go to the great masters' samadhis, jiva samadhis, whatever prayers you offer, it directly helps you. Immediately they respond to it. Some of these masters' presence, all seekers should experience. The great Jiva Samadhi of Ellam Valla Sittar in Madurai, and Meenakshi's presence in Madurai, and Patanjali's presence in Rameshwaram, Ramanujar's presence in Srirangam, Kamakshi is Devi herself came and did tapas towards Shiva and became enlightened. Kamakshi's presence in Kanchipuram, all these major masters, energy fields, they all radiate the highest sensitivity. Understand? I saw so many of you guys in the Tiruvannamalai temple levitating, rolling and receiving vibhuti in their hands. How many received vibhuti in Tiruvannamalai temple? 2-3 people came and reported me. 1, 2. Receiving vibhuti in your hands. Understand, you need to know, this is a solid confirmation. Your experience is super conscious experience. If you are receiving vibhuti because of some black magic or yakshini vidya or some unconscious siddhis, it will not happen inside the energy field, Garbha Mandir of the great incarnations, masters like Arunagiri Ishvara Shiva. If it is happening there, understand, the energy which is responsible for all these extraordinary experiences in you and the energy which resides as Shiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the temple is one and the same. Achala Murti is Sachala Murti. Because in the superconscious energy field, the unconscious black magic cannot interfere. Let the listening be your God. Today learn this one basic truth. Then I'll explain different sacred secrets from the sutra. When the words come and fall on you, see how the cognition is taken, how the decision is made. Be aware of buddhi and these function. Come back to sensitivity. You can start mastering the senses. I'll continue on the sutra for next few more days. Now, let this be the essence of today's message. Let the listening be your God. Unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. So no shortcut. This is the only way.
again and again and again, creating the Pratipaksha Bhavana. Means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, or sometimes I use the fake or so-called hatred to push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratipaksha Bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you over, your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fake ideas, please understand, those experiences will become solid and the fake ideas will lose its power over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So understand, the goal and the scale should be the restful awareness. So Patanjali puts the right truth in the right sutra, in right place. Just now he taught us on yama and niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do. Is giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example only. He just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Timing is very important, and making disciples understand, very important. Please understand, it's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts, because whenever negativity rises in you, don't give up, don't flow with it, don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain. Extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I am trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. almost it's like I'll remind me. All my Pratibhaksha Bhavanas are written in that. So practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand? Even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important.
I read an incident in Ramana Maharshi's life. He had a disciple, Muruganar. Whenever Ramana Maharshi speaks something, when Muruganar will pen down and take it back to Ramana Maharshi, he will purposely make some mistakes so that Ramana Maharshi will correct it in his own pen, handwriting. So two things. One, Ramana Maharshi's handwriting will be recorded. Second thing, all other words are authenticated now. When you correct one mistake, then all other words have been authenticated as without any mistake. I tell you, I can say at least some 192 page, that is the notebook, 192 page notebook, long size notebook. I have the recording of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's teaching. At least in 10 places I have his own handwriting. Unfortunately, we are not able to retrieve them. I am trying to trace. I am sending people to all the friend's house, relatives' house in my native place, and all the devotees' house where I stayed. Still we are not able to track. 10 bound volume notebooks, bound by me personally. The 192 page. It's a regular notebook I bought. Then I made hardcover with a satin cloth. I bound it. I call it my book. That's the title. I can say the first book I wrote in my life. My book. At least 10 volumes. Everything in that my book is my Atma Pramana. To the level in which those great truths have penetrated me. That's it. Whenever I wanted to read, I'll just brush and go through. I'll know how I evolved to certain understanding. See, one of the biggest problem a seeker faces in his life is forgetfulness. We go on reinventing the solution for same problem every day 12 times. You may say, not 12 times, Swamiji, maybe 2-3 times. No, you forget. Same problem, you will be reinventing the solution 12 times a day. And then again next day morning, when you have that problem, you will have the same problem and you will not find solution. Half an hour your mind will struggle, then you will find a solution. Simple problem, worry. Tell me how many thousands of times you found a solution and decided not to worry anymore? And all it takes is only 5 more minutes of a betel nut chewing time. Again you are in worry. Forgetfulness. Sometime when you hit the right click, you are very clear. Even if death comes, I will not worry. In next half an hour, you don't need death. Just the shadow of your spouse. Or just one small word. One small practical problem. You are there, back again in worry. You need to understand, not having smarana, remembrance, is one of the biggest problem. Biggest problem. If you have the habit of my book, all of you should have that habit of my book. You should have your own book. Once in a while, pen down, so that you will stop wasting the time in reinventing the same solution. You see, for example, you have a worry. You catch certain thought trend. No, how can this? How can this? How can this? Then you say, hey, foolishness, this worry is useless. You come out of it. But next day morning again you are in the same worry, but you forget the thought trend how which you came out. Because you forgot the thought trend, now you will be wasting your time in worrying at least 2 hours, and after 2 hours you will catch the thought trend. And oh God, I should have remembered this half an hour before. Not having smarana, remembrance, not hitting the right click when required, is one of the major problem seekers face in their life in the path of enlightenment. That problem can be sorted out with this great solution, my book. Have this attitude and habit of my book. After a debate, create my book. You can do it even in your Facebook, so the whole world can read it, not just by yourself. Whole world can read it. I had such amazing masters in my life. My masters and my mentors and my teachers. Every day is excitement to live around them. Of course, when Mahadeva, Shiva comes down in the physical body and lives around you, naturally how it will be. Especially this Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I still remember once he was teaching about this samana, just sharing few words, and he was telling samana is sweetness. If your samana is active, your body will have, your sweat will have a sweet taste, not salty. It will be very sweet. I said, how can that be? Then he was very playfully showing, if you remove a hair from the root, and there will be a small wax in that edge of that hair. He removed one hair from my body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very salty. Then he removed one hair from his body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very sweet. And not only that, he was showing another one method to see the power of your lungs. If your samana is active, if you remove one hair and just stick that hair in that wax on your hand or on any object and blow, if you are not able to blow, your samana is not active. You can experiment actually. Just remove that one hair from the root, along with the root. You should just stick that with that wax. That wax you have to stick it on a paper or on your hand. Try to blow with your full force. You can keep it any closer. If you are not able to blow that hair away, if that hair is not flying, your samana is not active. If that hair is flying, your samana is active. I tried my best, I was not able to blow the hair. You can experiment. At least 80% of you will not be able to blow. You may think, what is this, Swamiji? Just one hair sticking and blowing. Try, then you will understand. So they go on giving so many practical teachings, techniques. It was so exciting. that my book is filled with all these things which directly helped my life. So you guys should start the habit of maintaining my book. It will really awaken your whole life, transform the whole life, help you for the higher consciousness. The my book can be a very powerful method to kill your ego. See, we read in the newspapers, terrorists used to have cyanide in their body continuously. So whenever they are caught by police and when they need to close their life, if they feel that living anymore is going to be more dangerous and torturous, they will just swallow the cyanide poison and die. Same way, this my book can be the poison for your ego. So whenever you have the dangers of life, read this my book, ego will die, you will be in peace and you can live the life joyfully. Of course, it's a wrong equation. You cannot equate the my book and cyanide. My book is a nectar, I can say, the ultimate nectar. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
Yes, I'm done, all of you. So this is the Kumbh Mela that we are having from January to February. Those who are interested in this grand event to join us for the Kumbh Mela, and of course we have the Kalabhairava Jayanti, which is coming up in just few days, 23rd and 24th of November. Let us know if you are interested to offer your gratitude to Kalabhairava. He with just his fire of ferociousness, he burns away all the patterns, negative patterns that we are studying. So Swamiji reveals that the best way to burn your ego is to have the notebook with you, your heart book, where you write down. That is the best way to remember. That's the best way to kill your ego. So we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. Understand that mind is a part of the ego. It knows how to close, how to hide, but not know how to open. To love means to open up, to surrender. It means opening up to the existence.
Yes, so let's have a look. Let us start looking into the biology of Guru-disciple relationship. So we're going to start this internalization exercise. Step number one. So the first step, first of all, let us gather a pen and paper. So request all participants, please gather a pen and paper. So we will need a pen and paper for this internalization exercise.
And let us know once you have the pen and paper with you, you can give a thumbs up so that we can move with the step. Yes, Ma Agampriya, thank you. Ma Miri, are you ready with the pen and paper? Yes, you can give the thumbs up if you are ready with the pen and paper for the internalization exercise.
Yes, so we're about to enter into an internalization exercise. So requesting everyone to please have a pen and paper ready for this internalization exercise.
Oh, so we're about to enter into internalization exercise. So where you'll be penning down. So you need the pen. So we're about to enter into the power manifest, the internalization exercise. So you need the pen and paper with you. So you can start writing. Great. You already have the pen and paper. That's beautiful.
All right. So now let us start writing down everything you are carefully hiding inside. Let me repeat. Let's write down everything you are carefully hiding inside, especially that about which you are afraid to open up. Write everything down without any addition, without any omission or suppression. So just write everything the way it comes, write it down. And once you are done, read everything out loud in front of Swamiji's Atmamurti, or the photograph, the image that you have of Swamiji, and share it with him. Just read it out loud and share it to Swamiji. So that is step number one. We will display this slide. So once again, pen down everything that you are carefully hiding inside, especially that which you are afraid to open up, and write down everything without any addition, without any omission or suppression, just the way it comes, just write it down. And then, of course, read it out loud to Swamiji Satramurti. So let us start this first step. We'll be displaying the slide for you. Yes, it's being displayed for you now. Let's begin.
Now let's move to the second step. Pen down all your self-sabotage patterns, how you react in situations, and what kind of destructive decisions you make, how you deny your possibility, destroy your life, describe everything in detail. Drop it at Swamiji's feet and make a conscious decision not to sabotage yourself anymore, but to be life positive. Let's continue. Alright, so you can now relax from this intranation exercise. And with this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation round. And in this round, we'll be manifesting the power of increasing your own height. So before we move in, let's enter into the Sas Pramana for manifesting the power of Ashtamaha increasing your own height. So the verse is from Shiva Samhita, chapter 5. Maranam khadyate tena sakena pihadyate tasya satparama siddhir animadi guna prada vayu sanchirate dehe rasavriddhi bhave dhruvam akashe pankajagala piyusamapi vardhate. The translation of this verse goes as, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the higher powers such as anima, lagima, mahima, etc. The Vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, rasa vriddhi. The nectar spewing from the ethereal lotus, akasha pankaja, also increases in. So with this, let's enter into the power manifestation. The first step is take the initial measurement of your own height. So if you have a long scale to which you can measure your own height, that's great. Or you can just you can stand in front of the wall and mark your own height to have your initial measurement, and then we'll be entering into the power manifestation. Yes, please go ahead, take the initial measurement of your own height, and let us know once you have taken the initial measurement. Yes, Ma Mary is taking the initial measurement. Ma Agampriya has also taking the initial measurement. Also requesting Claudia, Ma Lisi Bank, Show Vaping, Ma Carolina to switch on their cameras and give their full participation. Ma Kali Bank, please be available in the camera. And all the people who are watching us, following us on the YouTube, you can also start sharing. You can also take the initial measurement and let us know during the power manifestation, after the power manifestation, how was your power manifestation. So there is reference of Lord Hanuman, who has increased his own height multiple times in the Ramayana. When the famous incident is when he went to bring Sanjeevani mountain, Sanjeevani. So he made his height so big, just in his palm he brought that huge mountain. And there are multiple incidents where he actually increased his height. All right. So I hope all of you have actually penned down your initial height. So now let's move on to the manifesting this power. As you sit with the head neck spine in a straight line, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and feel his energy overflowing throughout your whole system. All the trillions of cells in your body is getting energized with Swamiji's energy. Allow Swamiji's energy to flow through you. When you allow Swamiji's energy to flow through you, you start manifesting the powers and all the impossibility blockages that you have just simply wash it away. So feel Swamiji's energy flowing throughout your entire cells and getting energized with that super conscious energy of Swamiji. Take a moment and feel his infinite love and compassion overflowing throughout your entire system. Gently bring your awareness to your third eye. Just as you gaze to the flower, just with that gentle awareness, bring gaze to your third eye and start to unclutch from every single thought that you have. Whether it is thought of worry, any emotions, any fear, any worries that you are facing, just unclutch. Go on unclutching. And then you enter into the space of oneness, from where all the powers starts manifesting. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. As you keep vibrating with the Mahavakya, let's enter into this manifestation. Let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda.
Yes. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eyelids. If you have closed your eyes, you can open your eyes and go ahead and take the second measurement of your own height. Take a moment and measure your own height and compare it with your initial measurement that you have noted down and let us know. And all the participants on YouTube as well, you can start sharing your manifestation. Oh, wow. Mahiri says that 1 centimeter is increased. Wow. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, ma'am. And you have successfully manifested 1 centimeter is a big, actually a huge difference when you're manifesting this power. Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for manifesting this power, sharing as well. The moment you share, not only gives the inspiration to the other participants, gives confidence to you as well. And the moment you start sharing, someone says it will stay with you. The power will not go out of your system. Means the moment you start sharing, the power itself will stay with you, and more you manifest, that will grow. The power itself will start growing in you. You'll be able to manifest this power much more. Just waiting for a couple of moments as we receive sharings from. I did completion at the same time. I completed with 4 images about me, then manifested easily. Awesome. Very good, Ma. Thank you for sharing. And all those, especially those who are especially needy, and even those who are watching us on YouTube. See, as you start manifesting and connect with Swamiji deeply, you start manifesting this power with strong declaration. Says your will, when aligns with Paramashiva's will, you are able to manifest anything they want. All right, thank you all of you for manifesting, participating in this power manifestation. With this, we'll be moving on to the next session. And the next session is going to be on feeling connection. Swami says again and again that feeling connection with Guru is very much important, because again and again our minds get distracted with so many things, and we are not able to be in the space of that connection with the Bhagwan. So how to build the feeling connection with Bhagwan? So in this revelation by Swamiji, understanding that understanding even the science of feeling connection, understanding what is feeling connection, that is important. When you start from that context and you listen to this revelation by Swamiji, you will have that deep feeling connection and you will be able to grow that in your life. And the moment you feel connected to Swamiji, he showers you with everything, whether it is powers, whether it is grace, his love, his compassion, keeps on showering. So when Swamiji says again and again that feel connected, feeling connection. So when you go on connecting with Swamiji and your life is filled with joy, gratitude, surrender. So let's enter into this liberation with Swamiji on the feeling connection. So be seated in a head and spine in a straight line as we enter into this.
Russian scientists Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf, you should see their website, really amazing. They have done a lot of research and articles and very powerful discoveries. I am exactly quoting from their research. The human DNA is a biological internet with evidence that DNA can be influenced and reprogrammed by words and frequencies. Understand? The words and frequencies can directly program your DNA. It is biological internet. They call it as biological internet. These Russian scientists reveal that genetic code of 90% of the junk DNA or dormant DNA, which I was revealing that day, as the Jivatman, self in all of you. The part which these people call as a junk DNA or dormant DNA, but I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. 90% of the Jivatman DNA follows the rules of human languages. Understand, it's very powerful. I am revealing step by step, then I will connect it. How it can be applied in our life. The third important revelation. Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf compared the rules of syntax, the way in which words are put together to form phrases and sentences, and semantics, study of meaning in language and grammar, and found out that alkalines of our DNA follow a regular grammar and set rules like our language. Always Raghupati Yogi used to tell me, he will teach different yoga for different parts of the body. See, for hands he will give some yoga, for eyes he will give some yoga, for tongue he will give some yoga, for nose he will give some yoga, and the most difficult part to work out is the cheek. Even for that he has some yoga. He will give some yoga. When I ask him, what is the yoga for brain? He will categorically tell, chant Sanskrit. The Sanskrit language, learn Sanskrit language, chant Sanskrit mantras. You should be surprised. How can brain have yoga by Sanskrit? He will insist that I chant the Surya Namaskar mantras during the postures. He will insist that mantra chanting is done. He used to ask, how can mantra have yoga for brain? But now I know, it's true. I can tell you from my experience, whatever is said and done, a person who speaks a decent, cultured language naturally behaves, lives, thinks decently and culturally. I am really telling you. Because I wandered length and breadth of India, I have seen all kinds of dialects, people who speak dialects. I have seen Tamil alone, 20 versions. Kongu Tamil and Madurai, Chennai, in Chennai, Kuvam Tamil, and North Arcot district Tamil. In that, there are different languages, Mudaliyar Tamil, Counter Tamil, all kinds of dialects are seen. And in North, the different dialects of Bengali, different dialects of Hindi, I have seen. I tell you, from my experience I can tell you, the language, the standard of language a person speaks directly affects the way in which he thinks, the way in which he acts. It really affects. There may be exemptions, very few, like a person speaking very cultural language and behaving indecently, very rare exemption. But as a nature, it doesn't happen. As a rule, it's a rule. Exemptions does not break the rule, it only enforces the possibility of existence of the rule. Understand, when I say all these candies are sweet, there may be one or two which are not sweet. That does not mean that rule is broken or weakened. Those 2-3 exemptions ensures the existence of the rule. Look in the other side. Look from the other side. All exemptions ensure the existence of the greater possibility of the rule. So maybe 1 or 2 exemptions. But otherwise I can say, the language they speak, the cultural, cultured, clear, syntax, semantics, grammar they use directly affects the alkalines of our DNA. That is why the neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, really does a big transformation. I can tell you. See, NLP is not all. It does not lead to enlightenment, but it surely awakens much more than what you are now. The neuro-linguistic programming surely makes you more alive than what you are now. The next important discovery, truth. Scientist Garge J says, our DNA can be reprogrammed by speech when words are modulated on correct carrier and frequencies, again and again and again. The Upanishads are chanted for so many different purposes. Not only your DNA can be altered, I tell you, the Upanishads came from such a high frequency. If a group of people whose DNAs are already altered by this chanting, if they chant, the cosmic DNA can be altered. That is why the chanting and homa brings rain. It brings whatever we need, the natural positive effects. Why do you think such big tsunami did not touch single temple? See, all over, from Kanyakumari to Chennai, at least 2000 temples are there, which compounds usually gets washed by the wave. At least 2000. Please understand. from Kanyakumari to Chennai. First of all, let us start with Kanyakumari Devi temple. From that to Chennai Tiruvattriyur, Kashi Vishwanath temple and Pattinatthar Samadhi. At least 2000 temples are there. Tiruchendur, Thoothukudi, just temples are there. Not a single temple was broken or damaged or disturbed. Yet we may say, no, coincidence. No. If people whose DNAs are altered, reprogrammed by the sounds and mantras and frequencies, if they sit together and create those frequencies and sounds, the cosmos DNA can be reprogrammed. So a space, bit of cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed system of the body of the master, is energy field. Bit of the cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed body of the master, is energy field. That is why just very living in that field reprograms many of our DNA. Next truth. Since the basic structure of DNA and language is of same structure, one can simply use words and sentences of human language of proper frequencies. This proves DNA reacts to spoken words with proper frequencies. It directly, this is my own conclusion. Because of these researchers, these researchers directly or indirectly explains and proves how affirmations, hypnosis, words from spiritual masters affect your body and mind directly. This is the power of initiation, the process. Many of you people would have seen the video of people levitating during LEP. If you have attended LEP, you would have seen. I did not do anything. All I did is let your samana be balanced. Let the air energy inside you be balanced. Let whatever happens inside your body happen. That's all. Affirmation, Satya Sankalpa. Nothing else. Satya Sankalpa, over. Immediately, the whole thing fell in place. People started levitating, the raising. Understand? Ordinary Sankalpa is gravitation, Satya Sankalpa is levitation. Sankalpa, ordinary Sankalpa, means will, words, thoughts created, pulls you down, makes you more heavy. Satya Sankalpa makes you levitate. That is why whatever is said and done, when you listen to the great truths directly from Master, it just gets recorded into your DNA, becomes part of your DNA. This is the science why millions come to listen to the Masters, and how the Master's words directly gives experience to people. That's what I call transmission of lamp. Initiation. From a lit fire, only you can light the lamp. How much ever you sit and beg, please, please, why don't you lit yourself? How much ever you play and do any drama, any game, light cannot be lit by itself. Only from the lit fire, it can be lit. Transmission of lamp only can happen. Same way, how much ever you sit and talk in ordinary way, no. Only the reprogrammed DNA can transmit that frequency and right words and reprogram your DNA. That process only I call initiation. So it is very important to know the importance of initiation. If you sit and listen to the truth from an ordinary man who has intellectually memorized it, it is called learning, teaching and learning. If you sit and listen to a man who himself is practicing those truths, he is called Acharya, you are called Shishya. If you sit and listen to those truths, who has experienced it, he is called Guru, you are a Shishya. If you are listening to those truths from a being whose very DNA is programmed, it is called initiation. He is an incarnation, you are a devotee, it is called initiation. This is what exactly I am doing in Inner Awakening. Every session of Inner Awakening is an initiation. Awakening of one DNA. Every session of Inner Awakening. First working on life, means different energy centers. Then working on death, the different energy layers. Then working on koshas, sheets, different energy sheets, energy fields. Then working on the very core of energy. So every session is an initiation into the next step. Your DNA gets reprogrammed for enlightenment. In my life, there is an experience with a group of Tibetan monks. They made me sit inside the bell. Some 10 monks sit around the bell and rub the bell and go on chanting. I never realized the sound can create pain in your hair holes, in your pore. The bell has small holes through which I can breathe, but all the 10 sides they are sitting and rubbing the bell with a small wooden piece. That vibration created, that sound, within 5 minutes your ear stops listening that sound. You can't hear it anymore. But every hair pore feels the pain as if a needle is being inserted. And after half an hour the pain also disappears. It becomes like a pleasure. Very strong, deep pleasure. Then they chant the words like, you are deathless, you are painless, you have no hunger, you have no thirst, you have no old age. They chant like this.
I now translated in negative way. They don't say you have no old age, they say you are ever young. They say you are always fulfilled. You are immortal. They declare in positive terms. And I was really shocked, because first I thought, what can this do? Maybe a ceremony. I love usually these ceremonies. Anywhere, any ceremony I see, I'll go and sit. Whether it is a shraddha or I will not bother. Whether it is some sannyas ceremony is going on, or some shraddha is going on, some ceremony is going on, I'll go and sit. So I saw some ceremony going on. I asked, will you allow me? They said, are you sannyasi? I said, yes, I left the house long before. Then they put me in that ceremony. I started attending. Then I realized, now I can realize completely, the frequencies and language can reprogram your DNA. I can tell you, still I do not have anything called pain in my body. If you have seen me 10 days before, in Himalayas, 10-15 days before, there was a big wound, at least 4 to 5 inch wound, long, maybe quarter inch depth. There was a bleeding and big wound. It took 5 days for me to realize there was a wound. Something has happened to the hand. Some brahmachari saw and told me. By the time it got healed by itself. Even though body is ordinary body, there is no such thing as pain. Still, it takes so much to push the food inside my system, because there is no such thing as hunger. People have to remind me to drink water continuously, because there is no thirst. The DNA reprogramming. The power of DNA is reprogramming. So your DNA can be reprogrammed by the right words, right chantings, right initiation from the incarnation whose DNA is completely reprogrammed. That is why the words heard from the Master spreads inside you like a fire and makes you experience. Scientist Garja Jayev says, human language did not appear coincidentally, but it is a reflection of our DNA. That is why Kashmir to Kanyakumari, when there was no communication like a telephone, television, telegraph, anything, Sahana Avatu is chanted in same frequency. Go to Kashmir, Shaivites, temples, or Bhavani Mandir, or Vaishnava Devi, and go to Kanyakumari, Kanyadevi, Bhavati Mandir. You will see Sahana Avatu and Purnamatam being chanted in same tone, same frequency. So the language is not just coincident. It is the reflection of our DNA. So, through this I want you to understand 3 important truths. 1, be aware of the words you use. 2nd, listen to the great words only from the person who has experienced. 3rd thing, whenever you listen to the great words and higher frequencies from the person who has experienced, whose DNA is reprogrammed, it becomes your experience. That is what is initiation. The next research, the scientist and researcher Greg Braden gives evidences on how emotions change our DNA. Number 1,
In case of gratitude, love and appreciation, DNA responded by relaxing and length become longer. Just simple, feeling love. Understand that every day, morning 1 hour when you do Guru Puja, your DNA is relaxed and length becomes longer. Because you are in the mood of gratitude, love and appreciation. 1 hour, DNA becoming longer is too much to live at least 130 years. I am telling you. 1 hour is too much. I tell you, even 21 minutes. 21 minutes of love and appreciation, feeling. That's one cycle. See, one cycle per day. If you keep anything alive, that is more than enough to keep you whole day in that experience. It's like any emotion maintained for a cycle becomes the louder voice in your system, because now morning you sit and more than actually 2 cycles you guys maintain. The Guru Puja is more than, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja you do is more than 2 cycles, around 42 minutes. So 2 cycles you are doing. In the 2 cycles, 1 cycle give it as a discount. Some moment maybe you are looking at the flower or looking at the mantra, or 1 or 2 moments you miss, leave it, it's okay. Even if 1 cycle, if you are able to maintain some feeling, some idea, some concept, that becomes the loudest concept uttered by your mind to your body in the whole day. Because you cannot maintain even the worst hatred or enmity for 1 cycle in a day, even if you try. Or you may have to sit and visualize, see that fellow's picture, remember that incident again and again. Anyhow, you are not going to do that every day. And you won't be able to. So naturally, this gratitude, love and appreciation becomes the loudest information, loudest action, loudest voice of your system. The second research, in case of anger, fear, frustration and stress, DNA is tightened up, DNA becomes shorter and DNA's codes are switched off. Means almost the partial death starts happening in you. The partial death becomes experience in you. So understand, the anger, fear and frustration and stress, even if it happens with the logic and reason, it harms you more than your enemy. As I told you yesterday, develop this habit of abhayam sarvabhudebhyo, nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. You will be a powerful person and warrior, both. The next, the truth is, this is from a website, Living Light Foundation. Once 12 strands of DNA are activated, emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life can be removed and replaced with vibration of love energy. That is what I call you becoming an incarnation. This is what has exactly happened to me at the age of 22, 2000. Year 2000, at the age of 22, this is what has happened to me. All the 12 strands got awakened. All the 12 strands of DNA got activated. So the emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life, life's purpose, is removed and replaced with vibrations of love energy. I can call it as vibrations of awareness, bliss energy. Different names you can give. And I realized I am an incarnation and I have a purpose to fulfill. And it is expressing. So understand, this is the science behind
how an incarnation feels, acts and lives. There is another one, truth. The balancedexistence.com, this is the another one website which works which gives information on this DNA science. Scientists experimented the change in emotions changes the shape of DNA. They infer that emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Please understand. Oh God. Emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Again, I always tell people, be blissful, wealth will be attracted towards you. You will attract all the right things, right situations and right happenings. The world around you will change. The scientists are saying the same thing in different words. So the essence is, let you start practicing the higher human emotions and reprogram your system with higher human existence, in a higher way of existing, with higher reality. You will see your DNA changes, your health improves, your life changes, even the world around you changes completely. So let you all experience this change. Inner awakening is all about giving you the glimpse of this change. You are reprogrammed to the higher reality. All your human emotions are purified, and not only your health becomes strong, you are transformed physically. You learn the science of attracting the right changes around you, because the Sangha gives you that intelligence. So to experience Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, be in inner awakening. Here is a discovery from dailygalaxy.com, a website. So many scientists contribute to that website. DNA has been found to have a bizarre activity to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. I'll explain how the teleporting, telepathy, all these things are possible. It is just because of this truth. DNA has been found to have a bizarre ability to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. Science is said to catch up with teleporting and telepathy and all that. Scientists Grezna and France found out that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand, it's a new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels-like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space. Patanjali again and again says, you don't need to learn just from the five senses, means seeing and hearing. I have an example of Vivekananda. Whatever he expressed in 9 years of his public life, even for you to study, it will take 39 years, his lifetime.
This proves solidly Vivekananda did not receive all information through eyes and ears. You can take my example. Whatever I expressed in last 8 years, even for you to study and understand, it will take at least 33 years. Forget about experiencing and expressing, just to study. Very clearly you can see, logically you can see very clearly, objectively you can see, this much of information cannot get into the system through ears and seeing or any other education method within last 33 years, even if I was studying all 33 years, 24 hours. Then how did these informations get into the system and comes out? This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside guru sits inside you as Antar Guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was telling yesterday. It is initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. The transmission without using conventional methods is possible, was available, is available in our Vedic tradition. Was available in our Vedic tradition, is available in Nityananda mission. It's possible. Otherwise you can't imagine hundreds of shakas of Upanishads, Vedas. I mean by hearted, memorized. By the time the kids complete 7 years, in our tradition, there are rishis. There were rishis. By the age of 7, they mastered the whole thing. Millions of slokas. Shankara. I can give you thousands of examples. How is it possible? They are not myth. They are not just stories. They are histories. Understand? It's possible through super DNA. In NSP, every session, I am trying to make your DNA into super DNA. Same way in the inner awakening, every session is to turn on, activate the DNA so that the experience can be transmitted as it is. There's one more very interesting bit of information I have. It's from psychedelicadventure.com, website psychedelicadventure.com. Scientists irradiated DNA with laser light. On a screen, wave pattern was formed. The wave pattern still remained even after removal of DNA. It infers, point 1, the energy from outside of space still flows through activated wormholes after DNA removal. Means once the initiation is given, even if you are not physically around me, the connection and energy transmission constantly goes on. The second thing, hypercommunication, telepathy, remote sensing is definitely a part of human protocol. Means it is possible for human beings. Telepathy or remote sensing is possible for human beings. That is why I tell you, telepathy and remote sensing is a living mechanism even if you don't believe it. Whenever you have fear about somebody, anger towards somebody, enmity towards somebody, fear that they may attack you, just do one simple process. I give you this as a technique. Sit and say, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I give refuge to the whole world. And nobody, no being need to be afraid of me. I am not here to attack anybody. Please understand, visualize. Every DNA in your body sends this message. Every hair hole, pore in your body is used as a transmitter for this message. Sit very nicely, calmly, still. Every night when I switch off and relax into myself, say, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Let the whole humanity be blessed with a deep abhaya. Nobody need to be afraid. Understand, still cosmos is alive. Still cosmos is alive. The big problem is the ordinary mind gets caught between this normal actions we need to do and the experience we need to carry. You just need little more expansion to comprehend the paradox of the life. That's all, nothing else. Whenever you have fear for somebody, about somebody, if you feel they may attack or do something harm, just sit and send a strong wave of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I am not enemy to anybody. I am not going to cherish enmity towards anybody. At the most, I may defend, protect myself, that's all. But I am not interested in attacking anybody. I am only interested in giving abhaya. Just send these waves. Not only that, when you send these waves of abhaya, you will see so much of healing happens in you. Even for defending, you will do minimum but right actions. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics, this is Dr. Hassan Church. He has written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. I can say this Hassan Church is a rishi. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics. They have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Hassan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church's research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researches, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly the epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it, you just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors were surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. Doctors were shocked. They asked me again and again, what do you do? What do you do? I tell them, who knows? I only know what happens. But now I am understanding, because of the scientific discoveries. Maybe I can say earlier also I understand what happens, but now only I know the words to transmit that understanding to you all. I don't know what happens, but I do not know these technical terms like epigenetics and epigenome. Now I understand those words also because of these scientific researches. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. Even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the world, whole world. Because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be re-altered. And their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. I tell you, this spiritual healing and enlightenment based communities, this too will be our greatest contribution to the human civilization. And the epigenome of epigenetics, this science of epigenome and epigenetics will legitimize what we are doing internationally. This science will legitimize what we are doing internationally, I tell you. Seeing the researchers and the reports, I am really shocked, not just surprised, shocked. Every word uttered by our rishis, every truth casually mentioned by our rishis, which I am bringing back to life experientially, is proved with solid reports and researches. I tell you, future is ours. If humanity is going to have future, it is ours. Not only that, let us create new human beings. New human beings. It is time we create a breakthrough. We give a breakthrough for human beings. Like how gorilla, chimpanzee became human being. Now it is time for a human being to become enlightened being. Let us put all our efforts and energies strongly to raise the human consciousness more and more in all possible ways. This will be the greatest happening to the humanity. Even one moment, if you can unclutch and relax in restful awareness, or you can help somebody to unclutch and be in restful awareness, you are adding something great to the universe. Understand? Something great to the universe. Even if one moment you unclutch and rest in conscious, restful awareness and help somebody to rest in restful awareness, raising consciousness, you contributed something great to the humanity. Understand? You contributed something great to the humanity. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. Add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization, urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent.
the ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
Yes, Nityananda, all of you. So this is the revelation by Swamiji on feeling connection. How the DNA can be changed by the presence of the master, just by his touch. And also you saw the Kumbh Mela happening on January and February, which is happening. So if you want to be a part of this grand celebration of Kumbh Mela, let us know. And also we have in few days Kalbhai Jayanti, which is coming up, to burn away all your all your patterns, ferociously. Kalbhaira has a lot of time and space. So if you're interested, let us know. We'll be guiding you further. With this, we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be on awakening the DNA. So you already talked about the DNA. So in this revelation, Swamiji will be revealing much depth into it. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji.
Russian scientists Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf, you should see their website, really amazing. They have done a lot of research and articles and very powerful discoveries. I am exactly quoting from their research. The human DNA is a biological internet with evidence that DNA can be influenced and reprogrammed by words and frequencies. Understand? The words and frequencies can directly program your DNA. It is biological internet. They call it as biological internet. These Russian scientists reveal that genetic code of 90% of the junk DNA or dormant DNA, which I was revealing that day, as the Jivatman, self in all of you, the part which these people call as a junk DNA or dormant DNA, but I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. 90% of the Jivatman DNA follows the rules of human languages. Understand, it's very powerful. I am revealing step by step, then I will connect it. How it can be applied in our life. The third important revelation. Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf compared the rules of syntax, the way in which words are put together to form phrases and sentences, and semantics, study of meaning in language and grammar, and found out that alkalines of our DNA follow a regular grammar and set rules like our language. Always Raghupati Yogi used to tell me, he will teach different yoga for different parts of the body. See, for hands he will give some yoga. For eyes he will give some yoga. For tongue he will give some yoga. For nose, he will give some yoga. And the most difficult part to work out is the cheek. Even for that, he has some yoga. He will give some yoga. When I ask him, what is the yoga for brain? He will categorically tell, chant Sanskrit. The Sanskrit language, learn Sanskrit language, chant Sanskrit mantras. You should be surprised. How can brain have yoga by Sanskrit? He will insist that I chant the Surya Namaskar mantras during the postures. He will insist that mantra chanting is done. He used to ask, how can mantra have yoga for brain? But now I know. It's true. I can tell you from my experience, whatever is said and done, a person who speaks a decent, cultured language naturally behaves, lives, thinks decently and culturally. I am really telling you. Because I wandered length and breadth of India, I have seen all kinds of dialects, people who speak dialects. I have seen Tamil alone, 20 versions. Kongu Tamil and Madurai, Chennai, in Chennai, Kuvam Tamil, and North Arcot district Tamil. In that, there are different languages, Mudaliyar Tamil, Counter Tamil, all kinds of dialects are seen. And in North, the different dialects of Bengali, different dialects of Hindi, I have seen. I tell you, from my experience I can tell you, the language, the standard of language a person speaks directly affects the way in which he thinks, the way in which he acts. It really affects. There may be exemptions, very few, like a person speaking very cultural language and behaving indecently, very rare exemption. But as a nature, it doesn't happen. As a rule, it's a rule. Exemptions does not break the rule, it only enforces the possibility of existence of the rule. Understand, when I say all these candies are sweet, there may be one or two which are not sweet. That does not mean that rule is broken or weakened. Those 2-3 exemptions ensures the existence of the rule. Look in the other side. Look from the other side. All exemptions ensure the existence of the greater possibility of the rule. So maybe 1 or 2 exemptions. But otherwise I can say, the language they speak, the cultural, cultured, clear, syntax, semantics, grammar they use directly affects the alkalines of our DNA. That is why the neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, really does a big transformation. I can tell you. See, NLP is not all. It does not lead to enlightenment, but it surely awakens much more than what you are now. The neuro-linguistic programming surely makes you more alive than what you are now. The next important discovery, truth. Scientist Garge J says, our DNA can be reprogrammed by speech when words are modulated on correct carrier and frequencies, again and again and again. The Upanishads are chanted. for so many different purposes. Not only your DNA can be altered, I tell you, the Upanishads came from such a high frequency. If a group of people whose DNAs are already altered by this chanting, if they chant, the cosmic DNA can be altered. That is why the chanting and Homa brings rain. It brings whatever we need, the natural positive effects. Why do you think such big tsunami did not touch single temple? See, all over, from Kanyakumari to Chennai, at least 2000 temples are there, which compounds usually gets washed by the wave. At least 2000. Please understand. From Kanyakumari to Chennai, first of all, let us start with Kanyakumari Devi temple. From that to Chennai Tiruvottriyur, Kashi Vishwanath temple, and Pattinattar Samadhi. At least 2000 temples are there. Tiruchandur, Thoothukudi, just temples are there. Not a single temple was broken or damaged or disturbed. We may say, no, coincidence. No. If people whose DNAs are altered, reprogrammed by the sounds and mantras and frequencies, if they sit together and create those frequencies and sounds, the cosmos DNA can be reprogrammed. So a space, bit of cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed system of the body of the master, is energy field. Bit of the cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed body of the master, is energy field. That is why just very living in that field reprograms many of our DNA. Next truth. Since the basic structure of DNA and language is of same structure, one can simply use words and sentences of human language of proper frequencies. This proves DNA reacts to spoken words with proper frequencies. It directly, this is my own conclusion. Because of these researches, these researches directly or indirectly explains and proves how affirmations, hypnosis, words from spiritual masters affect your body and mind directly. This is the power of initiation, the process. Many of you people would have seen the video of people levitating during LEP. If you have attended LEP, you would have seen. I did not do anything. All I did is let your samana be balanced. Let the air energy inside you be balanced. Let whatever happens inside your body happen. That's all. Affirmation, Satya Sankalpa. Nothing else. Satya Sankalpa, over. Immediately, the whole thing fell in place. People started levitating, the raising. Understand? Ordinary sankalpa is gravitation, Satya Sankalpa is levitation. Sankalpa, ordinary Sankalpa, means will, words, thoughts created, pulls you down, makes you more heavy. Satya Sankalpa makes you levitate. That is sorry, whatever is said and done. When you listen to the great truths directly from Master, it just gets recorded into your DNA, becomes part of your DNA. This is the science why millions come to listen to the Masters, and how the Master's words directly gives experience to people. That's what I call transmission of lamp. Initiation. From a lit fire, only you can light the lamp. How much ever you sit and beg, please, please, why don't you lit yourself? How much ever you play and do any drama, any game, light cannot be lit by that itself. Only from the lit fire, it can be lit. Transmission of lamp only can happen. Same way. How much ever you sit and talk in ordinary way? No. Only the reprogrammed DNA can transmit that frequency and right words and reprogram your DNA. That process only I call initiation. So it is very important to know the importance of initiation. If you sit and listen to the truth from an ordinary man who has intellectually memorized it, it is called learning, teaching and learning. If you sit and listen to a man who himself is practicing those truths, he is called Acharya, you are called Shishya. If you sit and listen to those truths, who has experienced it, he is called Guru, you are a Shishya. If you are listening to those truths from a being whose very DNA is programmed, it is called initiation. He is an incarnation, you are a devotee, it is called initiation. This is what exactly I am doing in Inner Awakening. Every session of Inner Awakening is an initiation. Awakening of one DNA. Every session of Inner Awakening. First working on life, means different energy centers. Then working on death, the different energy layers. Then working on koshas, sheets, different energy sheets, energy fields. Then working on the very core of energy. So every session is an initiation into the next step. Your DNA gets reprogrammed for enlightenment. In my life, there is an experience with a group of Tibetan monks. They made me sit inside the bell. Some 10 monks sit around the bell and rub the bell and go on chanting. I never realized that The sound can create pain in your hair holes, in your pore. The bell has small holes through which I can breathe, but all the 10 sides they are sitting and rubbing the bell with a small wooden piece. That vibration created, that sound, within 5 minutes your ear stops listening to that sound. You can't hear it anymore. But every hair pore feels the pain as if a needle is being inserted. And after half an hour, the pain also disappears. It becomes like a pleasure. Very strong, deep pleasure. Then they chant the words like, you are deathless, you are painless, you have no hunger, you have no thirst, you have no old age. They chant like this. I now translated in negative way. They don't say you have no old age, they say you are ever young. They say you are always fulfilled. You are immortal. They declare in positive terms. And I was really shocked. Because first I thought, what can this do? Maybe a ceremony. I love usually these ceremonies. Anywhere, any ceremony I see, I'll go and sit. Whether it is a shraddha or I will not bother. Whether it is some sannyas ceremony is going on, or some shraddha is going on, some ceremony is going on, I'll go and sit. So I saw some ceremony going on. I asked, will you allow me? They said, are you sannyasi? I said, yes, I left the house long before. Then they put me in that ceremony. I started attending. Then I realized, now I can realize completely the frequencies and language can reprogram your DNA. I can tell you, still I do not have anything called pain in my body. If you have seen me 10 days before, in Himalayas, 10-15 days before, there was a big wound, at least 4 to 5 inch wound, long, maybe quarter inch depth. There was a bleeding and big wound. It took 5 days for me to realize there was a wound. Something has happened to the hand. Some brahmachari saw and told me. By the time it got healed by itself. Even though body is ordinary body, there is no such thing as pain. Still, it takes so much to push the food inside my system because there is no such thing as hunger. People have to remind me to drink water continuously because there is no thirst. The DNA reprogramming. The power of DNA is reprogramming. So your DNA can be reprogrammed by the right words, right chantings, right initiation from the incarnation whose DNA is completely reprogrammed. That is why the words heard from the Master spreads inside you like a fire and makes you experience. Scientist Garja Jayev says, human language did not appear coincidentally, but it is a reflection of our DNA. That is why Kashmir to Kanyakumari, when there was no communication like a telephone, television, telegraph, anything, Sahana Avatu is chanted in same frequency. Go to Kashmir, Shaivites, temples, or Bhavani Mandir, or Vaishnava Devi, and go to Kanyakumari, Kanyadevi, Bhavati Mandir. You will see Sahana Avatu and Purnamatam being chanted in same tone, same frequency. So the language is not just coincident. It is reflection of our DNA. So, through this I want you to understand three important truths. One, be aware of the words you use. Second, listen to the great words only from the person who has experienced. Third thing, whenever you listen to the great words and higher frequencies from the person who has experienced, whose DNA is reprogrammed, it becomes your experience. That is what is initiation. The next research, the scientist and researcher Greg Braden gives evidences on how emotions change our DNA. Number one, in case of gratitude, love and appreciation, DNA responded by relaxing and length become longer. Just simple, feeling love. Understand that every day, morning 1 hour when you do Guru Puja, your DNA is relaxed and length becomes longer. Because you are in the mood of gratitude, love and appreciation. 1 hour, DNA becoming longer is too much to live at least 130 years. I am telling you. 1 hour is too much. I tell you, even 21 minutes. 21 minutes of love and appreciation, feeling. That's one cycle. See, one cycle per day. If you keep anything alive, that is more than enough to keep you whole day in that experience. It's like any emotion maintained for a cycle becomes the louder voice in your system, because now morning you sit and more than actually 2 cycles you guys maintain. The Guru Puja is more than the Pratyaksha Pada Puja you do is more than 2 cycles, around 42 minutes. So 2 cycles you are doing. In the 2 cycles, 1 cycle give it as a discount. Some moment maybe you are looking at the flower or looking at the mantra, or 1 or 2 moments you miss. Leave it, it's okay. Even if 1 cycle, if you are able to maintain some feeling, some idea, some concept, that becomes the loudest concept uttered by your mind to your body in the whole day. Because you cannot maintain even the worst hatred or enmity for 1 cycle in a day, even if you try. Or you may have to sit and visualize, see that fellow's picture, remember that incident again and again. Anyhow, you are not going to do that every day. And you won't be able to. So naturally, this gratitude, love and appreciation becomes the loudest information, loudest action, loudest voice of your system. The second research, in case of anger, fear, frustration and stress, DNA is tightened up, DNA becomes shorter and DNA codes are switched off. Means almost the partial death starts happening in you. The partial death becomes experience in you. So understand, the anger, fear and frustration and stress, even if it happens with the logic and reason, it harms you more than your enemy. As I told you yesterday, develop this habit of abhayam sarvabhutebhyo, nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. You will be a powerful person and warrior, both. The next, the truth is, this is from a website, Living Light Foundation. Once 12 strands of DNA are activated, emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life can be removed and replaced with vibration of love energy. That is what I call
you becoming an incarnation. This is what has exactly happened to me at the age of 22, 2000. Year 2000, at the age of 22, this is what has happened to me. All the 12 strands got awakened. All the 12 strands of DNA got activated. So the emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life, life's purpose, is removed and replaced with vibrations of love energy. I can call it as vibrations of awareness, bliss energy. Different names you can give. And I realized I am an incarnation and I have a purpose to fulfill. And it is expressing. So understand, this is the science behind how an incarnation feels, acts and lives. There is another one, truth. The balancedexistence.com, this is the another one website which works, which gives information on this DNA science. Scientists experimented the change in emotions changes the shape of DNA. They infer that emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Please understand. Oh God. Emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Again, I always tell people, be blissful, wealth will be attracted towards you. You will attract all the right things, right situations and right happenings. The world around you will change. The scientists are saying the same thing in different words. So the essence is, let you start practicing the higher human emotions and reprogram your system with higher human existence, in a higher way of existing, with higher reality. You will see your DNA changes, your health improves, your life changes, even the world around you changes completely. So let you all experience this change. Inner awakening is all about giving you the glimpse of this change. You are reprogrammed to the higher reality. All your human emotions are purified, and not only your health becomes strong, you are transformed physically. You learn the science of attracting the right changes around you, because the Sangha gives you that intelligence. So to experience Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, be in inner awakening. Here is a discovery from dailygalaxy.com, a website. So many scientists contribute to that website. DNA has been found to have a bizarre activity to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. I'll explain how the teleporting, telepathy, all these things are possible. It is just because of this truth. DNA has been found to have a bizarre ability to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. Science is said to catch up with teleporting and telepathy and all that. Scientists Grezna and France found out that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand, it's a new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels-like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated.
Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space. Patanjali again and again says, you don't need to learn just from the five senses, means seeing and hearing. I have an example of Vivekananda. Whatever he expressed in 9 years of his public life, even for you to study, it will take 39 years, his lifetime. This proves solidly, Vivekananda did not receive all information through eyes and ears. You can take my example. Whatever I expressed in last 8 years, even for you to study and understand, it will take at least 33 years. Forget about experiencing and expressing, just to study. Very clearly you can see, logically you can see very clearly, objectively you can see, this much of information cannot get into the system through ears and seeing or any other education method within last 33 years, even if I was studying all 33 years, 24 hours. Then how did these informations get into the system and comes out? This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside guru sits inside you as Antar Guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was telling yesterday. Initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. The transmission without using conventional methods is possible, was available, is available in our Vedic tradition. Was available in our Vedic tradition, is available in Nityananda mission. It's possible. Otherwise, you can't imagine hundreds of shakas of Upanishads, Vedas. I mean, by hearted, memorized. By the time the kids complete 7 years, in our tradition, there are rishis. There were rishis. By the age of 7, they mastered the whole thing. Millions of slokas. Shankara. I can give you thousands of examples. How is it possible? They are not myth. They are not just stories. They are histories. Understand? It's possible through super DNA. In NSP, every session, I am trying to make your DNA into super DNA. Same way in the inner awakening, every session is to turn on, activate the DNA so that the experience can be transmitted as it is. There's one more very interesting bit of information I have. It's from psychedelicadventure.com, website psychedelicadventure.com. Scientists irradiated DNA with laser light. On a screen, wave pattern was formed. The wave pattern still remained even after removal of DNA. It infers, point 1, the energy from outside of space still flows through activated wormholes after DNA removal. Means, once the initiation is given, even if you are not physically around me, the connection and energy transmission constantly goes on. The second thing, hypercommunication, telepathy, remote sensing is definitely a part of human protocol. Means, it is possible for human beings. Telepathy or remote sensing is possible for human beings. That is why I tell you, telepathy and remote sensing is a living mechanism even if you don't believe it. Whenever you have fear about somebody, anger towards somebody, enmity towards somebody, fear that they may attack you, just do one simple process. I give you this as a technique. Sit and say, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I give refuge to the whole world. And nobody, no being need to be afraid of me. I am not here to attack anybody. Please understand, visualize. Every DNA in your body sends this message. Every hair hole, pore in your body is used as a transmitter for this message. Sit very nicely, calmly, still. Every night when I switch off and relax into myself, say, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Let the whole humanity be blessed with a deep abhaya. Nobody need to be afraid. Understand, still cosmos is alive. Still cosmos is alive.
The big problem is the ordinary mind gets caught between these normal actions we need to do and the experience we need to carry. You just need little more expansion to comprehend the paradox of the life, that's all, nothing else. Whenever you have fear for somebody, about somebody, if you feel they may attack or do something harm, just sit and send a strong wave of abhayam sarvabhudebhyo. I am not enemy to anybody. I am not going to cherish enmity towards anybody. At the most, I may defend, protect myself, that's all. But I am not interested in attacking anybody. I am only interested in giving abhaya. Just send these waves. Not only that, when you send these waves of abhaya, you will see so much of healing happens in you. Even for defending, you will do minimum but right actions. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics, this is Dr. Hassan Church. He has written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. I can say this Hassan Church is a rishi. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics. They have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Hassan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness.
Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health, just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researchers, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly the epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it, you just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors were surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. Doctors were shocked. They asked me again and again, what do you do? What do you do? I tell them, who knows? I only know what happens. But now I am understanding, because of the scientific discoveries. Maybe I can say earlier also I understand what happens, but now only I know the words to transmit that understanding to you all. I don't know what happens, but I do not know these technical terms like epigenetics and epigenome. Now I understand those words also because of these scientific researches.
the quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. Not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. Even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the world, whole world. Because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to a certain level,
Whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be re-altered, and their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put a little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. I tell you, this spiritual healing and enlightenment based communities, this too will be our greatest contribution to the human civilization. And the epigenome of epigenetics, this science of epigenome and epigenetics, will legitimize what we are doing internationally. This science will legitimize what we are doing internationally, I tell you. Seeing the researchers and the reports, I am really shocked, not just surprised, shocked. Every word uttered by our rishis, every truth casually mentioned by our rishis, which I am bringing back to life experientially, is proved with solid reports and researches. I tell you, future is ours. If humanity is going to have future, it is ours. Not only that, let us create new human beings. New human beings. It is time we create a breakthrough. We give a breakthrough for human beings. Like how gorilla, chimpanzee became human being. Now it is time for a human being to become enlightened being. Let us put all our efforts and energies strongly to raise the human consciousness more and more in all possible ways. This will be the greatest happening to the humanity. Even one moment, if you can unclutch and relax in restful awareness, or you can help somebody to unclutch and be in restful awareness, you are adding something great to the universe. Understand? Something great to the universe.
Even if one moment you unclutch and rest in conscious, restful awareness and help somebody to rest in restful awareness, raising consciousness, you contributed something great to the humanity. Understand? You contributed something great to the humanity. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. Add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization, urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent. The ferociousness of seeking
is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
Yes. So this is a beautiful Kumbh Mela that is coming up in January and Feb. For that, if you want to take part in the Kumbh Mela in any way, you can reach out to us, or you can fill up the form. If you want, we can share the link in the Zoom chat again. And also the Kalbhaira Jayanti, which is coming up in just a couple of days, 23rd and 24th of November. Kalbhaira is the deity who just burns away all your ferocious, all your patterns, just with his fire of ferocity. So if you want to offer gratitude, your gratitude to Kalbhaira, let us know. Alright, so with this, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise.
Yes, so internalization exercise, it's a completion for self-sabotaging patterns. So how to bring yourself to a powerful space. So even though you are using your will 24 hours willfully to beat yourself up, it cannot be separated from Paramashiva's will. So we must understand this. So even though we think that our will is separate, we have our own will, we are independent beings. It's important you understand though, even though you are using your will 24 hours to willfully beat yourself up, it still cannot be separated from Paramashiva's will. Your will is Paramashiva's will. Paramashiva's will is your will. The identity that you feel about you, that you breathe in, you breathe out, that is still Paramashiva's individual will. Remember, his will is only vibrating as your will. It is not a meditation technique, it is a powerful cognition. It's very important to understand this. It's a powerful cognition. Paramashiva's will, Paramashiva's individual will, is only his will that is vibrating in you as your will.
Your will is Paramashiva's will. Align your breathing to his breathing. Remember, Paramashiva is living through you. His will is the source of your will. Again and again, during power manifestation, we tell that when you align your Paramashiva, your will, individual will to Paramashiva's will, you are able to manifest anything that you want. So it is not something to be meditated upon, it is to be manifested ferociously. Yes, only his will is my will. Then I cannot beat myself with my will.
So let us cognize the self-beating pattern, which is the antidote for which is that my will with which I am creating help myself. My will cannot be separated from Paramashiva's will. So let me breathe his will into my will. So just cognize this. So the self-beating pattern, the antidote for which is my will, with which I am creating help myself. My will cannot be separated from Paramashiva's will. So let me breathe his will into my will. So for example, the will that you have with which you torture yourself 24 hours a day, with self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Whether this is right, that is right, whether I get justice, am I getting my share, or am I being cheated? The other person does not do that, but gets this. I do this, but I don't get it. So all this is how we torture ourselves, how we beat ourselves up. Again and again, remember, it cannot be separated from Paramashiva's will. Your will is Paramashiva's will.
So with this, let's enter into the intra-understanding exercise. It's going to be a little understanding. So breathe in and breathe out the individuality of Parameshwar, and you will see you will just wither away into his way. So as you breathe in and breathe out the individuality of Parameshwar, you will see your will just withers away into his way. So cognize, how can my will be separate from his will? No, it cannot be. He is Ekvasarupa, Ekasarupi. He is only being that is alive in the cosmos. Everyone else is Prakriti, matter. He is the only Purusha. He is the only Swayam Prakasha. Nothing else can be Swayam Prakasha. Nothing else can be independently eliminated. No. If something is alive in me, that is him, that is Parameshwar, the only Purusha which is alive. So let's take 15 minutes, let's take 15 minutes and cognize this truth as you breathe in, breathe out your individuality of Parameshwar. So we'll be displaying the slide for your reference. Cognize and breathe as you breathe in and breathe out.